Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The examiner did not look at Wei Liang when he announced the result. He looked at the clipboard, made a small, precise mark, and said unranked, dismissed, in the tone of a man who has said those two words many times and expects to say them many more. Wei Liang stood in the assessment arena for a moment. The stone floor was packed clay and old scoring marks, the kind that accumulated over years of sect trials. The afternoon light came sideways through the high windows, catching the dust his last movement had stirred. Around the arena's rim, the other candidates who had passed were already talking among themselves, already sorting their belonging into the new order that sect membership created. Dust pressed its head against his palm. The lizard was small, smaller than the assessment examiners liked, smaller than the combat classification charts required for a favorable rating. Its scales were the dull gray of unpainted clay, its tail thin, its limbs unremarkable. When the examiner had asked it to demonstrate an attack, it had looked at the target dummy for a long moment and then looked back at Wei Liang, which the examiner had recorded as non-responsive to command. Wei Liang felt the pressure of the small skull against his hand. He wrapped his fingers loosely around Dust's narrow body, not lifting it, just holding. The lizard's breathing was steady, not distressed. Present. Second failure, someone said behind him. Not to Wei Liang, to a companion, the way you'd note weather. Same beast. Did he not try to get a better one? Wei Liang heard this and made note of it, not for later use, but simply because he had a habit of cataloging. The speaker was about 20, top-tier outer disciple band on his wrist, 3 combat beasts on leashes that all showed appropriate fear responses. The kind of tamer who understood the system and played it correctly. He wasn't wrong. Wei Liang could have sought a different beast for the assessment. He had been told this, in various degrees of directness, by his uncle, by the sect registration office, and by Hannah, who was not the sort of person who said things twice. He had not. He didn't examine his reasons in any systematic way. What he understood was that Dust had been with him since he was 14, that the lizard slept near his head on cold nights and had never shown aggression toward anything, and that when Wei Liang sat in the early mornings and tried to feel the threads of spiritual energy that cultivators described in their accounts, Dust sat with him, and the sitting together produced something that sitting alone didn't. He did not have a word for what it produced. He had noticed it, which was enough to go on. He left the arena through the side exit, not the main one. The main exit led back through the sect compound and past the registration hall, where the successful candidates would be processed. The side exit led to the outer road and then down the mountain. Dust rode on his shoulder the whole way down, which was 4 hours. The village at the base of Iron Fong Mountain was not remarkable. It existed because sects generated traffic and traffic needed infrastructure. Inns, stables, traders, the families of outer disciples and failed examinees who had settled and found work. Wei Liang's family had been in the category of outer disciple for 2 generations and failed examinee for the last 4 years, which put them in a particular social position, technically connected to the sect without the benefits of connection, close enough to the mountain to know what they were missing. His uncle was waiting on the bench outside their rented room, doing the calculation Wei Liang could see in his face before he opened his mouth. Same result. Yes. His uncle looked at Dust on Wei Liang's shoulder, then at Wei Liang. The calculation ran its course. Your cousin made outer disciple last spring. He's offering to ask his handler about stable work. Says the Iron Fong compound always needs hands who know animals. Wei Liang said, tell him yes. His uncle seemed surprised, then not. He was a practical man with limited resources and a nephew he had raised since 13 who had not, despite clear intellectual aptitude, managed to enter a sect. Surprise at a practical answer would be irrational. All right, his uncle said. All right, I'll send a message. Wei Liang sat on the bench beside him. Dust moved from his shoulder to his knee to the bench itself, then arranged itself with its head on Wei Liang's thigh and its eyes on the road that ran down toward the lower village. It doesn't matter what they see, Wei Liang said, not to his uncle. His uncle, who was already thinking about the message he'd send, didn't ask what he meant. Dust's tail moved once, slowly, which Wei Liang had learned to read as acknowledgement. He looked at the lizard's dull gray scales in the late afternoon light. He looked at his own hands, empty, no cultivation bands, no sect mark. He knew what he had, even if no examiner had learned to measure it yet. Chapter 2 The beast stable at Iron Fong's outer compound was built into the mountain's base, carved from existing rock and expanded with masonry, layered with spiritual suppression arrays that kept higher-tier beasts manageable. It smelled of hay and old stone and the particular organic smell of creatures that processed spiritual energy through their bodies, which was different from normal animal smell, sharper, with a mineral note underneath. Wei Liang reported for work at dawn on the third day after the examination and was put to work immediately, which was the only sign of approval the stable master showed him for the first 2 months. The work was physical and detailed. Feeding routes had to be followed in precise order because certain beasts had territory responses that made proximity conflicts dangerous. Cleaning protocols differed by beast type. The spiritual suppression arrays needed daily calibration checks, not advanced cultivation work, just reading the monitoring stones and reporting anomalies. Wei Liang learned all of it within the first week, which the stable master acknowledged by giving him the more difficult routes. He ran daily sessions with Dust in the small window before morning feeding, 30 minutes, sitting cross-legged in the supply room at the stable's rear, Dust in his lap, both of them breathing together. He had started this when he was 15, the first time it had produced that effect he had no word for. He had continued it without interruption regardless of other circumstances. He did not think of it as cultivation practice because he had no framework that fit it. He did not think of it as anything. He did it. On the 12th day, Song Hannah found him. She appeared in the supply room doorway at the end of the second-to-last session of the day, when most of the other handlers had gone to their evening meal. She was 20, like Wei Liang, with the plain linen of a healer trainee and the expression of someone who had already run 3 versions of this conversation in her head and was committing to the one that started with not commenting on the obvious. "Your cousin told me where you were working," she said. "I know," Wei Liang said. He did not open his eyes. She looked at Dust in his lap, at the way the lizard was breathing, deep, slow, matched to Wei Liang's rhythm in a way that was clearly not coincidental. She looked at Wei Liang's face, which was relaxed in a way it usually wasn't in the middle of the day. She stayed. She didn't comment on what she was seeing. She sat down on a feed sack 3 meters away and watched. The session ran another 8 minutes. Wei Liang opened his eyes when it ended. Dust shifted, stretched one foreleg, settled back. "You're still doing that," Hannah said. "Yes." "Since you were 15? "Since I was 15. She looked at Dust. "Does it do something?" Wei Liang considered. He had described it to himself as the effect he had no word for, which was not useful communication. He tried to be more precise. "When I sit alone and try to feel cultivation energy, the way the manuals describe, I can feel something, but it's vague. Like trying to hear a conversation from across a field. When I sit with Dust, it's closer, clearer, like the conversation moved." He paused. "I don't know what I'm describing." "That sounds like resonance," Hannah said. She was a healer trainee. Resonance theory was part of her coursework. Bond resonance between contracted beasts and their tamers. Healers use a version of it, monitoring patient energy. But it's usually passive, not something you cultivate actively. "I don't know that I'm cultivating anything," Wei Liang said. "I'm just sitting." Hannah looked at him for a moment in a way that suggested she did not believe this was just sitting. She said nothing about that. Instead, "How long are you on stable duty?" "Until I qualify for outer disciple. Or permanently, if I don't." She nodded. "I'm going to be at the lower clinic for the next 3 months. I'll come by when I can." It wasn't a question. Wei Liang said, "All right." Dust watched Hannah leave with the same unhurried attention it gave everything that passed through its field of observation. Wei Liang watched the doorway after she was gone. Outside, the evening feeding bell had begun. He picked up his feed bucket and went back to work. Chapter 3. The thing happened on a morning in the 3rd week, between the shadow fox cages and the river drake holding pens. Wei Liang had the feed bucket in his left hand and Dust on his right shoulder, an arrangement the stable master had stopped objecting to after the first week, when it became clear that Dust caused no problems and that Wei Liang's performance on the difficult routes was better with the lizard present than without. Dust had good instincts about problem animals. It would go still and press its scales flat when approaching something that was primed to react badly, and Wei Liang had learned to read this as useful advance information. They were running the morning session early. Not the full 30 minutes, just the 10-minute check-in Wei Liang did when he woke at dawn before reporting to the stable, and it was still technically ongoing when the feeding round started, which was unusual. Wei Liang had been trying, for several mornings, to extend the session longer, to see if the clarity he felt during them could be maintained while moving. He was walking the shadow fox route and running the breathing, synchronized with Dust's rhythm on his shoulder. Then Dust did something it had never done before. The lizard stiffened, not the flat-scale danger signal, something different, an internal stillness that transmitted through the contact between its body and Wei Liang's shoulder into Wei Liang's own awareness. He felt a pulse. It was warm, and it moved in a direction that felt like inward and outward simultaneously, the way a heartbeat did when you pressed your hand to your chest. Then he saw something that was not in front of him. It lasted perhaps 3 seconds. A landscape. Not this mountain, not this stable, somewhere older, with a different quality of light. Something like a valley, stone-sided, with formations he didn't recognize. And in the center, a pair of creatures he didn't know the species of, large and slow-moving, doing something that his mind filed as the same thing he and Dust did every morning, except larger, longer established, woven into the landscape. Then it was gone. Dust's scales, when Wei Liang looked at them, had shifted, not dramatically. The gray was still there, but underneath it, barely visible in the morning light, was a faint metallic copper, as if the color had been there all along and had simply never had reason to show. Wei Liang stood still in the shadow fox corridor for almost a minute. The shadow fox in the third cage to his left had stopped pacing and was watching him. He thought, very carefully, I don't know what that was. He thought, it was not nothing. He thought, I am not going to say anything about this until I understand what I'm saying. He filed it in the category of observations that didn't have a category yet, completed his feeding rounds, and said nothing to anyone. That evening, in the supply room, he ran the full session. Dust settled in his lap. The breathing synchronized. The copper was still visible in Dust's scales, faint but definite. The pulse didn't happen again that evening. But the clarity was better than it had ever been before. Not the edge of the conversation now, but something like being in the room. Chapter 4. The Stormhawk chick was brought to the stable on a Tuesday, still in the transport cage, with a disposition report clipped to the outside. Wei Liang read the report while the carrier made his delivery. Confiscated from a failed tamer's estate. 6 months old. Assessment classification, combat capable. Temperament unstable. Rehabilitation not recommended. 3 prior handlers had attempted introductions. All 3 had required healer attention. The stable master came to look at it and said, Problem bird. Yes. The carrier agreed, in the tone of someone who had already written off the entity in question. The stable master looked at the cage. The Stormhawk looked back. It was lean and dark-feathered, the immature plumage not yet showing its adult weather patterns, and its eyes were the pale yellow of high-altitude birds. It had been in the transport cage for 2 days. Its body posture suggested it had spent both days deciding whether the bars could be broken if it tried in the right way. Back pen, the stable master said. Keep the separation grid up. Let it settle. The carrier left. The stable master went back to his office. The Stormhawk fixed its pale eyes on the nearest stable hand, who had the good sense not to make eye contact. Wei Liang was on the far end of the feeding route, working toward the back pen. He saw the new cage when he turned the corner and stopped, his bucket in hand, to read the disposition report the carrier had left fastened to the pen gate. The hawk watched him read. When he lowered the report and looked at the cage directly, it didn't launch itself at the bars, which was what it had done with the previous 3 handlers, according to the report's addendum. It watched him. Its head canted slightly to one side. Wei Liang set down his feed bucket and sat down on the stone floor in front of the cage. Not close. 3 meters back, while outside any range the hawk might reach even if the bars weren't there. Just in the floor. He settled into a loose cross-legged position, rested his hands on his knees, and did not make eye contact. The hawk watched him for a while. When nothing happened, it sat down too, tucking its talons under its body in the compact roosting position of a bird that is not actively distressed. Wei Liang stayed for an hour. He ran a quiet version of his morning breathing, not the full synchronized session. Dust was on his shoulder and contributed without being asked, scales warming slightly in the way that meant it was paying attention. The hawk watched them both. Periodically, it would make a small sound that wasn't aggression and wasn't comfort, just information. At the end of the hour, Wei Liang picked up his bucket and continued the feeding route. The next morning, he came back and sat for another hour. The morning after that, the hawk was waiting at the front of its cage when he turned the corner, which was the first sign that its posture toward him was different from its posture toward everything else. He named it Talon on the 4th day. He hadn't been intending to name it. It wasn't his beast yet, it was the sect's problem bird, a liability in a back pen. But names were anchoring, and he wanted to give it something stable to work from. He said the name aloud once, at the end of the hour's sitting. The hawk made the information sound again, different this time. Slightly warmer. Wei Liang filed that too. Chapter 5. Xingu came to collect his tournament beasts on a Saturday, which was the sect's designated combat registration day. He arrived with 2 assistants carrying his equipment and 3 combat beasts on leash leads, a fire-scaled hound, a wind wolf, and a bone-spur boar, all assessed at mid-tier fighting weight, all well-maintained in the technical sense of the word. Wei Liang was running the morning route when they arrived. He came around the corner from the breeding pens and found Xingu in the main corridor, waiting for the stable master to retrieve his registration manifest. Xingu was 22, tall, with the bearing of someone who had placed in every sect competition he'd entered for the last 3 years and had adjusted his posture accordingly. He wore the inner disciple band that Wei Liang's examination result had confirmed he would not be wearing. His 3 beasts were controlled on leash extension. Technically correct, no excess distance, no slack that could create a tangling hazard, and they were all watching their owner with the particular alertness that Wei Liang had learned to read as task orientation, the readiness of animals that knew commands were coming. Xingu noticed Wei Liang the way you notice stable hands. Briefly, cataloging function rather than person. Then he noticed dust on Wei Liang's shoulder, and the brief look lasted a half-second longer. That's the lizard that failed the assessment, Xingu said. Not to Wei Liang, to one of his assistants, the way you'd note something mildly interesting about the facility. The assistant looked. That's the one from last week. Failed twice. Twice, Xingu confirmed. Wei Liang was running the morning route. He had 3 more pins to finish before the suppression array calibration check. He continued walking. Stable hand, Xingu said. Wei Liang stopped. What are you feeding it? It shouldn't still be this small at this age. Standard diet protocol for Earth-type lizards calls for spiritual essence supplementation from 14 months. He was giving advice. Genuinely, without malice. The advice of a knowledgeable tamer about an animal he glanced at for 3 seconds. He didn't look at Wei Liang while he said it, which was the thing that told Wei Liang the most. Xingu was not performing knowledge, he was distributing it. The way you give information to a facility without expecting the facility to engage. Wei Liang looked at Xingu's 3 beasts. The fire-scaled hound's ears were pressed back, not aggressive, anxious. It was watching the space 2 meters to Xingu's right with more attention than the space in front of it warranted. The wind wolf's lead was slightly shorter than the standard extension, constraining its natural movement radius. It had adapted by holding its head lower than a wind wolf's posture should naturally go. The bone spur boar's flanks showed the faint freckling that meant minor stress response in that species. Not severe, not acute, the kind of pattern that accumulated over weeks of high competition training. Wei Liang cataloged all of this without moving his attention visibly from Xingu. He said, I know her diet protocol. Thank you for the advice. His tone was exactly what tone should be in this situation, respectful, brief, appropriate. The stable master had said, in the first week, that sect disciples expected acknowledgement of their status in information exchanges, which meant any advice from inner disciple to stable hand was a gift rather than an imposition and should be received as such. He received it as such, with a specific flatness that was also full compliance and nothing extra. Xingu nodded, satisfied, not suspicious, which was the right result, and turned back to wait for the stable master. Wei Liang resumed his route. Dust, on his shoulder, had been still the entire time Xingu's beasts were in the corridor. Not the flat-scale danger signal. Something more patient than that, more measuring. When they rounded the corner into the breeding pen sector, Dust made a small sound that Wei Liang had not heard before. He thought about the wind wolf's compressed posture, the hound's displaced attention, the boar's stress freckling. He thought, these animals are technically well-maintained and functionally miserable. He did not say this to Dust because Dust knew it already. He finished his route and went to calibrate the suppression arrays and said nothing to anyone about any of it, which was the only reasonable response. The information was noted. He would see Xingu again. He would know more by then. Chapter 6 The Formal Contract Process, according to the Iron Fang Sect's Standard Beast Procedures Manual, was well documented. 3 days minimum. The tamer established spiritual dominance through a combination of cultivation pressure and beast-specific techniques designed to demonstrate superior capability. The beast resisted because all beasts of combat grade resisted. The tamer overcame the resistance by degrees until the beast accepted the spiritual seal. This was called taming. The manual had a section on temperament variations and one on failure rates by species. Stormhawks had an above-average failure rate. The manual recommended experienced practitioners only. Wei Liang read the manual's Stormhawk section twice, and then set it aside and thought about the problem differently. The manual's method assumed the goal was dominance followed by compliance. Wei Liang was not trying to achieve compliance. He had been sitting outside Talon's cage for 6 days, doing nothing, and what he had produced was a bird that watched the corridor entrance in the morning to see if he was coming. That was not the same thing as the animals in Xingu's collection watching the space 2 meters to Xingu's right. He went to the stable master and asked for access to the back pen after hours. The stable master said, "Don't get hurt." This was, Wei Liang had learned, the stable master's version of yes. He went in on the 7th day after Talon's arrival, in the late afternoon when the light in the back pen was long and the stable was quiet. He brought nothing. No spiritual tools, no contract medium, no restraints. He left the pen gate open behind him because closing it would make the space feel smaller, and he wanted the hawk to understand it could leave. Talon watched him come in. Wei Liang sat down cross-legged on the stone floor, the same position he used for morning sessions with Dust. Dust was on his shoulder. He ran the breathing. Talon watched this for some time. Then it crossed the pen in 3 slow steps and sat down approximately 1 meter away. They sat like this for perhaps 2 hours. At some point during the second hour, Wei Liang felt the pulse, the same warm inward-outward movement he'd felt with Dust in the Shadow Fox corridor. And this time it was clearly coming from his own spiritual center and moving outward toward both of the animals present. Dust responded to it with a slight deepening of its own rhythm. Talon, who had no established contract, tilted its head. Then Talon made a decision. Wei Liang could feel it as a change in the quality of the space between them. The hawk's body language shifted from assessment to something else. Something he had no word for that was in the same category as the thing he had no word for in his morning sessions. A recognition, maybe, or a choice. The spiritual seal formed between them in the next 40 minutes, and it did not feel like dominance followed by compliance. It felt like two things that had been operating in parallel, finding a common frequency. The process was complete in 4 hours total, which was 6 hours faster than the minimum the manual specified. Wei Liang sat in the pen afterward with Dust on his shoulder and Talon on his left knee, feeling the new contract like a second thread of warmth in his awareness, distinct from Dust's thread, differently textured, with Talon's particular quality of attention in it. He had 2 beasts. He was still unranked. The discrepancy between those 2 facts felt, for the first time, like something he should pay attention to rather than something that simply described his situation. He went home after the session, ate the meal his uncle had left covered on the table, and sat in the dark thinking about the relationship between the synchronization in his daily sessions and the spiritual pulse that had happened, twice now, when he was in deep resonance with his contracted beasts. He was not a cultivation theorist. He was a stable hand with 2 beasts and no rank. But he could observe patterns, and the pattern he was observing said, "Whatever is happening when I run my daily sessions is not separate from what is happening when I advance." He sat with this until the fire burned down, and then he went to sleep. Chapter 7. Wei Liang reached the Qi gathering threshold on a Wednesday morning, which was not a significant day and not a moment he had been anticipating specifically. He knew, from the cultivation manuals and from watching others in the compound achieve it, what Qi gathering looked like from the outside. A brief stillness, sometimes visible spiritual energy, sometimes not, followed by a period of fatigue. He knew what it felt like from the few descriptions he'd read. A consolidation, a clarity, a sense of the spiritual threads in one's environment becoming readable where they had been noise before. What he experienced was those things, but it was also something else, the pulse. Larger than it had been in the corridor or in the pen. It moved through him in the same inward-outward motion and then continued outward through the contracts he held with Dust and Talon, 2 threads of warmth that suddenly surged with the energy he was processing. It happened while he was in the back pen, running his evening session after the stable closed. The pen was quiet. Talon was on his left shoulder now. It had taken to this position 2 days ago, and Wei Liang had not objected, and Dust was in his lap. They were deep in the synchronized breathing. The advancement came from that depth. Wei Liang felt his spiritual core consolidate, and then felt the pulse go out through both contracts simultaneously. Dust made a sound it had never made before, deep, resonant, completely unlike its usual small vocal range. Talon's wings spread briefly and then folded, a motion that looked like release. Wei Liang opened his eyes and looked at his beasts with his new cultivator's perception. The spiritual energy patterns of a Qi-gathering cultivator allowed basic detection, not sophisticated, not accurate at range, but sufficient to read the broad signatures of entities in immediate proximity. He had been told what beast signatures looked like. He knew the rough scale. Dust's signature was not Qi-gathering. It was not unranked. It was foundation condensing. He read it once, confirmed, read it again. Talon's signature was the same. Foundation condensing, clean, stable, as if it had been this way for some time. Wei Liang sat very still. Foundation condensing was the second cultivation realm. He had just achieved the first. His beasts were showing the second. Both of them. Simultaneously. He thought, I don't know what this means. He thought, it was the pulse. When I advanced, the pulse carried something through the contracts. Carried more than it should. He thought, both of them. Not just one. Both. At the same time. He thought, that's not something that happens. That's not a thing that has a name. He sat in the back pen with Dust and Talon for an hour past the end of his session, the 3 of them breathing together in a quiet that felt different from any quiet that had preceded it. while the realization he was holding expanded past what he could easily contain. 2 foundation condensing beasts. A chi-gathering tamer. An advancement mechanism he had no name for and no record of and no way to know if it would happen again. He filed this, as he had learned to file things, in the category of observations that did not yet have a category. He would need more data before he could say anything that wasn't speculation. He went home. He slept. He said nothing to anyone. In the morning, dust scales were fully copper. Chapter 8 Xingu's lesser beast was a fire-scaled monitor lizard, not a specimen he used in competition, a lower-tier animal kept for training purposes, paired with junior disciples who needed a live opponent that wouldn't seriously injure them. Its spirit signature was modest, its combat applications limited, its value primarily practical. It came into the stable on a Thursday morning slumped on the carrying board, its scales dull, its limbs limp in the specific, boneless way of animals experiencing extreme fatigue rather than injury. The handler who brought it in was apologetic in the way handlers are apologetic when they've had a bad week and need it documented that they are aware the situation is bad. Senior Shin's training schedule, the handler said, filling out the intake report. Wei Liang took the board and ran the standard intake assessment. He ran his perception scan, basic, chi gathering level, sufficient for broad signature reads, and identified what he'd have identified without cultivation: spiritual depletion, stress response markers, pattern of overwork. He wrote his findings on the intake sheet. The stable master reviewed it, agreed with the assessment, and set it aside to be conveyed to Xingu at pickup. He was there when Xingu arrived. Minor issue, Xingu said, reading the intake report. He read quickly, the way people read reports they expect to be routine. I'll take it back. It'll recover with rest. It needs 10 days minimum, Wei Liang said. He said this as information, not pushback. The same tone the manual used when stating care requirements. Xingu looked at him. Brief, assessing. 1 week. The spiritual depletion patterns suggest the training schedule was maintained past safe threshold for the last 3 to 4 weeks. 1 week rest will return surface function. The underlying depletion will remain and increase vulnerability to the next overwork cycle. Wei Liang paused. 10 days. After which the recovery should be stable. Xingu looked at the report. He looked at the monitor. He looked at Wei Liang. You're the stable hand who failed assessment twice. Yes. You're giving me medical advice on my beast. I'm giving you care protocol information, Wei Liang said. Which is my job. There was a silence. It was the kind of silence that could go several ways. Xingu said, 7 days. Final. Wei Liang said, understood. He made the notation on the intake report, 7 days, tamer decision. He kept his evaluation in the notes section, where it would remain on record regardless. Xingu left without further comment. Wei Liang put the monitor lizard in the recovery pen and began the care protocol. Reduced feeding volume, higher spiritual essence density, the specific lighting cycle that accelerated recovery in fire-scaled species. He did not run a resonance session with the monitor. It wasn't his contracted beast. The resonance connection wasn't something he could extend arbitrarily, and he was cautious about the implications of trying. But he ran the breathing while he worked, quietly, not addressed to any particular target. Dust rode on his shoulder, and watched the monitor with what Wei Liang read as neutral attention. The monitor, after the first day, started tracking dust with its eyes. By the third day, it was oriented toward Wei Liang when he entered the recovery pen, which was not standard behavior for animals in depletion recovery. Xingu came to collect it on day 7. The monitor walked to the carrying board under its own power. Its scales were brighter. Its intake for the last 3 days had been strong. Xingu stood in the recovery pen looking at it for a moment. Then he looked at Wei Liang. His expression was the one Wei Liang had catalogued at the assessment arena, not gratitude, not quite. Closer to offense. As if something had been demonstrated that he had not consented to have demonstrated. He said nothing. He took his beast and left. Wei Liang noted. Xingu cares about his animals more than his behavior suggests. He is angry that I made that visible. This will matter later, in a way I can't predict yet. Chapter 9. Your 2 beasts are foundation condensing, Hannah said. Yes. You just reached chi gathering. Yes. That's 2 realms above you. 1 realm above me, Wei Liang said. I'm chi gathering. They're foundation condensing. That's 1 above. Wei Liang. Hannah's voice had the tone it got when she was deciding how directly to say something. Foundation condensing is the 2nd realm. You are in the 1st realm. When they were unranked, they were below you. Now you've advanced once and they're above you. That's not normal. No, he agreed. They were sitting in the supply room at the end of the day shift, Hannah on her usual feed sack and Wei Liang on the floor with dust and towel on. Hannah had come 3 times this week, which was more than her clinic schedule required. which told Wei Liang she was tracking the progression. The sect assessment is in 2 weeks, Hannah said. I know. You qualified to enter now that you're qi gathering. I know. You have 2 beasts at foundation condensing. She paused. The examiner is going to ask how. He's going to ask how I got from unranked to qi gathering with foundation condensing beasts in. What? 12 days of being a stable hand. Yes. Wei Liang considered. He could not explain the mechanism. He knew what he'd observed. The pulse during his advancement, the synchronized change in his beast's signatures, the consistent one-realm offset. He had no framework for why it worked, no cultivation theory that accounted for it, no teacher who had described anything similar. He had the observation and the repeatability. He was fairly certain it would happen again when he advanced to foundation condensing and nothing else. I'll tell the examiner I don't know, he said. Because I don't. Hannah was quiet for a moment. They'll say you cheated. Probably. What do you do if they say that? I tell them the signatures are genuine and wait for them to verify. He looked at Dust, copper-scaled and calm in his lap. If it's genuine, there's nothing to investigate. Either the signatures are real or they're not. They're real. Hannah looked at Talon, which was eyeing her from its perch on Wei Liang's left knee with the particular yellow-eyed intensity of a bird that has decided a person is acceptable company. You're going to enter this assessment with 2 beasts that outrank you in cultivation by a full realm, on a technique you can't explain, and your plan is to be honest about not having an explanation. Yes, that is either very brave or very stubborn. I'm not sure those are different things, Wei Liang said. Hannah made a sound that was not quite a laugh. She looked at Dust, the lizard everyone called worthless. She's foundation condensing. I know. Hannah shook her head. I know she is. She stood, adjusting her healer's case on her shoulder. Come find me after the assessment. I will. She left. Talon watched the doorway after she was gone with the same measuring attention it gave everything it had decided to take seriously. Wei Liang ran the remainder of the evening session, thinking about the assessment. He was not afraid of it, particularly. He was interested in what it would produce. He had been building something. Even if he did not have a name for what he was building, he would find out if the building was real. Chapter 10. The assessment arena on the morning of the outer trial was the same room Wei Liang had stood in twice before, same packed clay floor, same scoring marks, same high windows with their sideways morning light. The candidates were different. Most of them had never met Wei Liang. A few who had been at his second failed assessment recognized him and registered that recognition with the slight recalibration of people who have filed someone as a given quantity and found that quantity has changed. Wei Liang stood in the intake line with Dust on his shoulder and Talon on his left forearm. Talon did not use a leash because the hawk had been explicit about this, in the way hawks are explicit, and Wei Liang had not pushed the point. The beast assessment was the first stage. Each candidate's contracted beasts were evaluated for combat rating, spiritual rank, and contract stability. The ratings fed into the candidate's overall assessment score. The junior examiner at the assessment station was efficient. He'd clearly processed 30 candidates before Wei Liang and had a rhythm. He ran his perception scan, logged the contract signal, reached for his rating chart. He stopped. The chart told him foundation condensing was rank 2. He was reading rank 2. His perception had found rank 2 signatures on both of Wei Liang's beasts. This was not unusual. What was unusual was the cultivator currently holding those beasts, who was presenting as qi gathering, rank 1. He ran the scan again. He got the same result. Candidate, the examiner said. His voice had shifted from professional efficiency to professional caution. These signatures, you're showing qi gathering cultivation, but foundation condensing contracts. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's not. The standard contract ceiling for a qi gathering cultivator is qi gathering. Beasts at foundation condensing would require foundation condensing tamer rank to maintain stable contracts. I'm aware that's the standard model, Wei Liang said. My contracts are stable. You can verify the stability signature. It should show as fully integrated, not stressed. The examiner verified. The stability signature showed fully integrated. He looked at it, then at Wei Liang, then at Dust, then at Talon. How did you? I don't have an explanation for the mechanism, Wei Liang said. I can tell you the contracts are genuine and the cultivation signatures are genuine. If you want to flag it for senior review, I understand. By this point, several other candidates in the line had become aware that something unusual was happening. The assessment queue had stalled. People were listening. Shingu was there. Wei Liang had seen him in the spectator tier when he entered, observing as inner disciples sometimes did at outer trials. He was watching now from the upper rail. His expression was very still, which was different from the offense of the recovery pin. This stillness was the stillness of something being reclassified. The junior examiner flagged the assessment for senior review. The senior examiner's review took 20 minutes. His conclusion was the same as the junior examiner's: genuine signatures, stable contracts, unexplained mechanism. He stamped the intake form with a pending investigation notation and allowed Wei Liang to proceed. In the spectator tier, Shengu turned to the inner disciple beside him and said something in a low voice. The other disciple looked at Wei Liang's back and then at Shengu and nodded. Wei Liang didn't see this. He was thinking about the combat stage, which was next, and what it would require, and how Dust's current capabilities differed from what she'd shown before, and whether Talon would accept commands from him under arena pressure or whether the Hawk would make its own decisions. And if Talon made its own decisions, what those decisions were likely to be. He was still working through this when the announcement called his bracket. Chapter 11. The commotion around Wei Liang's assessment intake had drawn a crowd by the time the senior examiner's review wrapped up, and the crowd meant that Wei Liang was the visible thing in the room rather than one of 30 candidates. He was aware of this without letting it affect his preparation. Visibility had costs and potential uses. He filed both. He was standing at the edge of the intake area, waiting for the bracket announcement, when he became aware of someone watching him from outside the standard attention radius. The woman was old, genuinely old, the kind of old that careful cultivation could postpone but not entirely prevent once the years accumulated past a certain point. She was dressed in traveling clothes, good quality but worn in, and she had a merchant's ID tag at her collar that identified her as a licensed beast trader. She was standing near the arena entrance, slightly apart from the general crowd, and she had the stillness of someone who had practiced not being noticed. What told Wei Liang she was watching specifically him, rather than the general spectacle, was Dust. Dust, on his shoulder, had gone still in the particular way it went still when it was paying close attention to something it had not encountered before. Not the flat-scale danger signal. The patient, measuring stillness of thorough observation. Wei Liang glanced at the woman without making the glance obvious. She was watching the way the pulse moved between him and Dust, the faint warmth, the synchronized rhythm, the things that were visible if you knew what to look for. She had the expression of someone who had just found something they did not expect to find and were rapidly revising a framework. She went very still. He saw her mouth form words, quiet, not addressed to anyone present. He was too far to hear, but he read the shape. Something about technique, something about impossible, something about burning. Her eyes were sharp in a way that older eyes sometimes were, not diminished by age but clarified by it. Then she covered the reaction. The composure settled back over her face with the ease of someone who had been managing their expressions professionally for decades. She turned, moved toward the exit at a pace that was not hurrying but was not browsing either. She was gone before Wei Liang had processed what he'd observed. He filed it. Traveling beast merchant. Old, experienced, with a reaction to his resonance technique that suggested she recognized something. What she'd recognized, and whether she would resurface, were unknowable at this point. The bracket announcement called his name. He let the observation settle to the back of his mind and went to fight. The combat stage was exactly what it should be. His opponent was a foundation condensing cultivator with a standard combat pair, a fire hound and a rock boar, both appropriately ranked. The pairing was supposed to give the opponent the advantage of matching beast tier. It gave Talon 12 seconds to end the fight. The hawk came off Wei Liang's arm in a motion that was more like weather than combat, sudden, high-angled, with the distinctive pre-impact whistle of a storm hawk's wing configuration at speed. The firehound spun to track the aerial threat. The rock boar went low. Talon didn't commit to either target. It circled, fast enough to force both animals into constant reorientation, and then, when the firehound's head was turned at maximum, dove for the rock boar. One impact. Clean. The boar went down and didn't get back up. The firehound, now without its combat partner, made one charge toward Wei Liang. Dust, who had not moved from Wei Liang's shoulder during the aerial engagement, dropped from his shoulder to the arena floor, spread her copper scales in the first threat display Wei Liang had ever seen her produce, and looked at the firehound. The firehound stopped running. Foundation condensing, meeting foundation condensing, and something beyond the rank difference in the quality of attention Dust was directing at it. The firehound sat down. Wei Liang placed first in his bracket without taking a hit. Afterward, in the waiting area, the opponent who had faced his combination looked at Dust for a long moment and said, "Is that lizard intelligent?" It wasn't quite a question. It was the noise people made when their categories were being rearranged. Wei Liang said, "Yes." He didn't elaborate. The spectator tier was fuller than it had been at the start of the day. Chapter 12. The investigation flag from his intake assessment came due at the end of day 1, when the outer trial paused between stages and the committee convened to review outstanding procedural questions. Wei Liang waited in the candidates area while this happened. He ran a quiet session, shortened, not the full 30 minutes, just enough to maintain the connection quality that the morning's fight had slightly stressed. Talon had performed well and returned to his arm with what he read as satisfaction. Dust had been effortlessly composed, which was its baseline. The investigation was straightforward in its conclusion. The signatures were genuine, the technique unknown, the advancement mechanism unexplained but not evidence of fraud. What produced the argument was the third committee member, who had a different theory. He heard about this later from Chun Bao, who he had not yet met, but whose role in the committee would become relevant. The third committee member's position was, the signatures being genuine didn't mean the mechanism was legitimate. There were techniques, some of them prohibited, that could temporarily elevate a beast's signature without a stable underlying advancement. The stability reading could be falsified by a sufficiently skilled practitioner. The response to this was, Wei Liang's cultivation was qi gathering. Producing a falsified stable signature on two foundation condensing beasts required foundation condensing cultivation at minimum, and more likely soul realm or above. A qi gathering cultivator could not produce that forgery. The third committee member said, or he had outside help. The response to this was that there was no evidence of outside help, that the signatures were consistent in a way that suggested organic development rather than artificial intervention, and that denying a candidate based on unsubstantiated suspicion was not permitted under the sect's procedural rules. The vote was 2-1. Wei Liang passed. He was in the combat stage final bracket when the committee's decision was conveyed to the arena floor. He did not know yet who had cast the deciding vote. He was thinking about the upcoming fight, which was against a different opponent than the first days. A candidate who had advanced through 2 rounds and who had, by the reports Wei Liang had pieced together from the waiting area conversation, good spatial awareness and aggressive positioning. He adjusted his approach for spatial awareness and aggressive positioning and waited for the match. The fight lasted 42 seconds and ended when Talon demonstrated that spatial awareness was much less useful if you could not track an aerial target moving at 40 meters per second. Wei Liang placed first in the tournament. He stood in the center of the arena while the announcement ran, Talon on his left arm and dust on his shoulder, with the spectator tears noise around him, and thought, this is the first time I've been in a room full of people who are looking at me instead of past me. He was not sure what to do with this yet. He decided to do nothing specific and let the information accumulate. Chapter 13 Elder Chun Bao was not what the word elder implied. He was 60, which in a cultivation environment where a successful cultivator might live to 300 mint, he was approaching the middle portion of an active career. He had the build of someone who had spent 40 of those 60 years doing physical work with animals. Compact, dense, with the particular calluses that formed on the hands of beast handlers, and the specific quality of attention that came from decades of reading nonverbal communication from non-human sources. He found Wei Liang in the preparation area after the tournament results were posted and introduced himself directly, which was not how the senior to junior dynamic usually worked in Iron Fang. Jin Bao, I'm on the assessment committee. I voted to pass you. I gathered, Wei Liang said. Thank you. Don't thank me. I didn't do it to be nice. I did it because your signatures were clean and the third member was applying a suspicion standard that isn't in the procedures manual. He looked at Dust, then at Talon, with the professional attention of a veteran handler. You understand that this isn't over. The pending investigation flag doesn't disappear because the tournament passed. I understand. Senior Shingu filed a supplemental report this morning claiming your performance in the combat stages was inconsistent with your stated cultivation level and requesting a secondary assessment. He paused. He's not wrong that it was inconsistent. He is wrong about what that means. Wei Liang looked at the veteran. You know what it means. It wasn't a question. Chen Bao had 40 years of beast handling. He had watched Wei Liang's resonance technique. However briefly, during the intake review, he had voted to pass. I know something exists that I don't have a complete explanation for, Chen Bao said. That's a smaller claim. I'm not in the business of making large claims from partial information. He crossed his arms. What I know is that your contracts are stable, your beasts are genuinely advanced, and your ability in the arena today wasn't fraudulent. What I don't know is the mechanism. He looked at Wei Liang directly. Are you going to tell me the mechanism? I can describe what I observe, Wei Liang said. I can't explain it. When I advance, a pulse moves through my contracts. After the pulse, my beasts are one realm above my new rank. The pulse is genuine. It happens from my cultivation core. I haven't found anyone who's seen it described in any text I've had access to. Chen Bao was quiet for a moment. And if I tell you to stop it? I can't stop it, Wei Liang said. I don't initiate it deliberately. It happens during advancement. Another pause. You'll be assigned to the outer compound, Chen Bao said finally. You'll have limited access to the sect's cultivation resources until the investigation closes, which could be months. Xingu has standing in the sect, and the committee member who voted against you has access to administrative channels. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. I'm telling you this so you're not surprised. I appreciate that. Bao nodded. He turned to leave, then paused. One question. The stable master said you treated Xingu's monitor lizard on your own time, outside the care protocol. Yes. Why? Because it needed treatment and the authorized protocol had been declined. Bao looked at him for a moment longer than the question seemed to require. Right, he said. Then he left. Wei Liang stood in the preparation area and processed the conversation. An ally of uncertain extent. A hostile report from Xingu. An administrative process that would constrain him for months. Limited resources. Outer compound. He thought. These are the constraints. Everything else is what I do within them. Chapter 14. The outer disciple compound at Iron Fong was functional rather than comfortable. Barrack-style rooms, a shared training courtyard, a communal dining hall that served adequate food at the right intervals. It was the physical expression of a sect that had resources for its inner disciples and provided minimum sufficient conditions for everyone else. Wei Liang arrived with his personal effects, which were modest, and found his assigned room, which was shared. 3 other occupants had already established their positions in the space. Bunks selected, organizational habits visible in the arrangement of their belongings. 2 of them glanced up when he entered and looked away again in the fast calibration of people who had assessed him as no particular threat or benefit. The third was sitting in the corner with a bag pulled close to her chest and the expression of someone trying to take up as little space as possible. She was small, mid-teens, Wei Liang estimated, with quick dark eyes that moved to him when he entered and moved away again almost immediately. She was wearing outer disciple basics, the standard compound issue, but they didn't fit right. The proportions slightly off in the way that mass-issued clothing was often slightly off. Wei Liang put his belongings on the remaining bunk. He looked at the girl. She was watching the door with the specific attention of someone measuring distance to an exit. He thought, this person is in a situation they are not certain they're supposed to be in. He let this settle for a moment, and then went back to unpacking. Dust rode on his shoulder. Talon had been given temporary permission to use the outdoor perch in the compound yard. Stormhawks required open air and would check in at intervals. The girl watched Dust with an expression that shifted from the exit measuring wariness to something different. Cautious interest, the kind that had been suppressed by the wariness but was stronger than the wariness would have preferred. Earth-scaled lizard, the girl said, finally, in a voice pitched to be deniable if he didn't respond. Yes, Wei Liang said. They don't usually have copper in their scales. That's a mutation. It developed recently. He looked at the girl. What's your name? She told him it was Rin. She told him this with the slight hesitation of someone who had been using false names recently and had to check which one was true. Wei Liang said, All right, Rin. Why do you know about Earth-scaled lizard mutations? The question was not aggressive, just direct. Rin looked at him for a moment to determine if it was a trap. Apparently concluded it wasn't. My family traded in lower-tier beasts, she said. Before. She stopped, which indicated before was a complicated word. I worked in the market stalls. You learn to read physical markers. Useful skill. Not useful enough, she said, with the flatness of someone who has run that calculation and gotten a clear result. Wei Liang finished arranging his belongings. He sat down on his bunk and ran a check on Dust's contract connection, which was a brief internal scan he did several times a day to confirm the signature stability. He had been doing this since the advancement, quietly, making sure the pattern was consistent. He thought about what Bao had said. Limited resources, an investigation that could run for months, a hostile report from a senior disciple. He thought about the girl across the room who was in a situation she was not certain she was supposed to be in. He thought, that's not my problem. He also thought, she knows beast markets. She reads physical markers. She's hiding something she's afraid to admit, and she's been functional enough to make it to the outer compound without being caught. He thought, that's actually several useful things, if she chooses to develop them. He did not say any of this. He sat on his bunk and was present in the room, which sometimes was the most useful thing you could do when someone was deciding whether they were safe. After a while, Rin's grip on her bag relaxed slightly. She did not move from her corner, but the bag was no longer between herself and the room. Chapter 15. The advancement to core formation came on the 14th day of his outer disciple assignment. Wei Liang had been waiting for it in the objective sense. He knew it was approaching, had felt the cultivation consolidating over the previous week, and had arranged accordingly. He'd booked the compound's private training room for a 4-hour block, had asked Hannah to be available, and had spent the morning session with Dust and Talon preparing them in some way he couldn't precisely define, sinking the resonance depth to the level it reached only in the longest and most complete sessions. He advanced while sitting in the training room with both beasts in contact, Dust in his lap, Talon on the floor beside him. The pulse was larger than at Qi gathering. It moved through both contracts in the way he had come to recognize, warm and inward-outward, carrying the energetic overflow of his advancement through the contract threads. He felt Dust receive it, and felt Talon receive it, and felt both of them process it in their particular ways. Dust with the patient depth that had always characterized it, Talon with the quick, fierce completeness that characterized everything Talon did. Then the cost hit. He had double depleted at Qi gathering and recovered in an evening. This was not that. The drain was the equivalent of 2 core formation breakthroughs in rapid succession, which was past the safe depletion threshold for someone at core formation by approximately 50%. He registered this as an abstract fact first, the way you register bad weather as information before you feel it, and then as something physical. His spiritual core was wrung dry, and the physical body that had been supported by that core for the duration of the advancement was suddenly, completely, very tired. He kept himself upright through willpower and then didn't bother and lay down on the training room floor. He looked at the ceiling. Dust moved from his lap to beside his head. Talon moved to the other side. He could feel them both through the contracts. Soul realm now. Both of them. The signatures larger and more complex than foundation condensing had been. He ran the check. Stable. Fully integrated. Hannah opened the training room door, saw him on the floor, and came in. "I'm fine," he said. "You're on the floor." "I'm fine on the floor." She crouched beside him and ran the healer's assessment. She did when she was actually worried rather than when she was performing appropriate concern. Her hands were efficient, the check quick. She said, "Your reserves are at 30%. That's depletion adjacent." "I know. You planned for this." "I planned for the possibility of it," he said. The math suggested the cost would scale. The cost scaled. Yes. She sat down beside him, cross-legged, and looked at Dust and Talon flanking him on the floor. Soul realm signatures, both of them. Her perception was sufficient to detect broad signatures, and she read them clearly. Soul realm, she said. It was the third realm. He was core formation, the second. One realm above. The offset had maintained. Yes. She was quiet for a moment, running her own calculation. "You're going to advance slower than everyone around you," she said. "Yes. The cost doubles each time. I calculated it out. If this ratio holds at higher realms, I'll be running on full depletion for 2 to 3 days after each advancement. That's a tactical vulnerability." "Yes." He looked at the ceiling. "It's also why my beast will always be a realm ahead of anyone at my cultivation level." Hannah sat with this. He could hear her thinking. She thought with a specific quality of silence that he had learned to read over years of proximity. "You're building something," she said. "I'm building something," he confirmed. "I don't know the whole shape of it yet." She said, "No beast runs toward fire twice." Then, when he looked at her, "You said that to the monitor lizard's handler last week. Animals learn from cost. You're learning what the cost is." He thought about this. "Yes," he said. "That's correct." They sat on the training room floor together while he recovered, Dust on one side and Talon on the other, and neither of them said anything for a while, which was the right response to information that needed time to settle. Chapter 16. Shun Gu requested the match the morning after Wei Liang returned to compound rotation following his depletion recovery. The request was formal, submitted through the Outer Compounds Challenge Board, which was the correct channel for inter-rank sparring requests. The framing was educational. Senior inner disciple requesting practice session with outer disciple recruit showing unusual cultivation patterns for assessment purposes. Wei Liang read the request on the compound board and thought, he wants information. This is a data-gathering operation, not a dominance exercise. He wants to see my beasts in controlled conditions so he can update the picture he's building. He accepted. The training courtyard drew an audience without anyone officially notifying anyone. Word moved through small communities by natural processes, and the word in this case was that the Outer Compound's strange new arrival was going to spar with Senior Shun, which promised to be either instructive or definitional, depending on how it went. Wei Liang brought Dust and Talon. Shingu arrived with his fire-scaled hound and wind wolf, both at core formation, which was, as Wei Liang had noted, one realm below his beast's current soul realm status. The framing of a spar required both parties to open with verbal acknowledgement. Shingu's acknowledgement was courteous and precise. Wei Liang's was the same. Then Shingu said, "Your beasts are soul realm. I've confirmed this independently. Your core formation." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "When you advanced from foundation condensing to core formation, they advanced from foundation condensing to soul realm." "Correct." And before that, from qi gathering to foundation condensing, they advanced from unranked to foundation condensing. The mechanism appears consistent, Wei Liang said. Xingu looked at him for a moment. I'm not going to defeat you in a spar. Your beasts outrank mine by a full realm. I know that. Then why accept the match format? Because I wanted to see how you fight, Xingu said. And because I wanted you to see how I fight. I've been told that's not how information exchange is supposed to work between inner and outer rank, but I'm choosing to do it anyway. He looked at Dust, then at Talon. Begin when you're ready. The match lasted less than 2 minutes. What it produced was not a comprehensive picture of Xingu's capabilities. He knew better than to reveal those against a superior force, but it did show Wei Liang the following. Xingu had good spatial management under pressure. His beast responded to command signals at a delay that suggested trained reflexes rather than genuine coordination. And his fallback pattern when overmatched was to protect his animals rather than sacrifice them for tactical advantage. This last observation was the most interesting one. Wei Liang acknowledged the match and dismissed his beasts to the courtyard perimeter. Xingu looked at him. His beasts were fine. Talon hadn't made contact. Dust had made exactly as much contact as was required to establish dominance, and no more. He said, "You're holding back." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "So are you." A silence. "I filed the supplemental report," Xingu said. "I want you to know that directly rather than through whatever channel you hear things through." "I know. I'm not retracting it." "I didn't ask you to," Wei Liang said. "You have a position that follows from a consistent set of premises. I have a different set of premises. The investigation will resolve it one way or another." Xingu looked at him with the expression that had been developing since the recovery pin. The cold recognition, reclassifying, recalibrating. "You're not angry." "No. Most people would be angry. I cataloged the information when you filed it," Wei Liang said. "Being angry would mean spending resources on a reaction instead of on the problem. The problem is the investigation, not you specifically." Xingu said nothing. He gathered his beasts and left the courtyard. The audience dispersed. Wei Liang stood for a moment in the emptied yard, thinking. He had a better picture of Xingu now than he'd had before. The man's priorities were clear. Information over dominance, genuine care for his animals underneath the clinical training doctrine, a consistency that made him predictable in the way principled people were predictable. He would be a problem for as long as his current premises held. He might stop being a problem if the premises changed. That was a long-range possibility, not a current plan. He filed it and went back to the compound. Chapter 17. The pregnant beast in the high-value stable was a windscale horse, a high-tier animal, significantly more valuable than anything Wei Liang normally worked with, maintained in the premium sector that his access level did not technically cover. It had gone into distress at the start of the 3rd trimester, which had prompted the senior handlers to run the standard protocols, which had not resolved the distress. The stable master came to the outer compound looking for Wei Liang specifically, which told Wei Liang that the situation had exceeded what the senior handlers were willing to handle. "She's targeting anything that comes near," the stable master said. "Training handlers, taming staff, 3 of the senior beast specialists. Nobody's been hurt yet, but it's a matter of time." "What's the reading on her spiritual signature?" Wei Liang asked. "Elevated, unstable. The senior specialist thinks it's related to the foal. Something about the spiritual development in the late stage producing resonance interference with the mother." Wei Liang thought about this. A beast in late pregnancy, 3rd trimester, with spiritual development in the foal producing interference. If the foal's emerging spiritual signature was mismatched with the mother's body would read it as a foreign spiritual presence, potential threat, not offspring. The aggression made sense as a response to a threat she couldn't locate and couldn't expel. "I need to go in without restraints," Wei Liang said. The stable master looked at him for a moment. "She's been throwing handlers." "I know. Restraints will confirm the threat reading. I need to go in without them." The stable master said, "Don't get hurt." Which was, as established, yes. The high-value stable was 3 times the size of the back pen and smelled strongly of the mineral-sharp scent of a beast whose spiritual output was elevated and unstable. The windscale horse was at the far end, large, pale-coated, with the particular movement of an animal that was everywhere simultaneously in its head, even while standing still. It had thrown the last handler into the partition wall, which had left a visible impact mark. Wei Liang left Talon outside. He took Dust on his shoulder. He walked in and sat down on the floor at the entrance. Not near the horse. Not even in the center of the space. Just inside the door, where the horse could see him clearly and had maximum physical space between them. He ran the breathing. He did not extend the resonance toward the horse. He just ran it between himself and Dust, steady and warm. The rhythm they had established over 4 years of daily sessions. the quality of the space around him, the specific atmospheric effect of two beings in deep resonance, was something he had noticed beasts responding to without being targeted. Not compulsion, not influence, just a presence that read as different from threat. The horse's threat state is driven by spiritual interference, he thought. What it needs is not dominance. It needs a contrast signal, something external and calm and not interfering. He ran the session. 15 minutes in, the horse stopped its constant movement. 20 minutes in, it was standing still, orienting toward Wei Liang without the aggressive body posture. At 30 minutes, Wei Liang rose slowly and walked toward the center of the space. Not toward the horse, just closer. The horse watched him. Its breathing had deepened. He sat down again in the center and continued. The birthing began at the 40-minute mark and ran for 2 hours, which was slightly longer than the veterinary charts suggested for this species, but within normal range. Wei Liang maintained the session the entire time, adjusting his own rhythm to stay below the threshold of the horse's awareness of him as a separate presence. The foal was born healthy. The mother, for reasons that the 3 senior handlers watching through the viewing window would report as inexplicable, settled immediately after the birth and allowed the standard postpartum checks. The stable master came to Wei Liang afterward and said, "I don't know what you did." Wei Liang said, "I was present and consistent." The stable master looked at him with the expression of a practical man encountering information he wasn't sure how to file. Then he nodded and went back to his office. 3 elders who had been in the viewing gallery said nothing to Wei Liang's face. He noted this as information also. Chapter 18. The river serpent was dying at the base of Iron Fong Mountain on a Tuesday, which he discovered because Talon had been ranging on the evening currents above the lower mountain face and returned with a behavioral signal he had learned to read as something significant, not threat. He found it in the drainage channel where the mountain's runoff pooled before flowing to the lower village. It was perhaps 4 meters long, with the characteristic blue-gray scales of a river serpent's adult phase, and it was alive in the way something was alive when it had decided to stay alive despite evidence that this decision was not well supported. Its previous contract signal was visible in the faint tracking mark at the base of its neck, the standard spiritual seal, and the seal was broken, which meant the tamer had voided the contract deliberately. You voided a contract deliberately when you no longer wanted the animal. The euphemism was release. The practical reality was that a contracted beast released into the wild without preparation had approximately the same survival rate as a contracted beast abandoned. Wei Liang sat beside the channel and ran a non-contact resonance check. Not full session depth, just enough to read the broad signature. The serpent's spiritual core was intact but depleted. The injuries were treatable. The psychological state of an animal that had been abandoned by its tamer was not something the resonance check could quantify, but its behavioral presentation described it clearly enough. He thought, "I have 2 beasts and the resonance sessions already feel like having a 3-way conversation where I'm the only one talking." He thought, "The contract ceiling I'm currently managing is 2 beasts, for would push the practical limit." He thought, "It's dying on a Tuesday, and it decided to keep living." He made the contract. The process was slower than Talon's had been. The serpent was depleted, and the contract negotiation couldn't be rushed past its physical capacity to engage with it. But the baseline was the same. Not submission, but something more like agreement, the recognition of 2 parties who had both decided to be in this. Wei Liang named it current. He spent the next 2 hours beside the channel, running an extended session, 2 contracts now plus the new third one warming in its initial integration, and thought about the upper limit of what he was building. 7. He had decided at some point. He had no theoretical basis for this number. It was the one that felt like the edge of the conversation rather than past it. For contracts he could manage by feel. 7 was the outer boundary of the architecture. He thought, 3 more, then. After current recovers. He thought, I don't know yet what those 3 will be. I'll know them when I find them. Current scales, as the session ran, began to show the first signs of recovery, the color returning from the dull, depleted gray to the saturated blue of a healthy river serpent. It was slow. It would take days. Wei Liang sat with it until the light failed, then carried it on his back up the mountain path to the compound, which took an hour and which several people saw and did not comment on because by this point the outer compound had adjusted its expectations for what Wei Liang considered normal. Chapter 19. Chun Bao called him in at the end of the month. The meeting was in the veteran's private office at the compound edge, a functional room with documentation stacked in organized piles and a window overlooking the training yard. Chun Bao had not given Wei Liang any indication this meeting was coming. It was simply a note left at the compound board. Wei Liang, my office, after afternoon rounds. Wei Liang went. Chun Bao was seated behind his documentation piles. He did not look up immediately, which was the specific kind of non-greeting that meant the person was collecting their thoughts rather than being rude. Wei Liang sat in the offered chair and waited. Chen Bao said, "How's the serpent?" "Recovering," Wei Liang said. "Signature is stabilizing. 3 more days." "For beasts." 3 at the moment," Wei Liang said. "Dust and Talon and Current. There's a shadow fox in the lower stable that has been orienting toward my sessions for 2 weeks. I haven't made the contract yet." Chen Bao looked at him. "Why haven't you?" "The investigation is still open. Adding a 4th contract while it's running gives the committee additional material to review." Chen Bao said, "That's a reasonable tactical decision." He paused. "It's also a constraint on something you do otherwise." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "This system constrains things," Chen Bao said. He said it without inflection, as a factual statement about the environment. "You've understood that from the beginning, which is why you've been managing visibility deliberately." He looked at the documentation on his desk. "You're creating something that this system has categories for that don't fit it. When the system encounters something it can't categorize, it defaults to the nearest existing category. The nearest existing category for a tamer with cultivation exceeding beasts is fraud or threat." He looked up. "You know this." "I know this," Wei Liang said. "What I'm telling you," Chen Bao said, "is that the arithmetic gets worse before it gets better. You're building value in a system built to extract value. Right now you're useful. Your stable work is good, your beast handling is demonstrably excellent, and you've solved 2 problems the senior staff couldn't solve. That usefulness buys you operational space." He paused. "It does not buy you safety. Those are different things," Wei Liang said. "When does usefulness stop buying space?" "When the thing you've built is large enough to be worth more to someone else than you are to this sect." Chen Bao's voice was still completely flat, completely informational. "At that point you'll have a period, short, maybe weeks, where the calculation is being run. After that period, you'll be a problem to be solved or an asset to be claimed. There's no 3rd category in this system." Wei Liang looked at the training yard through the window. Talon was on the outdoor perch, preening with the methodical attention it gave personal maintenance. "What would you do?" Wei Liang asked. "In this situation?" Chen Bao said, "Wrong question. I never had this situation." He looked at Wei Liang steadily. "But I've watched people navigate situations adjacent to it. The ones who survived all understood one thing. You have to decide, now, before the pressure arrives, what you will not give up regardless of the offered trade. Because the trade is coming, and it's going to be appealing, and the thing they'll offer to take is the thing you built this for." Wei Liang said, "The bonds." "Yes. I won't trade those," Wei Liang said. He said it the way he said things he had already decided, without emphasis, because emphasis was for uncertainty. Chen Bao looked at him for a moment. He said, "Good. Then you know you're non-negotiable. Everything else is tactics." He returned to his documentation. Wei Liang stood, understood the meeting was complete, and left. Outside, Talon came off the perch and landed on his left arm without being called. Chapter 20. The quarterly demonstration was a ritual. Iron Fong held one each season, ostensibly to showcase outer disciple progress for potential institutional patrons, representatives from allied formations, trade organizations, and other sects who maintained relationships with Iron Fong. In practice, it was a visibility event, a way for the sect to demonstrate the quality of its cultivator pipeline, for disciples to establish early connections, and for the occasional unusual talent to be identified. Wei Liang had been in the outer compound for 8 weeks. The demonstration's organizers assigned him a 5-minute slot in the middle program with a notation that he should demonstrate basic taming competency with contracted beast pair. They clearly meant Dust and Talon, his original pair. The notation had the quality of something written by a committee member who preferred things to be what they appeared to be. Wei Liang appeared at the demonstration with all 4 beasts. Dust on his left shoulder, copper-scaled. Talon on his right arm, full storm hawk, wingspan notable in an enclosed space. Current moving in the slow spiral pattern of a river serpent at ease, following at his left side. Still, the shadow fox he had contracted 3 days prior, after the investigation flag had been formally reduced from active to pending review, present and not quite visible in the way shadow foxes were present, its edges uncertain. The organizer who was managing the program saw Wei Liang's full complement and had a moment that was visible in his face, the rapid recalibration between what had been planned and what was actually standing in front of him. Wei Liang said, "I'll need 6 minutes rather than 5. The organizer said, "All right." The program ran. When Wei Liang's slot came, he walked to the demonstration floor and ran a condensed version of his morning session. 30 minutes compressed to 6, the resonance synchronized, the four beasts moving in the formation geometry that had developed naturally over weeks of daily sessions together. Dust anchoring at floor level. Talon slow circling at ceiling height. Current in the perimeter sweep. Still doing what shadow foxes did when they were comfortable, which was to exist at the edges of visual certainty and reconfirm periodically. The formation had no tactical name. Wei Liang had not assigned one. It was simply what they did when they were together and alert and functioning at full connection. To the audience, it looked like something that required significant cultivation mastery to produce. The room was silent for 3 seconds when it concluded. Then it was not silent. Wei Liang stood in the center of the demonstration floor with dust on his shoulder and thought. This was visible. I intended it to be visible. Visibility at this level produces consequences I haven't mapped yet. The consequences will arrive faster than I'd like. He was correct. 3 sect representatives requested private meetings before the demonstration ended. He accepted all 3 requests provisionally and went back to the compound. The bird messenger arrived at the compound entrance 2 hours after the demonstration, while Wei Liang was running the evening session in the training yard. One of the junior disciples brought it to him. He unrolled the message. It was short, a single line of careful handwriting, the characters precise, the paper high quality. I know what your technique is called. MQ. He stared at the initials. The old woman from the assessment crowd. The traveling beast merchant with the cultivator's perception and the careful composure and the reaction she had covered before leaving. She had been gone before he'd processed what he'd seen in her face. MQ. He didn't know her name. He had never asked. She had left before he had the presence of mind to ask. MQ. She knew what his technique was called. That meant she knew a name. That meant there was a name. That meant his technique existed somewhere in the historical record, in some form, in something that could be called by a name. Talon made the information sound, the slightly warmer one, from the perch overhead. Wei Liang looked at the message for a long time in the training yard, with his 4 beasts around him and the evening birds going past overhead, and thought, someone placed the egg in the tournament knowing I'd be there. Someone watched me at the assessment and recognized what she saw. Someone has been tracking this situation. The consequences had arrived. Chapter 21. The private meeting with Elder Zhao Mian happened 2 days after the demonstration, in a room the Golden Summit representative had arranged at the Lower Mountain Guest House. Comfortable, neutral territory, the kind of space that communicated that the person who arranged it understood hospitality as a tool. Zhao Mian was not what the title elder typically suggested. He was perhaps 50, with the particular fitness of a cultivator who maintained physical condition as a philosophical position, and he wore Golden Summit's colors in a way that was cultivated rather than habitual. He received Wei Liang with the warmth of a man who had done the research and liked what the research had returned. Wei Liang, he said, your demonstration yesterday was the most interesting thing I've watched in 3 years of circuit visits. Thank you, Wei Liang said. He sat where he was offered to sit. Dust was on his shoulder. He had left the others at the compound, not because they were required to stay, but because 4 beasts in a meeting room was a statement rather than a presence, and he was still gathering information about what kind of statement was appropriate here. Zhao Mian said, I want to offer you a relationship that benefits both of us. Let me be direct about my interests before asking about yours, which I find is a better opening than the version where I pretend I don't have interests. I appreciate that, Wei Liang said. Golden Summit is 3 years away from a succession question. Our current sect master's political coalition is stable, but will not be in 3 years. I have been building an alternative coalition, and I need a cultivator of unusual demonstrated ability as a central exhibit. He paused. You understand that central exhibit is a political role with genuine benefits and genuine limitations. What are the benefits? Wei Liang asked. Sect protection, access to Golden Summit's cultivation resources, which are significantly better than Iron Fang's outer compound. A patron relationship that insulates you from the investigation currently running against you. I have relationships with the committee members and the weight to close it. Zhao Mian paused. And information. I know people and structures you don't have access to. Things about your technique that you haven't been able to learn from your current resources. Wei Liang filed that last point. He said, what are the limitations? You become associated with my political coalition, which is a liability if the coalition loses. You have obligations to Golden Summit's institutional interests that may sometimes conflict with your personal priorities. Zhao Mian's tone was the same throughout, matter of fact, the tone of an honest transaction. And I will, at times, ask you to be visible in ways that serve my agenda. Wei Liang looked at the elder for a moment. What are you afraid of? He said. Zhao Mian paused. It was a small pause, the kind that you produced when a question had found something real before you had prepared a response for it. His composure recovered quickly. He was a political operator, Composure was professional equipment, but the pause had existed. I'm afraid, Zhao Mian said carefully, that the thing you're building is larger than either of us fully understands yet, and that in the absence of a political framework to operate within, it will be consumed by the frameworks that already exist. Wei Liang thought about Chun Bao's word, asset to be claimed. I'll consider it, he said. I want to be clear about my non-negotiables before I give you an answer. Zhao Mian said, of course. The technique stays mine. The bonds stay mine. I don't demonstrate on demand for political purposes, and I don't compromise a beast bond for a tactical advantage someone else identifies. He paused. Everything else I can negotiate. Zhao Mian looked at him with the expression of someone recalibrating the kind of cultivator they were dealing with. He said, those terms are acceptable. Let me know your answer within the week. Wei Liang stood. Dust shifted on his shoulder to maintain balance. One more question, Wei Liang said. The message I received last night, MQ. A beast merchant who recognized my technique. Do you know who that is? Zhao Mian's expression moved in a way he didn't quite catch before it was controlled. That is one of the pieces of information I was referencing, he said. Come to Golden Summit, and I'll tell you what I know. Wei Liang left the meeting and walked back up the mountain to the compound, thinking about Zhao Mian's fear, which was real, and Zhao Mian's offer, which was also real, and the way they both pointed at the same thing. The thing Wei Liang was building was visible enough now that other people were planning around it. Chapter 22. Hannah arrived at Iron Fong with her healer certification 3 days after the demonstration, which told Wei Liang she had been planning to come regardless of what the certification result was. She appeared at the compound gate with her case on her shoulder and the expression of someone who has made a decision and is operating from it rather than examining it. He met her at the gate and showed her to the compound, and she looked at everything with the specific attention of someone conducting an assessment while appearing to be doing something else. You look better than you did during the core formation recovery, she said. Your reserves are back. 4 days ago, he said. Full recovery. 4 beasts now. She was looking at current, which had positioned itself near Wei Liang's left foot in the way it tended to do in new environments. Close, not obtrusive. 3 before the demonstration, 4 as of 2 days prior. He paused. There's a shadow fox. Hannah looked at Still, who was approximately visible at the edge of the common area. The shadow fox. Her name is Still. Of course it is. Hannah set her case down in the room Wei Liang had arranged for her, an exchange with the compound administration that had cost him 2 months of evening stable rotation, and looked at Talon on the perch above the window. Talon regarded her with the provisional acceptable expression it had given her since their first meeting. Talon looks bigger. Soul Realm does that, Wei Liang said. The spiritual density changes the physical scale. I've been reading about that. Beast cultivation effects on physical form. She turned from the window. Wei Liang. 5 is the next number. Yes. You're going to get yourself killed. She said this in the tone she used for things she had said before and intended to keep saying. Not argument, notation. Probably not, he said. The probability isn't 0. No, he agreed. It isn't. She looked at him for a moment. Tell me about MQ. He told her about the message. She listened with her full attention, which was the kind of listening that was already sorting implications while the surface of it was taking in information. Someone who recognized your technique has been tracking you, she said when he finished. And knows what it's called, Wei Liang said. Which means it has a name. Which means it's in a record somewhere. Zhao Mian knows who it is. He implied it. He used it as a demonstration that going to Golden Summit would give me access to information I couldn't get here. Hannah sat down on the edge of the bunk and looked at the floor for a moment. Then, are you going to accept his offer? I'm weighing it, Wei Liang said. The protection is real. The resources are real. The political exposure is also real. He paused. Chen Bao said the system will try to classify me. Whatever classification I get determines the next 5 years. Zhao Mian's offer is, at minimum, an opportunity to influence the classification rather than receive it. Hannah said, and the cost. I become associated with a political coalition. I'm visible in ways that serve someone else's agenda at intervals. He looked at Talon. The bonds stay mine. That's the non-negotiable. She was quiet for a moment. You have 4 beasts at Soul Realm, she said. Your core formation. The demonstration made you visible. Zhao Mian is offering political cover in exchange for being your patron. She looked at him. You're going to say yes. Probably, he agreed. Then say yes carefully, she said. And take me with you. Wei Liang looked at her. She looked back with the expression of someone who had made a decision they were not in the process of reconsidering. I wasn't going to leave you here, he said. I know, she said. I was clarifying. Chapter 23. The investigation flag produced its first concrete consequence 10 days after the demonstration, when the sect council formally convened on the question of Wei Liang's contract anomaly. Xingu's supplemental report had accumulated supporting documentation from 3 other inner disciples who had witnessed the demonstration and submitted their own assessments. The picture they built was internally consistent. A cultivator at core formation maintaining beasts at soul realm through a mechanism that violated standard beast contract theory. Chun Bao's counterposition was the same as it had been from the beginning. The signatures were genuine, the stability was verified, and contract regulations explicitly addressed forced advancement. The mechanism of compelling a beast's advancement before the natural threshold, not synchronized advancement, which was a different phenomenon that the regulations did not cover. Xingu's argument to the council was precise. Whether or not current regulations addressed synchronized advancement, the principle underlying the regulations, that beasts exceeding their tamer's rank created instability, applied. The regulation gap was not evidence that the practice was permitted, it was evidence that the regulation was incomplete. Wei Liang attended the council session and said nothing until he was asked to speak. When he was asked to speak, he said, "My beast's signatures are stable. If you test them, they will test stable. The technique produces genuine advancement in my contracted animals. I can't explain the mechanism, but I can demonstrate the signatures repeatedly under whatever verification conditions the council requires." The council voted to investigate rather than restrict. The vote was 3-2. Temporarily, Wei Liang's beasts were impounded for a formal assessment. Not confiscated, not separated from his contracts, simply brought into the sect's formal assessment facilities for 3 days of documentation. He did not argue with this. The impoundment was, practically, 3 days without his beasts. He spent those 3 days running a version of his morning sessions in the empty training yard, which was strange and specifically unpleasant in a way he noted as information about what he had built. The silence in his awareness where 4 contract threads usually maintained their steady presences was not painful. He had never thought of it as anything other than what it was, but the absence was physical in the way the absence of a reference point became physical when you had grown accustomed to navigating by it. He used the time to work with Rin. He had not been working with her systematically. He had been noticing her, watching the bat's behavior, making a few observations. He had not been teaching her anything in particular. But with his beasts in assessment and his morning sessions absent their primary function, he sat with her in the afternoons and let her show him what she had figured out. She had figured out more than he expected. The bat, she had named it Ink, came and went from the compound on its own schedule and returned to Rin consistently, which was the first sign of genuine bond development beyond trained recall. More significantly, small animals had begun gathering near Rin when she sat still. Not feeding animals, not animals conditioned to human contact. Forest animals that were not habituated to human presence. They gathered at about 3 meters, which was outside casual reach but inside the range of passive resonance, and they oriented toward Rin with the same quality of attention that Dust had shown since their first morning session. Wei Liang watched this for an afternoon without commenting. Then he said, "You have affinity." Rin looked at him. "What does that mean?" "It means your resonance is naturally communicative in a direction most cultivators have to work very hard to develop." He paused. "You've been doing this your whole life and thought it was normal." She said, "Animals have always been easier than people." "Yes," he said, "that's the affinity. People are easier for you than you think, when they're also paying the right kind of attention." He looked at Ink on her shoulder. "You're already doing what took me 4 years to figure out how to do." She said, "I'm at the beginning of what you're doing." "Yes," he said, "but you started better than I did. That means the middle is going to be different." He looked at the gathering animals at the 3-meter radius. "Work on that. I'll be watching." He was learning to plant seeds, which Chun Bao had told him was the right approach, and which he was finding was also simply true, separate from strategy. Chapter 24. On the 3rd day of the assessment, he received the official result before the council meeting that would formally present it. His beast's signatures were genuine, fully integrated, stable, and consistent with natural advancement rather than forced intervention. The assessment team noted that the advancement mechanism was unknown, but that unknownness was not evidence of illegitimacy. His beasts were returned. The council meeting to review the assessment ran for 2 hours, which was longer than it should have run because Xingu's argument kept finding new framings for the same underlying position, that the technique was a precedent that current regulations couldn't contain. Chun Bao said, "For the record, a technique that regulations cannot contain is not the same as a technique that is prohibited. The council's role is to apply existing regulations, not to create new ones in real time." The vote to clear Wei Liang's investigation flag and return his beasts without restriction was 3-2. The same 3-2. Wei Liang noted, "The margin is consistent. 2 council members consistently favor restriction. 1 consistently favors clearance. 2 are persuadable." The two persuadable members are the political variable in any future council action. Xingu was formally reprimanded for filing a dispute that the council found insufficient, a minor sanction, but a named one. He accepted this with the composure that Wei Liang had come to read as his response to outcomes he had accepted before they arrived. After the meeting, Xingu found Wei Liang in the corridor outside the council room. "I want you to understand something," Xingu said. He said it without aggression, without the cold recognition Wei Liang usually read in him. He said it in the tone of someone making a formal statement of position for the record. "I don't think you're fraudulent. I think you're doing something real, and I think the regulations don't cover it, and I think the regulations don't cover it for a reason that I cannot fully articulate, but that I am confident exists." He paused. "I'm not going to stop filing disputes. What you're doing is significant enough that someone should be asking the structural questions." Wei Liang looked at him. This was, he thought, the most honest conversation they had had. "I know," he said. "You're consistently right about the significance and consistently wrong about the conclusion. I'd rather have someone asking structural questions than no one asking them, even if the questions are being pointed at me." Xingu looked at him. Something in his expression shifted, not warmly, not with agreement, but with the particular reevaluation of someone encountering a position they hadn't accounted for. He said nothing more. He left. Wei Liang collected his 4 beasts from the assessment facility and ran the full morning session in the training yard, all 4 of them at contact depth, which was the first time in 3 days the full architecture had been present and complete. The quality of the session was different after the absence, fuller, like returning to a place you hadn't realized you'd missed until you were back in it. He sent his acceptance to Zhao Mian that evening. Chapter 25. The formal assessment of his beasts by the council had an unexpected side effect. The assessment team's documentation, which was officially for internal review, circulated through informal channels faster than Wei Liang had anticipated. Within a week of the council's clearance, the Bloodmane sect had arrived with a delegation framing their visit as scholarly interest. Wei Liang read them as what they were, information gathering, and decided on a limited demonstration strategy. The Bloodmane delegation consisted of 3 cultivators, their lead representative a mid-rank elder with the bearing of someone who had been doing scholarly assessments long enough to have developed genuine patience for it. He had warm eyes and a notebook, and he made notes throughout everything, which Wei Liang found either reassuring or extremely concerning, depending on what the notes were. "We're interested in the resonance mechanism," the elder said. "Purely academic. We study unusual cultivation variations, things that fall outside the documented parameters. We've had a few of these cases in history, and the documentation is always sparse because they're usually suppressed before we get a good look." "Suppressed how?" Wei Liang asked. "Various ways. Claimed by powerful sects as proprietary techniques. Discredited as fraud. Sometimes the cultivator is absorbed into a structure that treats their ability as a resource rather than a subject of study." The elder's tone was mild throughout. "We try to document before those things happen." Wei Liang thought about this. He thought about Zhao Mian's offer. He thought about the letter from MQ. "I'll let you observe a resonance session," he said. "A standard morning session. You can document what you see. I'll answer questions about what I can describe, mechanism, frequency, duration, what I observed before and after advancement. I won't speculate about what I can't explain." The elder's eyes warmed further. "That's more than most people offer. Most people are protecting something," Wei Liang said. "I'm not protecting the technique. I'm protecting the relationships that use it. They're different." The session ran the following morning. All 4 beasts, full depth, 30 minutes. Wei Liang described it in parallel, not disrupting the session, just providing running observation, the way a practitioner might describe their own process to a student. He was specific about what he could observe: the synchronized breathing, the contract thread warmth, the way each beast's signature tuned to a slightly different resonance quality while maintaining the shared fundamental frequency. He was precise about what he couldn't observe: the mechanism by which his advancement produced the synchronized pulse, the reason the offset was consistently one realm, the way the pulse knew to advance all beasts simultaneously rather than in sequence. The Bloodmane elder filled 3 pages of his notebook. At the end of the session, he said, "We found one historical record that describes something consistent with what you're doing. It's fragmentary. It was in the holdings of a sect destroyed in the Shattering War. We have a partial transcription." Wei Liang said, "Do you have a name for the technique in the record?" "Resonance mirror," the elder said. "That's the name in the fragment. Resonance mirror." Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. He had a name now. The technique had a name, which meant it had a history, which meant MQ's letter made a different kind of sense. She had recognized a named technique. She was carrying information about what that name meant. He said, "I'd like to see the fragment." The elder said, "We'd like to give it to you." That's actually why we came. Wei Liang looked at him. We document unusual cultivation variations, the elder said. We also try to give their practitioners what they need to understand what they're doing when we can. The fragment is yours. You're the only living person who can do anything useful with it. He held out a sealed document case. We made 3 copies. The original is in our archive. This is your copy. Wei Liang took the case. He held it for a moment, feeling its weight, which was slight. The weight of paper, not the weight of what was in it. Resonance mirror. His technique was 800 years old and had a name and had been lost, and he had found it again without knowing what he was looking for. He thought about the quarterly demonstration and the message from MQ and Zhao Mian's offer, and Chun Bao's warning, and the shadow fox who had oriented toward his sessions before he asked her to. He thought, everything is in motion. He thought, I need to understand what I'm carrying before the motion reaches the next phase. He thanked the Bloodmane Elder and went to find a quiet place to read. Chapter 26. The resonance mirror fragment was 11 pages, partially damaged, with 3 sections completely illegible and the remainder in an archaic script that required interpretation rather than straight reading. The Bloodmane Elder had provided a working translation alongside the original, marked where the translation was confident and where it was approximate. Wei Liang spent 2 evenings with it. The fragment described, in the spare and technical language of old cultivation texts, a method of beast-tamer bonding that operated through what the original author called sympathetic resonance architecture. The mechanism was described in terms that implied the author understood it functionally, but not theoretically. The tamer and beast entered a shared spiritual rhythm, and when the tamer advanced, the advancement energy moved through the shared rhythm as a pulse, carrying with it a mirror charge that the beast's spiritual core received and amplified. Why the beast amplified rather than simply mirroring was, according to the fragment, a property of beast physiology that has not been fully characterized but appears consistent across the 16 cases described here. 16 cases. Wei Liang read that line twice. There had been 16 known cases of the resonance mirror technique, documented in the period before the Shattering War. The fragment then described, in fragmentary form, what had happened to those 16 cases. Most of them were sketched without detail. Names, approximate cultivation levels, the approximate number of beasts each tamer maintained. Some had died in the war. Some had advanced beyond the fragment's documentation period and their fates were unknown. One was described in more detail. A tamer named Tuaku, who had reached Void Crossing with 7 contracted beasts. The fragment's description of what followed was incomplete. The relevant section was one of the illegible ones, but the words visible at the beginning and end of the section were cascade and catastrophic, and something that the Bloodmane Elder had translated as irreversible spiritual fragmentation. Wei Liang noted this. He filed it in the category of things he needed to understand before they became immediately relevant, which meant understanding them before he reached Void Crossing, which meant understanding them before the several advancements between now and then had time to happen. He folded the fragment and kept it in his inner pocket and thought about cascades and catastrophic fragmentation, and about the specific shape of what he was building, and about whether the 7-beast architecture that felt like the right limit to him was the same architecture that had produced a catastrophe 800 years ago. He would need more information. Zhao Mian had implied he had some. He would go to Golden Summit and he would find out. Dust had been watching him work through this reasoning from the corner of the practice room. The lizard's steady attention, a feature of every planning session Wei Liang had ever run. He looked at Dust and thought about the Void Drake's bloodline, the resonance familiarity that the egg had shown toward the technique from inside its shell, and thought about what it meant that something had placed that egg in that tournament specifically. The most likely explanation was deliberate placement. Someone who understood the resonance mirror technique or understood enough of its history to recognize that a spectrum bond practitioner would contract the Void Drake bloodline if given the opportunity. Someone who had been watching Wei Liang's development long enough to know what he was building. That was a very small category of people. Zhao Mian was one. The Bloodmane Elder who had provided the archive fragment naming the technique was another. Whoever had placed the egg in the tournament roster knew either of those people or had independent knowledge of the technique's history. He filed this under. The technique has observers I don't know about yet. Some of them appear to want it to succeed. He picked up Dust and ran the morning session. Dust's resonance in the pulse was the same as it had always been. Copper steady, patient, complete in its way. The foundation of everything. Chapter 27. The Soul Realm advancement happened 3 weeks after the Bloodmane visit, which was 2 weeks after Wei Liang's formal acceptance of Zhao Mian's offer, and 1 week after Hannah had completed her transfer paperwork to the Golden Summit affiliate clinic that Zhao Mian had arranged. He ran it the same way he'd run every advancement since core formation. Training room. Book block, Hannah available. The morning session already deep before the advancement arrived. His beasts were at soul realm, dust, talon, current, still, and the offset dictated they would advance to spirit domain when he hit soul realm. For beasts advancing simultaneously to spirit domain, the cost calculation was not complicated. He had spoken to Hannah about the depletion risk. She had spoken to her clinic supervisor about the healer protocols for cultivation depletion cases. They had both been careful and clear about what was likely and what to do about it. The advancement arrived at the 2-hour mark of the morning session, which was longer than usual. He had been extending them, building toward this, feeling the threshold approach. When it came, it was the largest pulse he had felt yet, a warm wave that moved outward through 4 contracts simultaneously, carrying the energy of a soul realm breakthrough through each of them and arriving at the other end amplified to spirit domain. All 4 beasts advanced within the span of 6 breaths. Wei Liang's spiritual reserves went to approximately 15%. He was aware of this as a fact, and then not particularly aware of anything for a while. Hannah had him lying down with a spiritual recovery compound administered before he'd registered that he'd started tilting sideways. She ran the assessment with her hands steady and her expression arranged in a way that said this was what she had prepared for, and it was happening within acceptable parameters. He came back to full awareness in about an hour. His beasts were around him, dust against his left side, talon on the floor beside him with its wings half spread in the resting position it took when it was close and alert, current's length distributed in a slow spiral around the perimeter of the room, still present in the edge of visible way that was her normal state, but somehow warmer. He ran the perception check. Spirit domain signatures, 4 of them. Large, stable, complex. The difference between soul realm and spirit domain in beast cultivation was visible as increased density and a qualitative change in the signature pattern. Not just bigger, but different in character. He thought, these 4 animals are spirit domain. I'm soul realm. Anyone who encounters us is encountering a problem they weren't expecting. Hannah said, down for 2 days this time. Your reserves need the time. I know, he said. I mean it. She had the tone she used when she thought he was going to argue and intended to preempt it. I know you feel like you're functional. You're functionally depleted. There's a difference. I know, he said again. She looked at him. He looked at the ceiling. The 2 days were the cost, and the cost was real, and he had chosen it. When we get to Golden Summit, she said, we need to find out what happened to Tuoku. The fragment you showed me says cascade and catastrophic fragmentation. I want to know what that means specifically before you advance again. Yes, he said. Good. She stood. Sleep. I'll tell the compound you're unavailable. He did. When he woke, his perception had changed. It had changed at each advancement, the spiritual sense becoming broader, finer, more capable of distinguishing. He could feel each beast's emotional state now as a faint distinct tone in his awareness. Dust, patient, settled, present. Talon, alert, proud, satisfied in the way it was satisfied after a clean performance. Current, steady, attentive, still, curious, which was the most information Still had ever volunteered. For tones, for distinct qualities, woven through his awareness as naturally as his own heartbeat. He thought, this is what it means to not build alone. Chapter 28 Rin's confession arrived as Rin's confessions tended to arrive, abruptly, completely, without the preliminary evasions that would have made it less alarming. She appeared in the training yard on the morning of Wei Liang's second recovery day, when he was on the bench near the perch doing a light check-in session. Insufficient cultivation pressure to strain his reserves, but enough to maintain the contract quality. She sat down beside him without asking. She had her bag with her. She said, I was placed in the outer compound to report on you. He ran the check-in. Dust on his knee. He said, by whom? A faction elder. Junior faction, affiliated with the committee member who voted against you in the investigation. She was speaking quickly, the way people spoke when they had rehearsed the content but not the delivery and were running on decision momentum rather than comfort. He said it was standard intelligence work. Low risk. Outer compound recruit who'd been in assessment twice. Obviously not going anywhere, just watch and take notes. When did you stop reporting? She showed him her notebook. She had been keeping 2 notebooks, one for the faction elder, one for herself. The one for the faction elder was technically accurate and strategically incomplete. The one for herself was complete. He looked at both. The incomplete reports were genuinely incomplete rather than falsified. She had reported what she'd seen, but had omitted context that would have made it legible to someone who wasn't already in the room. The timing, the resonance depth, the specific quality of the beast responses. Without those elements, the reports read as a stable hand with unusual animals, nothing more. She had been doing this from the second week. You made a choice under pressure, he said. I did, she said. I want to stop. I want to tell you first, and then stop. Did the elder pay you? Yes. What for? My family's debt. She said it without effect, the effect having been stripped by the repetition of a fact she had lived with for too long. My father borrowed from the faction network. When he died, the debt transferred. The intelligence work was offered as payment. Wei Liang looked at the two notebooks. He thought. She is 17, and she has been managing a debt she inherited and an intelligence obligation she was given under that pressure, and she started protecting what she saw here before she had any reason to believe I would treat her well if she told me. He said, the debt. What's the current balance? She told him. He thought about his resources, which were limited, and about the value of what she had already demonstrated: discretion, accurate observation, genuine beast affinity, and the particular courage of someone who had made a protective choice without a safety net to fall back on. He said, I'll clear the debt. She went very still. You don't have to do anything in return except what you're already doing, he said. The resonance work. The bond development with ink. Pay attention to what you're learning. He looked at her. And if anyone ever asks you to watch me again, tell me first. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, why? He thought about it. He said, you made a choice under pressure. That's the whole thing. When people make choices under pressure that protect something they found worth protecting, the right response to finding out is to be worthy of the choice, not to punish the person for having made it. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had prepared for a range of responses and not prepared for this one. All right, she said. He cleared the debt the following week through Zhao Mian's financial contacts, which cost him 6 months of compound auxiliary stipend, and which he did not mention to anyone except Hannah, who said, I figured something like that happened, and left it there. Chapter 29. The Iron Fong Invitational was announced on the compound board on a Thursday, posted in the standard format for regional tournaments with a list of entrant categories and prize information at the bottom. The prize in the Tamer division was listed as S-tier Beast Egg, Bloodline Unclassified, Heritage Certification available upon request. Wei Liang read this twice. An S-tier Beast Egg with an unclassified bloodline was unusual. Most high-tier eggs were identified before they were used as prizes, because the identification added to their value, and the prize committee would want the value demonstrated. An unclassified bloodline egg suggested either that the identification had been suppressed deliberately or that it genuinely could not be identified with available tools. He thought, someone placed an unidentifiable egg in a regional tournament prize pool. That is not something that happens by accident. He thought about the resonance mirror fragment and its 16 cases and the one name the fragment had highlighted. He thought about what he knew of void drakes, which was limited. He thought about the egg's potential connection to his technique. He entered the tournament. Shingu entered the same day. Wei Liang noted this and filed it. They would likely meet in the bracket. The information from their sparring session suggested that encounter would be informative rather than simply competitive. He began preparing. Not combat preparation, strategic preparation. He wanted to know who else was competing, what their capabilities were, what they tended to do under pressure, where their beast vulnerabilities were if they were in fighting condition. Tournament environments generated information. If you approach them as information-gathering operations with a combat component rather than as purely combat events. He told Hannah this. She said, you describe everything as information gathering. Everything is, he said. Sometimes things are also just competitions. They're competitions and information gathering, he said. The information is just a byproduct that most people don't collect. She gave him the look she gave when she was declining to argue something she thought was correct, but not worth the conversation. He filed this as one of her more accurate looks. He ran his preparation through the 2 weeks before the tournament, which produced a reasonable picture of the regional tamer field. His main potential competition was a Heaven Manifest cultivator from the Red Claw sect, who had a track record of good spatial awareness and 3 mid-tier beasts. His own beasts were Spirit Domain. The matchup was asymmetric. The potentially interesting matchup was Shungu, who had been working on something that Wei Liang could infer from the observation data, but not identify directly. He had acquired a new beast in the past month. He had changed his sparring schedule. He had been to the sect's tactical library 3 times, which was not Shungu's typical behavior. He was preparing for something specific. Wei Liang noted this and decided the most useful response was to be worth preparing for. Chapter 30. The tournament opened on a clear Tuesday with the kind of weather that sect administrators considered auspicious and that Wei Liang considered neutral, weather being weather. The grounds were the Iron Fong training arena with temporary structures added for the regional attendance, stands, an expanded registration hall, a tamer showcase area where beasts were displayed before the combat rounds. Zhao Mian was in the spectator section, which Wei Liang had known he would be. Several delegation representatives from other sects were present. The Bloodmane Elder was there. He waved at Wei Liang from the third tier with the comfortable acknowledgement of someone who had been expected. Wei Liang registered, submitted his team for the preliminary assessment, and got a bracket placement that put him against the Red Claw cultivator in the second round. First round, a mid-rank tamer from a minor local sect with 2 beasts at foundation condensing. Wei Liang's beasts were spirit domain. The round lasted 11 seconds, which was faster than he preferred because fast victories produced less useful data, and he'd been hoping to observe his opponent's tactical patterns under extended pressure. He gave himself a brief, accurate assessment. He was allowing his own strategic interests to create unnecessary extension in situations where the outcome was determined. That was a form of vanity, and he should correct it. He won in 11 seconds and moved to the second round. The Red Claw cultivator was competent. She had trained her 3 beasts to excellent command response times, and she understood spatial control in the way people understood things they had studied intensively. She had done research on Wei Liang. He could tell by the way she entered the arena with an approach already prepared rather than a fresh read on the situation. The approach was designed around the assumption that his coordination relied on visual contact between him and his beasts. She had prepared disruption for his sightlines. Wei Liang had been running his beasts on contact-independent coordination since the first week, because the resonance connection was more reliable than visual signals and didn't require line of sight. When her disruption removed his visual contact, his beasts continued moving in their established coordination pattern without interruption. She recognized, at approximately the 40-second mark, that her prepared approach had failed. The recognition was visible. She made the fast recalculation of someone who has to improvise, and what she did next was actually good, tactically. She changed from controlling the arena to controlling him specifically, targeting Wei Liang directly rather than trying to manage the beasts, which was the correct read of the situation. She reached him. Talon stopped her. Wei Liang won at 1 minute, 14 seconds. He thought. She should have opened with the direct approach. The sightline disruption was good, but it was built on a wrong assumption, and leading with a wrong assumption in a fight against an unknown opponent is a sequencing error. He would have liked to tell her this. It seemed impolite. He filed the information instead. In the spectator tier, Zhao Mian was making notes. The Bloodmane Elder was making notes. In the inner disciple section, Shun Gu was watching the arena with the expression that had moved, over several months, from cold recognition to something more like genuine analysis. The semifinal bracket was announced. Wei Liang's next opponent was a Golden Summit tamer named Pei Lu. Chapter 31 Shin Gu's match in the second round demonstrated the new beast. It was an obsidian warbear, not a species Wei Liang had encountered before, though the classification put it in the heavy assault category, mid-tier, but with a physical density that overstated its cultivation rank in combat terms. The warbear moved with a precision that was unusual for its body type. Most heavy assault beasts traded mobility for impact. This one had both. Shingu had been training with it for a month, minimum. The coordination was deep enough to suggest genuine bond development, not just command response training. The bear responded to Shungu's positioning rather than to his commands, which meant Shingu had been working on something closer to what Wei Liang did, even if he was approaching it through a different framework. His opponent in the second round was a spirit domain cultivator from a mid-tier regional sect, which was a meaningful matchup. Shingu was heaven manifest, and the spirit domain gap was real, but not prohibitive for experienced combat tamers. The match ran 4 minutes, which was longer than Shungu usually allowed. He was testing the bear's coordination under extended pressure, not demonstrating. Testing. Wei Liang watched this and felt the specific kind of respect he felt when someone was doing something correctly for reasons that were genuinely different from his own. Shingu was not building a resonance architecture. He was building tactical coordination from the doctrine side, the beast as an extremely well-trained partner rather than a resonant extension. It was a different approach and in some ways a more difficult one, because it required the beast to accommodate the tamer rather than the tamer sinking to the beast. The result was genuinely impressive. The warbear moved like an extension of Shungu's tactical intent, anticipating positioning changes by reading body language rather than contract signal. Wei Liang told Hannah afterward, "He's learning. He's doing it his way." She said, "Is his way dangerous to you specifically?" "Depends on whether he decides I'm a threat that needs solving rather than a development that needs documenting," Wei Liang said. Right now he's doing the second thing. The warbear is a coordination experiment, not an anti-Wei Liang weapon. Hannah said, "That's reassuring for now." For now, Wei Liang agreed. The semi-final draws were posted. Shingu's bracket path would put him against a Red Claw participant in the semifinals and Wei Liang in the final, if both advanced. Which they would. Wei Liang spent the evening running observation sessions on every tamer in the remaining bracket, not because the information was immediately necessary, but because tournament environments were rare and the information generated here would compound over time. He was learning that this was what long-range thinking actually looked like, not planning for specific outcomes, but collecting specific inputs that increased the quality of improvisation when specific outcomes couldn't be planned for. Chen Bao had tried to tell him this, in different words. He was finding it was the kind of thing that had to be understood through practice rather than description. Chapter 32. Pei Lu fought cleanly. That was the first thing Wei Liang noticed when she entered the arena for the semifinal. The cleanliness of her preparation. The way every element of her approach had been structured with an economy that suggested someone who had thought through the match thoroughly and discarded the unnecessary. She wasn't overcautious. She wasn't aggressive. She had a plan, and she was executing it. Her 3 beasts were heaven manifest, substantially above Wei Liang's own spirit domain cultivation, though below his beast's spirit domain rank. The quality of her coordination was high. The beasts responded to command in a way that had been trained past reflex into something approaching habit, which was fast and reliable. In most matches, that would be sufficient. Her plan was to use the heaven manifest gap to pressure Wei Liang before he could establish his coordination geometry. Hit him in the first 10 seconds with cultivator-level spiritual pressure at a rank above his. Disrupt his focus and fragment his beast's positioning before the resonance connection could compensate. It was the best plan for the situation. He thought about how he would have built this plan if he were her, and the plan he built was essentially the same. She executed it well. The first 10 seconds were bad. His beasts adapted. That was the difference between resonance coordination and command coordination, the adaptation speed. But the heaven manifest pressure was real and the disruption was real, and for approximately 45 seconds Wei Liang was working to re-establish geometry rather than operating from it. Then still did what still did in situations where the established approach wasn't working. She disappeared. Not combat disappeared, not position changed. Stopped being findable. Shadow Fox capability at Spirit Domain was qualitatively different from what it had been at Soul Realm. The shadow state was deeper, the persistence longer, the perception disruption it created more complete. Pei Lu's beasts kept looking for still because they had been tracking her, and she had been there, and now she wasn't, and that wasn't a thing that fit their trained response patterns. While they looked for still, Talon found the angles that the distraction opened. Wei Liang won at 1 minute and 22 seconds. Pei Lu stood in the arena afterward and looked at the space where still had last been visible. She looked at it for longer than the tactical review required. Wei Liang was watching and noticed the quality of her attention, not frustration, not the recalibration of tactical defeat. Something more like the recognition of someone who has encountered a phenomenon they hadn't seen before and is placing it in context. She looked at Wei Liang. Your Shadow Fox, it isn't just position hiding. No, he said. She's aware, Pei Lu said. She made a decision about that moment independently, not from a command. Yes. Pei Lu was quiet for a moment. Zhao Mian, in the spectator box above, was watching their exchange with the expression of someone whose investment was paying returns. She said, my beasts don't do that. No, Wei Liang said. He said it without judgment. It was a fact, not a critique. It's a different kind of relationship. She said nothing more. She bowed, acknowledging the match, and left the arena with the precise economy she'd entered with, except that something in her posture was different, the specific quality of someone processing information they were going to be thinking about for a while. He filed her in the category of people who were worth continuing to know. Chapter 33. The final was Xingu. The arena was quiet when they entered, not the silence of an audience waiting for spectacle, but the silence of an audience that understood they were watching a real contest and had adjusted their behavior accordingly. Wei Liang brought all 4 beasts. Xingu came with his fire-scaled hound, his wind wolf, and the obsidian warbear. They stood across the arena floor and looked at each other for a moment, the way opponents looked at each other when both were paying genuine attention. Xingu said, I've been studying your coordination method. I know, Wei Liang said. I haven't been able to replicate it. My framework is different. He was stating this as information. But I've been working on the tactical problem of facing it. The warbear is the result. I know that too, Wei Liang said. Xingu's expression moved slightly. Not offense, not the cold recognition from before. Something closer to acknowledgement. You've been watching me prepare. Since the second week, Wei Liang said. You changed your sparring schedule and went to the tactical library. The library visits were the specific tell. You're going to know what I'm going to do before I do it, Xingu said. Not exactly. I know your general approach. You're going to use the warbear to target me directly while your other beasts engage mine. The bear has been trained to breach my protective geometry rather than engage with my beasts, Because engaging my beasts at cultivation parity is disadvantageous. You're going to try to hit me before the resonance adaptation can respond. Xingu looked at him. That's correct. It's a good plan, Wei Liang said. The best available. Then why tell me you know it? Because you deserve to fight a real fight, Wei Liang said. Knowing I know and choosing to execute anyway is better than not knowing and finding out mid-fight. The match will tell you more this way. The match started. Xingu's execution was exactly as described, and it was good. The warbear broke through Wei Liang's initial geometry by targeting the gaps that opened when Talon committed to an air control angle. Reading that the aerial commitment was the moment the floor-level protection was thinnest. It reached Wei Liang at approximately the 20-second mark. The hit was real. The bear's weight, even in a controlled impact, was substantial, and it connected with Wei Liang's left side in a way that would leave bruising and had, briefly, the quality of something more serious before his cultivation-reinforced body managed the impact. He went down one knee. His beasts closed immediately, dust anchoring between Wei Liang and the bear, Talon dropping from the ceiling angle, current sweeping the perimeter in a way that closed off Xingu's other beasts. Still came out of shadow to add to the perimeter. The warbear, facing dust at contact range, experienced the same thing Xingu's fire-scaled hound had experienced in the recovery pen. A foundation condensing animal meeting a spirit domain animal with a quality of attention that was different from threat attention. Not dominance. Something older. The bear sat down. It was not a combat decision. It was a beast decision, the kind made below the level of training. Xingu's other beasts were contained by the perimeter. Wei Liang stood up. His left side hurt. He said, "Match." The arena acknowledged the result. Wei Liang placed first. Afterward, Xingu approached, and his expression was the most complex thing Wei Liang had read on his face. Not defeat, not recalibration, but the specific look of someone who has been asking a question and has finally seen the answer without fully understanding how to use it. He said. The bear sat down. Yes, Wei Liang said. I didn't train it to sit down in a fight. No, Wei Liang said. Dust asked it a question. Xingu said, that's not possible. Wei Liang looked at him steadily. You just watched it happen. Xingu was quiet for a long moment. He looked at Dust on Wei Liang's shoulder, copper-scaled, patient, completely uninterested in the combat result or its aftermath. He left without saying anything more. Wei Liang thought, the premises are shifting. Not changed. Not yet. But moving. Chapter 34. The S-tier egg was presented in a sealed case at the prize ceremony, and when Wei Liang held it, he understood immediately that something about it was different from what the prize registry had suggested. The case was standard, ceremonial lacquer, sect seal, the formal wrapping of institutional occasion. The egg inside was not standard. It was larger than a typical S-tier specimen by perhaps 20%, with a shell texture that shifted between matte and faintly luminescent depending on the angle, and the spiritual signature it was throwing off was not the clean-bounded signature of a fully dormant egg. It was faint, irregular, pulsing in a way that suggested some level of interior consciousness was already active. He ran a careful perception scan. The interior signature was at cultivation equivalent foundation condensing, which was plausible for an S-tier egg in late incubation. What was not plausible was the way the signature responded to his perception scan. It didn't just exist in proximity to the scan. It acknowledged it. He contracted it immediately, before anyone could see his reaction. The contract formation, which should take 3 days, minimum, for an uncommunicative egg, and which had taken 4 hours for Talon because Talon was already paying attention, took 47 minutes. The egg's interior consciousness was not only already active, it was waiting for a specific signature. His signature, or something like his signature, was the key the contract lock had been designed for. He sat with this for the remainder of the prize ceremony, maintaining the outward presentation of a tournament winner collecting a valuable prize, while internally processing. Someone had designed this egg's contract mechanism to respond to his resonance architecture. Not a general resonance mirror architecture, his specifically, or something close enough to his to be effectively specific. Someone had placed this egg in this tournament for him. He kept the case closed until he was in his compound room with only Hannah present, then opened it and told her what he'd found. She looked at the egg for a long moment. Then she said, someone's been planning around you for a very long time. Yes, he said. The MQ message. The Bloodmane Elder's timing. This egg. She looked at him. These aren't coincidences. No, he said. Someone has been tracking the situation. Possibly since before I was born. He thought about the fragment's 16 cases. He thought about how old that fragment was. The egg's contract mechanism requires my specific resonance signature. That signature only emerged when I started the daily sessions with Dust, which started when I was 15. Someone built an S-tier egg that takes 15 years to become relevant. Hannah said, that is either very patient or very certain. Or both, Wei Liang said. He had not named the egg yet. He was listening to it the way he had listened to every contracted beast before naming them, waiting for the information to settle. The egg pulsed twice in the case, slow, deliberate, with the quality of something that had been waiting. Chapter 35. 3 days after the tournament, the egg began resonating on its own, not hatching. The shell was intact, and the internal development indicators were at roughly 60%, which meant weeks before natural emergence. But the resonance pulse the egg produced was distinct from normal incubation behavior. It was directed outward rather than inward, reaching toward Wei Liang's morning sessions in a way that he could feel through the contract. The pulse matched his rhythm. He had established a contract with the egg before it had hatched. That was not unprecedented. Several of the cultivation texts described tamer egg bonds of this type. What was unprecedented was the degree to which the egg's internal consciousness was operating independently, producing its own resonance contribution to their shared sessions. An unhatched egg contributing to a resonance session. He ran the logic. The egg had a consciousness that was already functionally active. That consciousness had accepted his contract in 47 minutes, which meant it had been prepared for contact with his technique. It was now participating in the technique without prompting. The fragment's description came back to him. Beast physiology naturally amplifies the resonance pulse. The amplification wasn't random. It was a function of the resonance quality already present in the beast. The better the resonance architecture in the beast, the more cleanly it received the pulse. This egg's interior consciousness had been cultivating the right architecture for years, possibly since it was laid. He thought. Someone laid this egg knowing its hatchling would have the right architecture for the resonance mirror technique. 1600 years after the technique was lost. That required either knowledge of the technique or knowledge of someone who would rediscover it, both of which required a degree of foresight he couldn't currently map. He added this to his folder labeled Things I Don't Understand Yet and focused on what he could act on. He sent a message to Zhao Mian, ready to travel to Golden Summit. He had 2 reasons now. MQ's information and the blood main fragment's reference to Tua Ku's catastrophic fragmentation. Both required the resources Zhao Mian had offered access to. Zhao Mian's reply came in 2 days. Arrangements confirmed. Departure in 1 week. The egg pulsed twice when he read the reply. He looked at it for a moment. He said, "You know what's coming, don't you?" The pulse came back, one long, one short. He had no framework for interpreting the difference yet. He noted it and added it to the pattern he was building. That evening he sat with the egg for 3 hours, running slow resonance cycles and attending to each pulse response the way he attended to each of his contracted beasts' responses in the daily sessions. Not directing, listening. The egg's resonance was not the resonance of an unhatched beast responding to external input. It was more organized than that, more deliberate. It had the quality of something that had been waiting for a specific input and was now producing specific output in response. He thought, this is communication, not development. He thought, what does a beast know before it's born? He thought, the Void Drake bloodline carries formation memory. If that memory is prenatal, if the bloodline's resonance history persists through generations and through the egg stage, then this egg might be responding to his technique from a library of recognitions that predates its own existence. He didn't have enough information to confirm this. He had the pattern of responses and the hypothesis. He ran another cycle. The response was 2 pulses, long, short. He said, that one means yes, doesn't it? The egg produced the same sequence, long, short. He sat with this for a while and then went to find Zhao Mian's archive to read everything available about Void Drake bloodline documentation. Chapter 36. The Hollow Throne's observer arrived in the lower village 2 days before departure. Wei Liang identified her during the morning supply run, which was the second time he'd been to the market that week, and which he had run at a slightly different hour than his usual schedule, because he'd been feeling the pattern of the village's daily rhythms and wanted to understand the variation. That variation was what put him in the East Market at the hour when the observer was completing her positioning work. She was young, mid-20s at most, and she wore traveling merchant identification that was correctly issued, meaning she had either obtained a real credential through proper channels or she had access to forgery work of high enough quality to pass automated verification. Her cultivation was Heaven Manifest, which she was suppressing to approximately Soul Realm, which was visible to Wei Liang's current perception as a gap between the ambient spiritual signature and the natural density of a genuine Soul Realm cultivator. She didn't look at him when they passed in the market. He catalogued, posture relaxed but not casual. It had the maintained quality of deliberate relaxation. eyes doing peripheral work rather than direct tracking. She'd identified him before he came around the corner and was already managing her own conspicuousness. Professional. Not Iron Fang or Golden Summit's professional. The kind of professional that came from organizations with longer institutional memories. He bought his supplies and left. He did not look at her a second time. In the compound, he considered what he knew about the Hollow Throne faction from Zhao Mian's preliminary briefing, which had included a section on potential complications. Hollow Throne was the most doctrinally rigid of the major cultivation factions. They held the beast cap position as a foundational principle, the idea that beasts exceeding their tamer's rank represented a cultivation violation. Their enforcement of this principle was not typically aggressive, but was thorough and patient. An observer in the lower village, positioned before his departure to Golden Summit, suggested they had knowledge of his movements in advance. That meant either a surveillance network that included Iron Fang's administrative channels, which was plausible, or a source inside Iron Fang's compound with access to departure planning. He filed this with the two known compromised information streams, the faction elder who had used Rin, and Shun Gu's supplemental report. Either could have been the source, neither needed to be actively hostile to have leaked information. He wanted the observer to know he'd seen her. He went back to the market the following morning at the same unusual hour, bought nothing, and walked past the position she'd occupied the previous day. She wasn't there. But the way the merchants in that section of the market had rearranged their stalls told him she'd been there an hour before he arrived. She knew he was looking. Good. He wanted them to understand what he could do before they decided whether to move. He told Zhao Mian's relay contact, Hollow Throne has an observer in the village. We should adjust the departure timeline and route. Zhao Mian's reply, already in hand. Chapter 37 Rin's bat found the compound rafters. Wei Liang was crossing the training yard on the evening before departure, all four beasts at various positions. Dust on his shoulder, Talon on the evening currents above the roofline. Current moving its slow perimeter, still at the edge of visible, when ink came off the rafters and landed on Rin's shoulder in the way it had started landing on her shoulder rather than coming to her hand. She was on the bench near the water barrel. She had been running what Wei Liang recognized as an extended version of the check-in session he did when he was conserving reserves. 30 seconds of deep synchronization, brief, enough to maintain the connection. Ink ran its sonar pattern 3 times on her shoulder before settling. Rin was listening to the pattern with the attention of someone who had started to understand what the information meant. Wei Liang sat beside her. She said, it's a detection animal. She said this as someone who was completing a revelation rather than starting one. It's not combat capable. It doesn't even want to be. But it can feel the spiritual signatures of everything in range. Yes, Wei Liang said. It's been feeding me information for weeks. I thought it was just behavior, the landing, the sonar. But it's communication. She looked at him. It's been telling me about the Hollow Throne observer. For how long? Since she arrived. Wei Liang looked at Ink. A bat the size of his fist, with echolocation tuned to spiritual signatures rather than purely physical ones. Detection range at spirit domain equivalent would be 200 to 300 meters minimum. That's 5 words I said to each of them at the beginning, Rin said. She was quoting him back to himself, the advice he'd given Dust, Talon, Current, Still, now Ink. Name it, feed it, pay attention, don't tell anyone. I see you remembered them, he said. Hard to forget the 5-word philosophy. He looked at her for a moment. She was watching Ink with the specific attention of someone who had just understood the scope of what they'd been doing without knowing it. The bat followed you 12 days to come here, he said. It rearranged its migration pattern, which is not something trained bats do. It did it because the bond was stronger than the instinct. She was quiet. You've been building this correctly, he said. Better than I did, in some ways. I built mine through stubbornness and necessity. You built yours through the relationship itself. She looked at Ink for a long moment. Then, I want to come to Golden Summit. Zhao Mian's arrangements include you, Wei Liang said. He had confirmed this with the relay 2 days earlier. She said nothing more. She ran the check-in session with Ink, and Wei Liang ran his own concurrent session beside her, both of them present in the training yard as the light failed, the compound settling into its evening rhythms, the departure 1 day away. Chapter 38 Patriarch Cold Steel arrived at Iron Fang the morning before departure. He did not arrive with troops. He arrived with a formal delegation of 5, 2 cultivation specialists, 2 administrative staff, 1 legal scholar. And he presented his visit through proper channels as an inspection visit under the Continental Treaty's interfaction oversight provisions, which gave him legitimate access to the sect's outer compound for a period not to exceed 3 days. He requested to meet Wei Liang privately. Wei Liang read the request and thought about the quality of patience required to arrange this visit correctly. to use legitimate treaty provisions, to bring legal infrastructure rather than force, to arrive at a precise moment that demonstrated knowledge of his departure timeline. He accepted. The meeting was in the outer compound's formal reception room, which had the energy of a space used for confrontations that both parties preferred to keep structured. Cold Steel sat across the table with his hands on the table and nothing in his hands, which was the posture of someone who had thought carefully about the visual message of entering a meeting empty-handed. He was mid-60s, Wei Liang estimated. Lean, silver-haired, with the particular quality of cultivation age that suggested the 60 represented 3 times that in subjective experience. His eyes were careful, not predatory, careful. The eyes of someone who had made important decisions and lived with the consequences long enough to be cautious about the next set. He said, I know about the resonance mirror technique. I know you have 16 historical predecessors. I know what happened to the one who advanced past void crossing. Wei Liang said, tell me about Tuo Kuo. Cold Steel blinked. Not the reaction he'd expected. You know the name, Cold Steel said. From the Bloodmane fragment. The cascade. The catastrophic fragmentation. The specific section is illegible in my copy. Cold Steel looked at him for a moment, reading the sincerity. He said, Tuo Kuo reached void crossing with 7 contracted beasts at Immortal Ascendant. When he advanced, the synchronized pulse carried 7 simultaneous Immortal Ascendant breakthroughs. The combined spiritual output overwhelmed the regional formation arrays and created a cascade effect that destabilized the cultivation infrastructure for 900 kilometers in every direction. 7,000 people died. He paused. Tuo Kuo survived physically. His mind did not. Wei Liang sat with this. That's why the doctrine exists, Cold Steel said. My ancestor wrote the beast cap regulation in direct response to the shattering cascade. Not as an arbitrary constraint. As a structural containment for a specific, documented danger. Wei Liang said, I understand. Then you understand why I'm here, Cold Steel said. He said it without aggression, without the force of someone who was making demands. He said it with the weight of someone who had inherited a responsibility he had not chosen and was executing it as carefully as he could. I came to offer you protection, not a contract. I know your non-negotiables. Your interaction with Zhao Mian was not private. Protection. Hollow Throne has the resources to study the cascade problem. If there's a way to manage the threshold, we're better positioned to find it than anyone else. In exchange for what? Wei Liang asked. Access, Cold Steel said. Not control. I'm not asking for your technique. I'm asking to study the cascade mathematics alongside you. Wei Liang looked at him. The offer was real. The motivation was real. The danger Cold Steel was describing was also real. Wei Liang had known it was real since he read the fragment. He said, no. Cold Steel waited. Not because the offer is dishonest, Wei Liang said. It's honest. Your motivation is legitimate and the danger you're describing is legitimate. I'm saying no because if I go to Hollow Throne for protection, the first thing that happens is I become a Hollow Throne problem to be managed, not a person to be worked with. The access you're asking for becomes ownership by degree. He looked at Cold Steel steadily. I know how that works. I've been watching it operate from the bottom of the hierarchy for 3 years. Cold Steel said, if you refuse protection and advance past void crossing without solving the cascade problem, you become a catastrophic risk. Yes, Wei Liang said, which is why I'm going to solve the cascade problem. Not under your observation. On my own timeline with my own resources. He paused. I'm telling you that so you know it's being addressed. Not to reassure you. To give you accurate information for your planning. Cold Steel looked at him for a long moment. You're 22 years old, he said. Yes, Wei Liang said. And you're declining the resources of the largest beast cultivation faction on the continent because you've correctly identified the long-term strategic problem with the offer. The scent is wrong, Wei Liang said. The offer is genuine, but the structure is wrong. Those are different problems. Cold Steel said nothing for a moment. Then he said something Wei Liang hadn't expected. Fair enough. He stood. He looked at Wei Liang one more time, with the expression of someone assigning a classification they will carry forward and use. I'm not going to stop watching. I know, Wei Liang said. I'll continue being worth watching. Cold Steel left. Chapter 39. In the 2 days between Cold Steel's departure and Wei Liang's departure for Golden Summit, he rearranged everything. Not everything visible. The compound room was the same. The beast assignments unchanged. The daily rotation unmodified. The rearranging was the information architecture around him. What relay messages he sent, what channels he used, what records he updated with what information. He was creating a version of his situation that was accurate in its broad strokes and incomplete in the specific details that would matter if someone were planning around it. Chen Bao, watching this from his office window, came to the training yard on the second day and said, Cold Steel will file an observation report with the Continental Council. The report will include your cultivation level, your beast count, and his assessment of your advancement trajectory. I know, Wei Liang said. The council will note that you declined an offer of protection while being aware of the cascade risk. I know. That will make you a liability on the Continental Risk Register. Qinbao paused. That register is not public, but it informs policy decisions at the major sect level. I know, Wei Liang said. I need the register to exist. I need there to be an official record that the cascade risk is a known concern being actively addressed. Because in 3 to 5 advancements, when I'm approaching the threshold, I need the factions who will be alarmed to have a documented history of me taking the risk seriously. Qinbao looked at him. You're creating a trail of good faith, he said, so that when the difficult moment arrives and you're a heaven manifest cultivator with spirit domain beasts, the people with the power to restrict you have a documented record of you doing everything right. Yes, Wei Liang said. And Cold Steel's observation report is part of that trail. The refusal is part of that trail, Wei Liang corrected. I refused on grounds they can check. The structural problem with the offer is real and documented in how these arrangements work historically. That's not an unreasonable refusal. That's a principled position with a clear rationale. Qinbao said, You're 22. People keep saying that, Wei Liang said. It keeps being relevant, Qinbao said. He returned to his office. Wei Liang continued rearranging the information architecture, careful and patient, building the infrastructure of a reputation that would matter in situations he couldn't fully predict yet. Talon was part of the rearrangement. The Stormhawk's aerial coverage during the days since Cold Steel's visit had mapped the compound's regular visitor patterns, identifying 2 individuals who had been present multiple times without legitimate compound business. Wei Liang had noted their patterns without moving against them. Knowing you were being observed was more useful than ending the observation, because the observer's behavior would tell him things about what information was being collected and who wanted it. Qinbao stopped him in the outer corridor on the second day and said, You moved 3 beast positions and changed your relay message timing. He said, Yes. Qinbao said, You didn't ask permission. He said, I assessed the situation and determined the changes were necessary. Qinbao was quiet for a moment. Then, good. Keep going. He walked on. Wei Liang thought about this for a moment. Qinbao had been watching Iron Fang's dynamics for 30 years. His confirmation was not approval. It was information. The changes Wei Liang had made were visible, were consistent with good judgment, and were the kind of changes that Qinbao himself would have made. That was more useful than explicit permission. Chapter 40 Spirit Domain Advancement came on the last night before departure, which was timing Wei Liang had not planned but which had arrived with the inevitability of things that had been building for a long time. He was in the supply room at the old stable, which was where he had started doing morning sessions with Dust 7 months ago. He had come back to it for the final session because it was where the thing had started, and he wanted to complete this arc of it in the right place. Talon was on his left shoulder. It fit now only barely, the full Stormhawk's presence making the shoulder a less stable perch than it had once been. But Talon had not shifted away from the shoulder position since claiming it in the first week, and Wei Liang had not objected. Current was in the loose spiral it used in confined spaces. Still was present in the edge of visible. The egg was in his pack, pulsing with its patient rhythm. He advanced at the 2-hour mark of the session, which was the deepest it had ever gone. The pulse was the largest yet. It moved through 5 contracts, 4 established, 1 in progress hatching, and the cost was staggering, the kind of depletion that arrived not gradually but all at once, the sensation of a cistern that has been emptied faster than anyone planned for. He kept himself upright this time. Barely. All 4 beasts advanced to Heaven Manifest. He felt each of them complete the advancement in sequence over the span of about a minute, each signal coming through clean and full and different from what it had been before. Heaven Manifest signatures were genuinely different in character, not just larger, carrying a quality he had no word for in the spiritual sense vocabulary he had been developing. And the egg. He felt the egg respond differently than his other beasts, not the standard pulse and surge, but something that described as blooming rather than advancing. The internal consciousness, already active at foundation condensing equivalent, received the advancement pulse and something in it shifted. Not to Heaven Manifest, the egg wasn't ready for that, but the readiness for hatching, which had been at 60% 3 days ago, hit completion. The shell cracked at the 4-minute mark. The creature that emerged was approximately the size of a large cat, with the dense, scaled body of what Wei Liang's perception recognized as Void Drake. He had read enough now to know the bloodline markers, and eyes that were completely clear and completely present in a way that suggested the consciousness behind them had been running for years and had simply been waiting for a body that could operate in the physical world. It was looking at him with the specific quality of something that had arrived at an appointment it had been keeping for a long time. Talon, which had greeted every other contracted beast with varying degrees of provisional acceptance, made the information sound, the slightly warmer version, and opened the immediate airspace around Wei Liang's shoulder. The void drake crossed the supply room floor, climbed Wei Liang's left side, and sat on his shoulder in the position Talon had vacated. Wei Liang looked at it. He thought about Echo, the name that had arrived in the session where the egg first resonated on its own, in the pulse that felt like an answer to something he hadn't said yet. Echo, he said. The dragon made a sound that resolved in his awareness as yes. He was down for 2 days after this advancement, which Hannah managed with the competent steadiness she brought to situations she had prepared for. When he woke the second morning, Echo was sitting on his chest watching him with eyes that were, he would later describe to Hannah, like looking at a very old library that has recently been given a new patron. The departure for Golden Summit was delayed 2 days. Zhao Mian sent a message. Understandable. The meeting with MQ can wait for you. He thought about that for a moment. He thought, Zhao Mian knows MQ is coming to Golden Summit. He's not offering information. He's confirming something that is already arranged. He thought, everything is in motion, and some of the motion has been in progress since before I was born. He lay back on his bunk with Echo on his sternum, dust against his left side, Talon perched above him on the window frame, and thought about Patriarch Coldsteel's doctrine and the Cascade mathematics, and the woman named MQ who had left before he could ask her name. They would leave for Golden Summit in 2 days. He would find out what he was carrying before it became immediately relevant. No beast ran toward fire twice, but sometimes the path you had to walk was already on fire, and the question was whether you walked it knowing what you were doing. He was going to know. Chapter 41 Echo's first week in the world was characterized by a quality of attention that Wei Liang found both useful and slightly unnerving. The void drake was present at every morning session as a matter of course. This was not surprising. Contracted beasts attended the resonance sessions as a function of the bond. What was different was the way Echo participated. Where the other 4 beasts received the session synchronization, Echo contributed to it. Adding something Wei Liang could not characterize precisely except to say it deepened the rhythm in a way that made the other beasts' connections more precise. It was as if Echo had studied the architecture of what Wei Liang was doing and arrived with pre-built knowledge of how to fit into it. Hannah, watching the first session after Echo's hatching, said, "The dragon is doing something different from the others." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "It's like it's translating," she said. "Between you and them. The quality of what I'm reading from your connections changed when Echo joined." Wei Liang had been building toward this observation. The resonance mirror technique, the fragment described it as a sympathetic resonance architecture. I think Echo is what that architecture was designed to have at its center. Not me. A void drake. He paused. I've been running the technique without its central component for 7 months. The results have been correct, but incomplete. Echo completes the circuit. Hannah said, "That means whoever designed the egg knew what was missing." "Yes," Wei Liang said, "and knew I would be able to receive Echo's contribution to it when the egg hatched, which required the technique to already be established and functioning." He thought about the timing. The 8 months between the technique's first pulse with dust and Echo's hatching. The egg was designed to hatch when the architecture was ready for it. 18 years ago, Hannah said. At least, he said. Possibly longer. The void drake bloodline's consciousness was already active before hatching. How long that pre-formation consciousness was present is unclear. They looked at Echo, which was sitting at the center of the contracted beast arrangement with the settled quality of something that had found its position and had no interest in moving. Echo looked back at both of them with the library that is a new patron quality that Wei Liang had been reading since the first morning. He thought, this creature is going to tell me things I don't have the vocabulary for yet. He thought, I need to develop the vocabulary. He named his sessions with Echo, translation work, and began approaching them differently. Not as maintenance, but as learning a language. The first thing he learned in the translation work was that Echo's responses had structure. Not the simple binary of dust's early pulses, affirmative/negative, near/far, comfortable/uncomfortable. Echo's responses had grammar. A sequencing logic that suggested the void drake wasn't simply answering questions, but organizing information in a specific way before transmitting it. He spent 3 sessions trying to understand the grammar before realizing the grammar was not linguistic. It was spatial. Echo organized resonance impressions the way a practitioner organized a formation, by relative position, proximity, and function. Something near was near because its function related to something else nearby. Something distant was distant because its function was independent. He said to Echo, "You're showing me a map, not a word." Echo's response was a single impression, a point of light, very near, and around it, 8 other points of varying distance. He looked at the 7 beasts in the session and thought about the formation they occupied and understood that Echo was showing him his own formation from outside. The nearest point was Dust. The farthest was Echo itself. He said, "You see yourself as part of the formation." The response was affirmative, and also something he had no word for yet, a quality that felt like the word for when something has always been this way and will continue to be. Chapter 42 Golden Summit came into view on the 9th day of travel, which was the day the mountain path reached the elevation where the sect's primary structures became visible. The architecture was, as Zhao Mian had characterized it, aggressive. White stone, carved to emphasize vertical lines and height, positioned on the mountain face to maximize the visible profile from the approaches. The effect was intentional. This was a place that had been built by people who understood that first impressions were political acts. He studied the approach carefully. The sightlines had been designed to maximize Golden Summit's visual dominance from every angle of arrival. The main gate positioned at a point where visitors were looking upward for the longest possible approach distance. The walls carved with cultivation iconography that communicated history and authority simultaneously. The message was not subtle and was not intended to be. This was a place that wanted to be recognized as a place of power. Rin, walking beside him, said, "It's very white." He said, "It's meant to be seen from a distance." She said, "It works." He said, "Yes." He thought about what it meant that Golden Summit had invested so heavily in being perceived as impressive before you arrived. The architecture communicated confidence, and also something he filed as anxiety about being overlooked. A sect with genuine, unassailable standing didn't need to announce itself this aggressively. Hannah, on his other side, said quietly, "The cultivation density is good here. Better than Iron Fong." He said, "The mountain itself is a natural density concentration. They didn't build the sect here because of the architecture opportunities. They built here because the spiritual environment supports higher cultivation. The architecture came after." She said, "So the foundation is genuine." He said, "The foundation is genuine. The performance of the foundation is what's aggressive." He watched a group of Golden Summit disciples moving through the outer courtyard with the particular bearing of practitioners who had grown up being told their sect was exceptional. They're not wrong that they're powerful. They're insecure about whether being powerful is sufficient. He filed this under useful to understand before negotiating within this environment. A form of communication, and had decided to communicate dominance. Wei Liang read it like a beast display. The flanges spread wide, the scales fully presented, the vocalization at maximum volume. All of which told him that the dominance being communicated was performed as well as genuine, because genuinely dominant structures didn't need to perform. He filed this as useful information about the sect's institutional character. Hannah, beside him, said, "It's trying too hard." "I know," he said. "You're going to say it's useful information." "It's useful information," he said. She made the look. He had come to understand this as a form of affection. Zhao Mian met them at the outer gate with the warmth of a patron whose investment was arriving on schedule. He looked at Echo, which had taken to riding on Wei Liang's shoulder in Echo's compact form. Void Drake could adjust their physical scale within limits, and Echo had established compact form as the default for travel, and something in his expression resolved in a way that suggested he had been curious about the egg's contents and was now satisfied. "The egg hatched," he said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "And it's a Void Drake." "Yes." Zhao Mian looked at Echo for a long moment, then at Wei Liang, then at the other 4 beasts ranged around the group. He said, "I have a great deal to tell you. Some of it will change how you understand everything you've been doing." "I know," Wei Liang said. Zhao Mian looked slightly taken aback. "You know? I know that there's information I don't have that will change my understanding. I don't know the specific content of the information. The shape of the gap has been apparent for several months." Zhao Mian looked at him for a moment and then laughed, genuinely, briefly, the laugh of someone whose investment has returned more than they were prepared for. "Right," he said. "Let me show you to your rooms, and then we'll talk." Chapter 43 The journey to Golden Summit had produced 12 days of useful observation time, which Wei Liang used systematically. He watched the sect's road traffic, who traveled this route, in what volumes, with what equipment and beast complements. He noted the way station at the 4-day mark, where Hollow Throne's disciples had begun a parallel shadow. He tracked the shadow for 2 days before it fell back, which told him the disciples had standing instructions to observe but not intervene, and that the intervention threshold was higher than a 12-person travel party, including a heaven manifest cultivator and 5 beasts at the same rank. He noted the architecture of the countryside the sect route passed through, the cultivation infrastructure visible in the placement of relay formations, the orientation of agricultural beastwork areas, the specific density of spiritual energy at various elevations. Golden Summit's sect territory was well managed and intentionally demonstrative, which was consistent with the architecture. Rin ran extended sessions with Ink through the journey, developing the bat's detection range and her own sensitivity to the information it returned. By the 12th day, she could interpret Ink's spiritual signature echolocation clearly enough to give Wei Liang advance notice of the road configuration around bends. It was specific and useful, and she was clearly pleased with the clarity of it. He told her, "You're doing what took me a year to figure out with dust, in less than 4 months." She said, "I had a better starting framework." He thought, "She also has a different relationship to the technique than I did. I came to it through need and accident. She came to it through observation and choice. The difference in pathway produces different strengths." He filed this for the institute that he had not yet thought of as an institute, but which was forming in the same way that all of his ideas formed, as a pattern that he was observing before he had a label for it. Golden Summit's orientation briefing was delivered by Pei Lu, who had been assigned to this role and who performed it with the specific efficiency of someone who resents the assignment but has decided not to let the resentment affect the work. Wei Liang paid careful attention to the briefing itself and to Pei Lu's execution of it, which told him things the briefing didn't say. Specifically, she had added 3 items to the standard orientation that were not required by the protocol, and that all concerned cultivation theory rather than sect logistics. She had been thinking, since the tournament, about what she'd seen, and the additions to the briefing were the shape of the questions she was asking herself. He said, after the briefing, "You've been running resonance checks on your beasts since the tournament." She turned around. "How did you know that?" The 3 additions to the standard briefing were all about resonance feedback mechanisms. "You were asking me whether I'd noticed the same patterns you've been noticing." He paused. "Have your beasts been responding differently in the months since?" She was quiet for a moment. "The firehound," she said finally. "It started orienting toward my sessions rather than toward my commands during training. I thought it was a behavioral issue." She looked at Wei Liang. "It's not, is it?" "No," he said. "It's the beginning of something. Your training is creating the conditions for it." He looked at her. "You should let it continue." She said, "The sect doctrine on beast orientation toward tamers prioritizes command readiness. Orientation toward sessions is classified as a discipline issue." "I know," he said. "The doctrine is wrong about that specific thing." He said it clearly, not provocatively. "I'll tell you what I know about what you're seeing, if you want to know." She looked at him for a long moment. "Yes," she said. "I want to know." They had that conversation the following morning, which was the first of many. Chapter 44 Zhao Mian's information session happened in his private office on the second day at Golden Summit. He presented it the way he presented everything. Organized, direct about his own interests, clear about what he knew and what he was inferring. "MQ is Mei Qing," he said. "She's 83, which is older than she looks because she's been a void-crossing cultivator for 40 years and the cultivation age reduction is significant. She has been a licensed beast trader for 60 years, which is a real profession that also functions as a cover for her actual primary activity." He paused. "She is the last living descendant of a woman named Yuan, who was a healer and a tamer in the period before the Shattering War." Wei Liang said, "What did Yuan do?" "She was Tuako's partner," Zhao Mian said. "In the technique. The anchor that the full resonance mirror required. The second person who received the breakthrough feedback and distributed it rather than concentrating it in a single cultivator." He looked at Wei Liang. "Tuako lost Yuan in the early years of the war. He advanced anyway. Without the anchor, the feedback from 7 simultaneous advancements concentrated entirely in him and fragmented his consciousness." He paused. "Mei Qing has been tracking every resonance mirror practitioner since the shattering, through her family line. There have been 4, including you. None of the others advanced past core formation before they were suppressed or died." Wei Liang sat with this information and let it organize itself. "She recognized me at the assessment," he said. "She's been looking for someone with your specific resonance signature for 40 years, Zhao Mian said. Her family line has preserved the complete technical documentation for the resonance mirror technique, including the anchor mechanism. She's been waiting to find the right person to give it to. Why didn't she approach me directly? She needed to see if you would repeat Tuako's pattern," Zhao Mian said. "If you would advance alone, without understanding the anchor requirement, you'd produce the same result he did. She was watching to see if you were building the right relationship architecture before she intervened." Wei Liang thought about Hannah. He thought about the morning sessions, the 2 days of recovery with Hannah present, the way the connection between them had developed alongside the technique rather than separately from it. "She's been watching Hannah," he said. "Among other things," Zhao Mian confirmed. Wei Liang said. When does she arrive? She's already here, Zhao Mian said. She's been at Golden Summit for 2 weeks. She wanted to be here before you arrived. He filed this under. Mei Qing does not do things without purpose. She had been in a different city for 2 weeks. She had timed her arrival to precede his. That was a practitioner preparing the ground before a meeting she considered important, either for information she planned to give him or for assessment she planned to conduct. He said, she came here to meet me specifically. Zhao Mian said, she asked about you. I told her what I knew, which is more than most people know, but less than she seemed to want. He paused. She wasn't satisfied with sect records or tournament results. She asked about the daily sessions. Whether you ran them in all weather, all circumstances, regardless of what else was happening. Wei Liang said, what did you tell her? Zhao Mian said, I told her about the morning you ran the session the day after the assessment committee hearing. 6 hours of sleep, political crisis, and you were in the formation yard at dawn with all 4 beasts in the standard configuration. He paused. She said, yes, that's what I thought. He considered this. He said, she was testing for consistency. Zhao Mian said, she was testing for something. Consistency is the word I would use. He looked at Wei Liang. Whatever she was testing for, you passed. She's been waiting 2 weeks for the answer to confirm. Chapter 45. Zhao Mian arranged the meeting for the afternoon of the second day, in the sect's healer wing where Hannah had been given workspace. The choice of location was deliberate. It was neutral. It was associated with Hannah's role, and it communicated that the meeting was about the anchor mechanism rather than about Wei Liang specifically. Mei Qing was smaller in person than she had appeared in his memory of the assessment, which was the effect of being an elderly woman in a space that was not designed to emphasize presence. She was wearing the same traveling merchant clothes, properly issued, well-worn, and she had the stillness of someone who had been waiting for a very long time and had learned to exist comfortably inside the waiting. She looked at Wei Liang with the specific attention of someone completing a very long piece of work. She looked at Hannah. She said to Hannah, you've been anchoring him. Hannah said, I've been present during his advancements. Monitoring. Stabilizing when the depletion was severe. Without knowing that was the function, Mei Qing said, you've been doing it instinctively. I'm a healer, Hannah said. It seemed like the natural thing. Mei Qing looked at her for a moment with an expression that was difficult to read, and then resolved into something recognizable, relief. The specific relief of someone who has been watching for a particular outcome and has seen it arrive. She turned to Wei Liang. You have 6 contracted beasts at Heaven Manifest rank. 5 in an egg, Wei Liang said. The egg hatched. Echo is Heaven Manifest now. 6 total. She looked at Echo on his shoulder. Echo regarded her with the quality Wei Liang had learned to read as very old recognition. The same quality as looking at the old woman in the burning landscape Echo had shown him in the second week. You found the Void Drake, she said. It found me, Wei Liang said. Someone placed the egg in a regional tournament prize pool. I placed it, Mei Qing said. 60 years ago. Void Drake eggs take 60 years to reach contract readiness from laying. I laid it in the tournament prize pool network 42 years ago with a time transfer mechanism that would route it to the appropriate regional competition when the resonance scan confirmed a resonance mirror practitioner in the draw area. She looked at him. You were the first positive scan in 60 years of monitoring. Wei Liang looked at her. He looked at Echo. He said, you've been running a surveillance network for 60 years waiting for someone to rediscover this technique. My family has been running it for 800 years, Mei Qing said. I'm the last. After me, the network ends. She paused. That's why I'm here. I have the complete documentation. I have the anchor method, the full version, Yuan's original notes, not the fragments the blood main holds. She held out a sealed case, jade and brass, old enough that the sealing wax had gone completely hard. This is for you. Both of you. She looked at Hannah when she said, both of you. Hannah looked at the case. She looked at Wei Liang. He said, tell me about the anchor method. Mei Qing sat down and began. Chapter 46. Mei Qing described the anchor method in Yuan's original terms and in practical terms simultaneously, switching between them as naturally as she switched between the merchant register and the cultivation register in her speech. Yuan's terms. The resonance mirror's advancement pulse, when passing through multiple contracts simultaneously, produced a feedback surge that returned to the originating cultivator. In solo practice, this feedback concentrated entirely in the originating spiritual core, creating the doubled cost depletion that Wei Liang had been managing at every advancement. In partner practice, the feedback was intercepted by the anchor, a person with a resonance-compatible cultivation signature who had established what Yuan called an open bridge connection with the primary tamer. Practical terms, the anchor needed to be present, in resonance contact, and specifically tuned to receive the feedback surge witut being harmed by it. A healer's resonance, which was trained to handle large spiritual energy flows for the purpose of patient treatment, was the natural candidate for the anchor role. Yuan had been a healer. She didn't design the role, Mei Qing said. She discovered it. Tuo Ku was depleting badly after every advancement. She was treating him. In the course of treatment, she understood that the depletion came from concentrated feedback, and she developed the bridge connection as a treatment intervention before they understood it was a structural requirement. Wei Liang said, "What is the bridge connection exactly?" "A permanent resonance link between the primary tamer and the anchor. Not a beast contract. Something closer to a synchronized cultivation state. The anchor and the tamer's spiritual frequencies align at the fundamental level, so the feedback has a second path to follow. It distributes between them rather than concentrating in one." Mei Qing paused. "The connection is permanent. It cannot be severed without destabilizing both cultivators. It changes the anchor's cultivation pattern permanently. They remain themselves, but their development becomes partially responsive to the primary tamer's advancements." Hannah said, "Partially responsive how?" "The feedback distribution means the anchor receives a minor cultivation benefit from the primary tamer's advancements. Not the full beast tier amplification. The anchor is human, not beast physiology, but a measurable acceleration in their own development, proportional to their connection quality." Wei Liang looked at Hannah. She was looking at the sealed case with the expression she used when she was deciding about something that mattered. "Not afraid. Considering," he said. "Hannah." She looked at him. "You know I wasn't going to ask," he said. "I know," she said. "I want to tell you what I think before you decide," he said. "Which is, you've been doing a partial version of this for 7 months without knowing what it was. The connection already exists in incomplete form. The question is whether to complete it." He paused. "And I want to tell you that I've known since Chun Bao's office what the non-negotiable was. The technique stays mine. The bonds stay mine." "I didn't say the anchor." Hannah said, "Why not?" He said, "Because the anchor isn't a bond between me and a beast. It's a bond between me and a person. That's not something I can decide for someone else." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Let me read Yuan's notes. All of them." Mei Qing handed her the case. Chapter 47. The summit trial registration opened 3 days after Wei Liang's arrival, which was not timing he had arranged, but which Zhao Mian had clearly anticipated, as the sponsorship letter was already prepared when Wei Liang received the notification. The letter was elegantly written and politically precise. It described Wei Liang as a cultivator of unusual ability who had been operating under Iron Fang's jurisdiction and was now competing under Golden Summit sponsorship. The language about his technique was circumspect, resonance cultivation methods that have produced anomalous results consistent with advanced taming theory. Wei Liang read it and approved it without modification. Zhao Mian had understood the tone required. The resonance assessment was the first stage, which turned out to be straightforward in the sense that Wei Liang's resonance signature was clearly measurable and clearly anomalous. And the assessment team completed their calibration in about 6 minutes before the one who was running the manual review request paused and looked at Zhao Mian, and Zhao Mian looked at the space between them for a moment, and the manual review request did not complete its route to the council. Wei Liang noted this as the first of Zhao Mian's political interventions on his behalf. It was efficient and clean. He filed it as evidence that the patron relationship was functioning as described. The combat gauntlet format required 3 consecutive opponents in the preliminary bracket. His first 2, both outer disciples from Golden Summit's home roster, were dispatched in the range of 30 to 50 seconds each, which gave him data on Golden Summit's standard combat training approach. The approach was technically solid and relied heavily on beast command synchronization at the cost of adaptability. He stored this for later use. His third opponent was Su Dang. The name was in the bracket list, and he had read it, but had not connected it to Su Dang from the Iron Fang assessment until he saw him in the arena. The same person who had filed observations for Cold Steel's faction, who had targeted Rin in the spectator box in the first tournament match, who Wei Liang had noted as operating from desperation rather than doctrine. The observation held. Su Dang entered the arena with the body language of someone whose prepared strategy was his last viable option, the entire weight of his approach resting on a single approach rather than the distributed confidence of someone who has backups. His strategy was specifically designed for Wei Liang. He targeted Rin in the Golden Summit observation box before the match began, placing her in a spiritual lock zone that wasn't quite an attack, but was clearly a threat. Wei Liang assessed the spiritual lock in about 2 seconds. It was genuine. It would harm Rin if she moved without releasing it, but it required Su Dang's continuous attention to maintain. He was splitting his cultivation focus between the lock and the match. Wei Liang said, loud enough for the arena officials to hear. He has a spiritual lock on a spectator in the observation box. That's grounds for disqualification. Su Dang said, in the fight, and it releases. Wei Liang said, no. He said it to the arena officials, not to Su Dang. Document the lock and proceed. His attention split is the vulnerability. The arena officials had a brief, urgent conversation. One of them began documentation. Wei Liang attacked. With Su Dang's cultivation attention divided between the lock and the match, his beasts were operating at reduced coordination. Talon identified the delay in Su Dang's response signals within the first 5 seconds and adjusted. The match concluded at 6 seconds. The lock released automatically when Su Dang fell. Rin was fine. She was watching from the observation box with the expression of someone who had been genuinely frightened and was processing the resolution. Wei Liang met her eyes from the arena floor for a moment. She nodded, the nod of someone who had understood that he had trusted the process rather than being controlled by the threat. Su Dang was removed from the tournament for the spiritual lock violation. He left without protest, which told Wei Liang that he had not expected the disqualification outcome and was recalculating. He filed, Su Dang will resurface. People who operate from desperation have limited alternative options. He will reappear in the context of whoever currently represents his best option for the debt or threat that's driving him. Chapter 48. The semifinal opponent was Su Dang's replacement, not the original bracket, which had been adjusted after the disqualification. The replacement was a mid-rank Golden Summit cultivator that Wei Liang dispatched in 45 seconds, which told him less than he wanted to know, but confirmed that Golden Summit's standard training doctrine had consistent weaknesses under pressure. The interesting event of the semifinal day was not his own match. Pei Lu fought in a separate bracket division, not the tamer-specific division, but the cultivator division, which evaluated individual combat capability separately from beast coordination. She placed first in her division with a precision that was genuinely impressive. Her spatial awareness under pressure was as good as Wei Liang had assessed it at the tournament, possibly better in familiar surroundings. After her match, she found Wei Liang in the preparation area and said, the Firehound has started responding to my sessions rather than my commands in training. Is that a problem? Wei Liang asked. The training master flagged it as a discipline issue, she said. I told him I was investigating. I've been watching what happens when I let it continue rather than correcting it. What have you found? She was quiet for a moment, the way she was quiet when she was deciding how to say something precisely. It's more reliable, she said. When it's responding to the session, its decision-making under pressure is better than when it's responding to commands. It sees things I don't see and adjusts for them. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's what it looks like. She said, my doctrine says that beast intelligence is a combat liability, that a beast making independent decisions creates unpredictability that disrupts tactical coordination. The doctrine is addressing a real problem, Wei Liang said. A beast making random independent decisions does create unpredictability, but the Firehound isn't making random decisions. It's reading the situation with a different perception than yours and adding that to the coordination. He paused. The question is whether you trust its perception. She looked at him steadily. Do you trust Dust's perception? Yes, he said, even when it differs from yours. Especially then, he said, when Dust's read is different from mine. One of us has information the other doesn't. The process of reconciling those reads is part of how we operate. He paused. Your Firehound is asking to be a participant rather than a tool. The doctrine says that's a problem. I'd argue the doctrine is wrong about that specific thing. She said, I'm beginning to think you're right. He said, you don't have to commit to that conclusion yet. Keep watching what happens when you let it continue. She said, I will. She paused. Will you be at the competition tomorrow? I have the final, he said. I know, she said. She looked at him for a moment. I hope you lose. He looked at her. Not because I want you to fail, she said. Because a loss tells you something a win doesn't, and you seem like the kind of person who uses that information well. He thought about this after she left. He thought, she's probably right. He thought, I'm not going to lose the final on purpose to gather information. But the observation is accurate. He liked her analytical clarity. He filed her in the category of people worth continuing to know. Chapter 49. The final was not the fight he'd been expecting. The original finalist had withdrawn overnight due to an injury sustained in an unofficial practice session. The circumstances were left vague in the official announcement, which told Wei Liang that unofficial practice session was covering something more complicated. He wasn't the only one who noticed. The tournament's committee ran a brief investigation and published a one-line result. Finalist unable to continue. Circumstances under review. Wei Liang was declared winner without fighting. He found this specifically frustrating in the way that uncompleted processes were frustrating. Not because the outcome was wrong, but because the information generation had been cut off before the interesting data arrived. He told Hannah, "I didn't learn anything." She said, "You learned he's afraid of you." He thought about this. The original finalist. Or whoever made him withdraw, she said. Someone decided they didn't want that fight to happen. That's information. He thought about Cold Steel's observer in the lower village. He thought about Su Dang's connection to Cold Steel's faction. He thought about the injured finalist and the vague circumstances. He said, "Hollow Throne." "That's what I'm thinking," she said. He thought. Cold Steel's faction removed a competitor to prevent the final from generating combat data that they'd be analyzing. They didn't want a comprehensive public record of his beast's capabilities at Heaven Manifest rank under extended pressure conditions. He said, "That's a more sophisticated operation than the village observer." "Which means they're escalating," Hannah said. "Not to confrontation, to intelligence management." He said, "I need to map what they know and what they don't, and then figure out what they're planning to do with it." She said, "Is that the thing that requires all of your attention right now? Or can you also look at the situation where I've been reading Ewan's notes for 3 days and have some things to say about them?" He looked at her. "Second thing," he said. She sat down and opened the notes. While she reviewed the notes, he thought about the tournament's final round, not the frustration of the canceled match, but the specific information the cancellation contained. Su Dang had been watching him for weeks, had prepared a technical counter that had nearly worked in the semifinal. The withdrawal was not an admission of defeat. It was a communication that the cost of losing the final exceeded whatever value the match offered. That was the calculation of someone who was operating under constraint, reporting to someone who would hold the loss against him. He said, without looking up, "Su Dang reports to someone who considers this tournament outcome significant." Hannah paused in her notes review. "You think someone made him withdraw?" He said, "The injury was real. Someone created the conditions for the injury." She looked at him. "That's a significant accusation." He said, "I'm not making it yet. I'm filing it. When Su Dang surfaces again, and he will surface, people who act from desperation find their way back into situations. I'll understand more about the network around him." He paused. "For now, what do the notes say?" Chapter 50, The Summit Ascent, was the third stage of the trial, and unlike the other stages, it was not a display of technique, but an encounter with a spirit impression that had been resident in the mountain for roughly 200 years. Wei Liang entered the ascent array at dawn, without his beasts. The protocol was explicit about solo entry, but with the 5 contract threads present in his awareness as steady faint presences. Not absent, just not physically here. The absence was different now than it had been during the council investigation's impound period. That absence had been sudden. This was prepared, negotiated, understood. He had run a full session the previous evening with all 5 beasts and told them, in the only way he could tell them, that he was going to be in the array for a period of unknown duration and that the contract threads would be maintained, but without physical contact. They had, each in their particular way, acknowledged this. Dust had pressed her head against his palm. Talon had made the slightly warmer information sound. Current had moved its slow spiral around him once, deliberately. Still had become briefly more visible than she usually was. Echo had pulsed twice, one long, one short. He carried all of this into the array. The trial array was ancient, older than the sect, old enough to predate the Shattering War in its original construction, although the resonance signatures throughout had been modified and layered over centuries of maintenance. The spirit impression at its center was 200 years old, which meant the question it asked was calibrated to a 200-year-old understanding of what a cultivator's deepest challenge might be. The array moved through Wei Liang's awareness in stages, not physical spaces exactly, but resonance environments that his spiritual perception generated as experiences. The first stages addressed cultivation fears, the standard material, loss of rank, suppression, the beast tamer's specific fear of contract severance. He moved through these efficiently. He had thought about these fears clearly enough that the array's versions of them were recognizable without being destabilizing. The deeper stages were less straightforward. At the 4th stage, the array showed him something he had not expected, not his fears, but his decisions. The moments where he had chosen a direction he couldn't fully verify. Taking the stable job, making the contract with Current when he was already at his practical limit. Telling Cold Steel no. The array was not presenting these as fears. It was asking him to verify them. He looked at each one and verified it. Yes, I chose that. I chose it for the reason I thought at the time. The reason was good enough to stand under this examination. At the 5th stage, the spirit impression was waiting. It was not what the other candidates described, a vague presence, a sense of accumulated wisdom. It was specific, a cultivator's resonance pattern, warm and detailed, clearly individual. The founder, or something that remembered the founder clearly enough to represent the founder. The spirit said, "You're carrying other lives in your cultivation." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Every time you advance, they advance. If you falter, they falter with you." "Not exactly," Wei Liang said. "If I falter, they stagnate. They don't falter unless I do something specifically harmful to the technique. The relationship is not perfectly symmetric." The spirit was quiet for a moment, a quality of quiet that suggested processing rather than silence. "Is that a burden or a purpose?" it asked. He thought about this in the real way, not the way you answer a philosophical question, but the way you verify something you already believe. "Yes," he said. He said it the way he said things he had already decided. The spirit looked at him, or he perceived the thing that represented looking, and said something he hadn't expected. The technique was not designed to be carried this way. It was designed for two. "I know," he said. "I found out 3 days ago." Another quality of processing quiet. "You're addressing it." "Yes," he said. He felt the spirit impression's resonance shift, not warmly, exactly, but with the quality of revision. He thought. This impression was calibrated to ask a hard question and expected either the wrong answer or a struggle. He had answered precisely, with full information. The chamber opened. He descended and found Hannah waiting at the base. She said, 3 hours. "Longer than I expected," he said. "I know," she said. "I read the rest of Yuan's notes." She looked at him. "I have a decision to tell you about." He waited. "I'm going to do it," she said. "The bridge connection. I want you to hear my reasoning before you respond." He said, "Tell me." She said, "I've been doing the partial version for 7 months because it was the natural thing to do. That's not nothing. That's the technique telling me something about what I'm suited for. And the notes describe what the complete version enables, which is that your advancements stop costing you twice and start costing us once each. Which means you stop advancing at half speed." She paused. "You're building something. The speed matters." He said, "That's a functional argument. It's complete, but it's not all of it." She said, "No." She looked at him. "The rest of it is that I'm already here. I've been here. The connection already exists in the partial form, and it already feels like the right thing." She paused. "I was at the outer trial when you placed first. I've been at every advancement. I'm at Golden Summit because Zhao Mian's arrangement included me, and you made sure of that before you accepted his offer." She looked at him directly. "I know what I am in this story. I've known for a while." He said nothing for a moment. Then he said, "I know too." She said, "Then we're in agreement." He said, "Yes." He said it the way he said things he had already decided. They walked back to the sect together in the mid-morning light, and the contract threads in his awareness ran steady and warm through the mountain air. 5 presences and a 6th that was the shape of a bridge. Chapter 51. The formal recognition ceremony ran to 12 minutes, which was shorter than the standard Golden Summit ceremony protocol, but long enough to be legitimate and short enough that Zhao Mian had clearly been managing the presentation. Wei Liang stood at the ceremony's center point while the sect master's representative read the recognition document and thought about the Hollow Throne Observer and the withdrawn finalist and the Cascade Statute and Mei Qing's 60 years of surveillance infrastructure, all of which were now parts of the same picture. The picture was becoming clear. The elements were in the right relationship to each other. What remained unclear was the timing of the next phase. Zhao Mian caught him afterward and said, quietly, "Cold Steel filed a preliminary grievance with the Continental Council this morning. The formal version will be submitted at the next council session, 3 months from now. He's invoking the Cascade Threshold Statute." Wei Liang said, "He filed before I've advanced to the threshold range." "He filed preemptively," Zhao Mian said. "The statute allows anticipatory filings if the evidence of trajectory is clear. Your advancement rate from Qi gathering to heaven manifest in 9 months is the evidence." Wei Liang thought, he's trying to prevent the next advancement. If the grievance is in formal review when I approach void crossing, the council will have standing to impose a restriction order. He thought, he's not wrong about the risk. He's wrong about the solution. He said, "I need 3 months to develop the distributed advancement method and demonstrate it before the council session." Zhao Mian said, "I know. That's why I'm telling you now." He said, "I also need the Formation Master records from Golden Summit's archive, specifically anything related to Cascade containment and high-rank advancement events. I need to demonstrate that the Cascade risk is manageable, not just assert it." Zhao Mian said, "I'll arrange access." He said, "And I need Pei Lu." He looked at Zhao Mian. "The legal language for the counterfiling needs to be airtight. She wrote your sponsorship letter. She understands the precision required." Zhao Mian looked at him for a moment. "You want my protege to write your legal defense. I want your protege to write the argument that resolves the entire Cascade Statute question," Wei Liang said. "Not just my defense. The statute was written for simultaneous advancement. I've been distributing my breakthroughs across time. The statute explicitly covers simultaneous advancement. Pei Lu is good enough to build that argument. He paused. She's also been watching your political work for 3 years and knows exactly how to structure this, so it becomes a precedent rather than a defense. Zhao Mian looked at him for a long moment. He said, she's going to be furious that she didn't see this angle herself. She'll be effective, Wei Liang said. Yes, Zhao Mian agreed. Chapter 52. The archive work ran in parallel with the legal work and with Mei Qing's anchor method teaching sessions, all 3 proceeding in the same week. The archive gave him 15 historical cases of high-rank advancement events that had produced cascade effects, ranging from minor to catastrophic, and 6 cases where cascade effects had been contained. The containment cases clustered around one variable, timing distribution. The uncontained cases were all simultaneous. The pattern was clean. It was the same pattern Hannah had found in the field healer's report from the Shattering War. He built the mathematical model with the archive's formation master documentation as technical foundation, which produced something he could present to the council as evidence rather than assertion. The cascade threshold, defined precisely, was a function of 2 variables, the number of simultaneous spiritual surges and the total combined output. Single cultivator, single advancement, safe at any rank. Multiple beasts, simultaneous, dangerous above a calculable threshold. Multiple beasts, sequential over time, safe at any interval greater than the formation array recovery period. His distributed method had been using intervals of approximately 45 minutes to 6 hours, depending on the size of the advancement. The formation array recovery period, according to the archive documentation, was approximately 8 hours at the highest historical levels of surge. He needed to increase his distribution intervals. He told Hannah this, and she immediately understood the implication. Your advancements are going to take longer. Yes, he said. At Void Crossing, all 6 beasts distributing over 8-hour intervals means a 48-hour advancement process. She said, I can anchor for 48 hours. No, he said. Not continuously. The anchor method Yuan describes is not designed for continuous operation. It's designed for sustained high-intensity periods with rest cycles. He thought about this. We'll need to develop a modified protocol. Maybe 12-hour active cycles with rotation. She said, there's nothing to rotate to. It's just me. He said, for now. He looked at her. There will be others who understand this technique. She said, you're thinking about teaching it. I'm thinking about building a structure where the knowledge lives beyond the 2 of us, he said. What Mei Qing's family did for 800 years worked because they were preserving knowledge. But preservation requires a lineage, and lineages end. What I want to build is a structure where the knowledge is public and distributed. Hannah said, that's an institute. He looked at her. A cultivation institute, she said. For the resonance mirror method. That's what you're describing. He thought about this for a moment, feeling the shape of it settle into a category that had been waiting for a label. Yes, he said. I suppose it is. Hannah said, distributed timing isn't just how you advance. It's how you teach. You don't show students the complete technique at once. You show them the piece they can integrate. Let that settle, then show the next piece. She was quiet for a moment. You've been doing this instinctively with Rin since the beginning. You showed her the coordination work before you explained why coordination matters. He said, the explanation would have been abstract without the example. She said, yes. The timing was distributed because the information needed to be digested in sequence. She closed her documentation folder. I think that's how the complete technique works too. The spectrum bond wasn't built all at once. It was built one contract at a time, each one adding to what the previous ones had established. The architecture only became visible when the pieces were present in the right sequence. He thought about this. He said, Tuak built his version of the technique in the same sequence. The cascade problem wasn't that he built it wrong. It was that he advanced to the final stage without the anchor. The timing was distributed for the technique's construction but concentrated for the final breakthrough. She said, the one place where he didn't distribute the timing. He said, because he didn't have a partner to distribute it with. She was quiet. Then, he's the reason the anchor method documentation was preserved. His failure is what made Yuan leave instructions. He said, his failure is what taught us exactly what needed to be preserved. He paused. The technique that works is built from the failures of the technique that didn't. That's also distributed timing. The learning distributed across 800 years, from the practitioner who couldn't receive it to the practitioner who could. Hannah said, that's a generous way to describe 800 years of someone waiting alone. He said, I'm not describing it as a good process. I'm describing it as the process that happened. The distinction matters. She said, yes. She opened the folder again. Back to work. Chapter 53 The Cold Steel Grievances ripples reached Golden Summit faster than even Zhao Mian had anticipated. The preliminary notification triggered a response from 3 major sect councils. Not formal responses, but informal communications of the kind that preceded formal responses, which in cultivation politics were more significant than the formal versions because they represented actual positions rather than performed ones. 2 of the communications were cautious neutral. They would wait for formal proceedings and reserve judgment. 1, from the Jade Bell sect, which had historical relationships with Hollow Throne, was categorically hostile. They supported the Cascade Threshold Statute and would vote for a restriction order if the grievance went to council vote. Zhao Mian briefed Wei Liang on these communications with the expression of a man who had been navigating this kind of politics for decades and found the current configuration manageable but not comfortable. The Jade Bell vote gives Cold Steel a starting coalition of 2, Zhao Mian said. He needs 5 to pass a restriction order. The 3 neutrals are persuadable in both directions. What persuades them? Wei Liang asked. Evidence, Zhao Mian said. The 3 neutral sects are all run by people who make risk-based decisions. If the Cascade mathematical model demonstrates that distributed advancement is categorically safe, they have no reason to support restriction. The restriction's purpose was to prevent the Cascade, and if the Cascade can be prevented by the technique itself, the restriction is redundant. So the model needs to be airtight before the council session, Wei Liang said. Before, Zhao Mian confirmed. And publicly available. If it's submitted to the council as private evidence, Cold Steel's lawyers will dispute it in closed session. If it's published to the general cultivation community first, the council reviews it against existing public commentary rather than against Cold Steel's private disputes. Wei Liang thought about this. He said, Pei Lu's legal argument combined with the mathematical model and a public presentation before the council session. Yes, Zhao Mian said. You have about 10 weeks. 10 weeks for the mathematical model, the legal argument, and a public demonstration that distributed advancement was safe, while also learning the anchor method and preparing for his next advancement. He thought about Chunbao's word, arithmetic. The arithmetic was manageable. Tight, but manageable. He said, I need access to formation masters and the archive records. I need Pei Lu's full time. And I need Mei Qing to be present for the public demonstration. Zhao Mian said, all arranged. He paused. You should also know that Cold Steel's observer is still in the area. She'll report on everything you do publicly. Good, Wei Liang said. I want her to. Zhao Mian looked at him. I want Cold Steel to know the model is being developed, Wei Liang said. I want him to have time to evaluate it. If he changes his position after seeing the evidence, the grievance doesn't go to council vote, and we skip 10 weeks of politics. He paused. If he doesn't change his position, his lawyers will have already seen what they're arguing against, and will have made their best case, which means the council will have seen the strongest version of both arguments. Zhao Mian said, You want him to have every opportunity to be right. No, Wei Liang said, I want him to have every opportunity to be persuaded. Those are different things. Chapter 54 The Void Crossing Advancement happened on the 42nd day at Golden Summit. Wei Liang had been preparing for it since the 3rd day, when the archive work had established the formation array recovery period requirements. The preparation was specific. He had booked the sect's primary resonance chamber, which was equipped with temporary cascade dampeners that Golden Summit's formation masters had developed for their own high-rank advancements. He had worked with those masters for 4 weeks to calibrate the dampeners specifically for his technique's output profile. He had run daily sessions with Hannah practicing the anchor bridge at increasing depth, building toward the sustained connection required. He had told Mei Qing the timeline. She had said, I'll be here. He had told each of his beasts in his own way, in the sessions, which were the language they shared. The advancement began at dawn and ran for 39 hours. The distributed method meant each of the 5 beasts advanced to immortal ascendant individually, with 8-hour intervals between each, the cascade dampeners catching each individual surge and dissipating it through the formation array before the next began. The process was enormous and exhausting and completely clean. Not a single formation array cracked. Not a single surge exceeded the dampener's capacity. Hannah anchored through the entire process, resting in 3 4-hour cycles, while Mei Qing monitored in her place. The bridge connection carried the doubled cost feedback cleanly through each of the 5 beast advancements, distributing it between them rather than concentrating it entirely in Wei Liang. The cost was still significant. It was no longer catastrophic. When Echo completed the final advancement, the 39th hour one, Wei Liang sat in the resonance chamber with 5 immortal ascendant beasts and felt his own void crossing advancement settle into full consolidation. The Formation Master's monitoring array recorded the entire event. Everything. The output profile, the surge timing, the cascade dampener activations, the complete containment of every surge. He held the documentation in his hands when the monitoring team brought it in. This was the mathematical model made real. This was the evidence. He looked at Hannah, who was visibly depleted but present. She was sitting against the chamber wall with the satisfied expression of someone who has done something difficult correctly. He looked at Mei Qing, who was standing in the chamber doorway with the expression he had seen once before, when she'd found them in the stable. The expression of completing a very long piece of work. He said to Hannah, "Still alive." She said, "Still alive." He said to Mei Qing, "Thank you." She said, "You did the work." She paused. "Both of you." Afterward, he sat in the formation chamber where the anchor method had been established and thought about what had just changed. The distributed advancement method had been the technical solution to the cascade problem. It was external, a process he ran during breakthrough events, a formation architecture he could deploy and dismantle. The anchor method was different. The connection Hannah had established with his cultivation core was permanent. She would feel his cultivation state for the rest of her life. He would feel her stabilization feedback. This was not a technique layer. It was a relationship that had been formalized into structure. He thought about all the relationships that had been formalized into structure over the past several years. The 6 beast contracts, each one a bond that was now load-bearing in ways that went beyond combat utility. The cross-alliance endorsements, Zhao Mian's political sponsorship, Chen Bao's institutional backing, Pei Lu's legal framework. Each one had begun as a practical connection and had become something that held weight because both sides had chosen to carry it. The anchor method was Hannah choosing to carry that weight in the most direct possible way. He went to find her to say so. She was already making notes on the technique documentation, adapting the protocol for the breakthrough events that were still ahead. He sat down across from her and said, "Thank you." She said, "You already said that." He said, "I wanted to say it when I knew why." She looked up. She said, "Now you do." He said, "Yes." Chapter 55. The public presentation of the distributed advancement model ran 8 days before the Continental Council session. Wei Liang stood before an audience of 43 cultivation scholars, formation masters, and sect representatives in Golden Summit's main assembly hall with the monitoring documentation and Pei Lu's legal argument and the Bloodmane Elder's historical research all organized in sequence, and presented the case in the specific tone he used for things he had already decided, matter of fact, thorough, and without visible investment in whether his audience was convinced. The presentation ran 3 hours. He covered the cascade threshold mathematics, the distributed timing method, the formation master's monitoring data from his void crossing breakthrough, and the historical parallels that placed his approach in context with the containment cases the archive had documented. He covered it methodically and answered every question that was asked during the session. The questions told him more than the answers he gave. 3 scholars asked about the formation specifications, technical questions, the kind that came from practitioners who wanted to understand the mechanism. 2 sect representatives asked about the legal implications, political questions, the kind that came from people already thinking about how this information would affect existing statute arguments. 1 formation master asked nothing during the session and came to find him afterward. Her name was Master Chen Wei, and she had spent 20 years studying cascade failure events. She said, "The distributed method is correct. I calculated the same threshold independently 3 years ago, but couldn't publish it because I had no practical demonstration case to anchor the theory." He said, "You can anchor it now." She said, "Yes." She looked at the monitoring data. The 6-hour sequential advancement sequence is elegant. It uses the cascade's own timing against itself. Each beast advancement provides the system time to stabilize before the next event. He said, "That's correct." She said, "Did you develop this independently, or did you have a theoretical basis?" He said, "I developed it from the healer's records of a failed case 800 years ago. The failure showed me what not to do. I derived the solution from the failure mode." She was quiet for a moment. Learning from failure. Yes. That's exactly what the theory predicts should work. She looked at him. "May I publish a technical analysis using your case?" He said, "With full attribution to the healer whose records provided the failure mode analysis." Her name was Yuan. Master Chen Wei wrote it down. Of fact, complete, without emphasis. The cascade threshold was a function of 2 variables. Simultaneous advancement exceeded the threshold above a calculable point. Sequential advancement, with intervals exceeding the formation array recovery period, did not exceed the threshold at any rank or at any number of contracted beasts. The distributed method was the solution. The monitoring documentation from the void crossing advancement was the proof. He presented it, and then took questions for 2 hours, which produced the best intellectual engagement he had experienced since the Bloodmane Elder's visit. The questions were good, genuine challenges to the mathematics, requests for clarification on edge cases, concerns about technique stability across long advancement periods. He answered all of them with the archive data where available and with his own observations where not. At the end of the session, the Jade Bell sect's representative, who had arrived clearly hostile, as an observer rather than a supporter, said, "The model is correct. I'm confirming that because I came prepared to dispute it, and I cannot." Wei Liang said, "The dispute is why you came. I appreciate that you said so directly." The Jade Bell representative looked at him for a moment. Cold Steel's grievance is predicated on the assumption that the cascade cannot be managed. Your model demonstrates it can be managed. He has documentation from your advancement event. He paused. "I think he's going to withdraw before the council session." "I know," Wei Liang said. He had sent the monitoring documentation to Cold Steel's relay contact 3 days before the public presentation. He had included a single-line cover, "For your review before the council session." He had made no argument, no pressure, no political framing, just the data. The Jade Bell representative left. Zhao Mian appeared at Wei Liang's shoulder with the expression of a man whose investment was producing compounding returns. He said, "Cold Steel's representative is in the anteroom. He'd like to speak with you." Wei Liang said, "Tell him I'm available." He was. Chapter 56. Cold Steel's representative was a young woman named Fun, legal specialist, not cultivation specialist, in her late 20s with the bearing of someone who had been given a delicate assignment and was executing it with professional precision. She said, "Patriarch Cold Steel reviewed your model and your monitoring documentation over the past 3 days. He's asked me to convey his assessment." Wei Liang said, "Tell me." He agrees that the distributed advancement method addresses the cascade threshold concern. He agrees that the monitoring documentation supports the model's predictions. He is, and I'm quoting directly, "not in a position to maintain a grievance whose factual predicate has been resolved by the evidence." Wei Liang said, "He's withdrawing." "Yes," Fan said. "Before the council session. He will file a formal withdrawal tomorrow morning." She paused. "He also asked me to convey something personal, which is not formal and does not constitute any official position." "Tell me," Wei Liang said. He said, "My doctrine was written to prevent a second shattering. The doctrine was right about the danger. It was wrong about the solution being prevention rather than management. I withdraw the grievance because the evidence is clear, not because I've stopped believing in the underlying principle." She paused again. "He said you would understand the distinction." Wei Liang said, "I understand it." He thought for a moment. "Tell him I respect the clarity." She nodded and prepared to leave. Wei Liang said, "One more thing. The observer Cold Steel stationed in the lower village before I left Iron Fong. She's been at Golden Summit since I arrived. I want to confirm something." He looked at Fun. "Did she report on the public presentation?" Fun said, "Yes." "Did she report accurately?" Fun looked at him. "What do you mean by accurately? Did she report the content of the model and the monitoring documentation, or did she report conclusions without evidence?" "She reported the content," Fun said. "The Patriarch reads primary documents when they're available." "Good," Wei Liang said. He was genuinely pleased by this. That's why the evidence worked. He read the actual model, not a summary. Fun looked at him with the expression of someone encountering a response they hadn't expected in this type of meeting. She said, "You're pleased that we ran surveillance on your public event." "I'm pleased that the surveillance reported accurately," he said. "I designed the event to be a fair presentation of a mathematical model. It worked because someone with a good reason to dispute it read it honestly." He paused. "That's exactly how these things are supposed to work." She left. Pei Lu appeared at Wei Liang's shoulder from wherever she had been standing. She had been in the room during the meeting, in the corner, not introduced, making notes in the margins of the legal document. She said, "He withdrew." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Because the model was correct, and he's principled enough to acknowledge when the model is correct." "Yes," she said. "I want to note, for the record, that I drafted the legal argument specifically to be useful even if it wasn't needed, which is apparently the case." "It's still needed," Wei Liang said. "The grievance withdrawal doesn't dissolve the underlying doctrinal question. The argument should be submitted to the council as a formal position paper on the Cascade statute language." She looked at him. "To change the statute itself." "To update it," he said. "The statute is 800 years old and was written for a technique that had no safe application. The safe application now exists. The statute should reflect that." He paused. "The argument you wrote is clean enough to do that. It just needs to be submitted as a general position rather than a specific defense." She said, "You've been thinking about this since before the withdrawal." Since before the public presentation, he said, the withdrawal was the best case. The statute update is the necessary case regardless. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, working with you is extremely irritating. He looked at her. Because you see 6 steps ahead, and I'm at step 4, she said. And by the time I get to step 5, you're already at 7. She paused. I want to be better at that. He said, you're already better at it than you know. You wrote the legal argument before I asked for it to be a position paper. That's not step 4. That's step 5. She looked at him for a moment. Something in her expression shifted, not warmly exactly, but with the quality of someone who has filed something in the correct category. Chapter 57. Rin found Wei Liang in the training yard the following morning running the session. She had been at Golden Summit for 6 weeks, working on her own bond development in the spaces she found in the schedule. She had also, quietly, been doing something else, sitting in on the cultivation theory sessions that Golden Summit's junior instructors ran for outer disciples, and asking questions. Not the questions the instructors expected. Questions about resonance architecture, about the relationship between tamer and beast in the early stages of bond formation, about the historical basis for the command-response doctrine. The instructors had been giving her mixed responses, some engaged by the questions, some mildly defensive. One who had sent a note to Zhao Mian's office asking if the outer compound visitor from Iron Fang was there for a specific purpose. Wei Liang had been aware of this and had been letting it develop. She appeared at the yard's edge and waited for the session to complete before approaching, which was the protocol she had developed without being taught it. She had watched Wei Liang long enough to understand that the session's completion point was the right moment for conversation. She said, Ink followed me 12 days from Iron Fang. Yes, he said. I know. I keep thinking about that, she said. What it means that it did that. She looked at Ink on her shoulder. It didn't do it because I commanded it. It didn't do it because the bond compelled it. It did it because it chose to. Yes, he said. Which means the bond is real in the way that, I don't know if I have the right word for it, in the way that a choice is real. Something that involves actual preference. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. She said, am I doing what you're doing? He looked at her. You're at the beginning of what I'm doing, he said. Which means you're doing the part that I did by accident. You're doing it on purpose. She said, is that better? It's different, he said. I built mine through stubbornness and necessity and the specific quality of not knowing enough to understand why what I was doing should be impossible. You're building yours with a framework. That means your ceiling is higher, but the path is more work because you're conscious of each step. She said, how do I make it faster? He said, you don't. The pace is the relationship. Rushing it breaks what you're building. She absorbed this. Then she said, I want to teach it eventually. The way you're thinking about teaching it. He looked at her. You've been talking to the instructors. Testing the questions, she said. Seeing which ones they can answer and which ones they can't. What have you found? They can answer all the tactical questions and none of the relational ones, she said. Everything about command response. Nothing about what happens when the beast starts responding to you before you command. He said, that's the gap the technique addresses. He paused. When I build the teaching framework, you're involved in designing the early stages. The early stages are where you're currently working. She said, I know. She looked at him. I've been thinking about how to describe the beginning. The part before the first pulse. Because the way you teach that determines whether someone builds the right foundation. He said, tell me what you'd say. She told him. He listened carefully. She was right. Her description was cleaner than his would have been. Chapter 58. Su Dang resurfaced. Not at Golden Summit. Not directly. He resurfaced through Cold Steel's formal withdrawal document, which included a notation that Wei Liang read twice. Among the intelligence assets that had contributed to Cold Steel's pre-withdrawal evaluation, one was listed as Compound Observer, Iron Fang Academy Outer Sector, identity confirmed as Su Dang, current status, released from service. Released from service. Cold Steel had cut the asset. The grievance withdrawal had made the surveillance network's continuation pointless, and Cold Steel was not the kind of operator who maintained useless assets. Su Dang was, as Wei Liang had predicted, without a viable option. He had spent his only political currency on a side that had withdrawn. He had been expelled from the tournament for a rules violation that was on permanent record. Wei Liang thought about this for 2 days. On the 3rd day, he sent a letter to the Iron Fang outer compound where Su Dang had last been registered, addressed to Su Dang directly. Your application to study resonance bond development technique will be considered if submitted formally through the Provisional Institute process. Please submit at your convenience. He had not told anyone he was going to do this. Not Hannah, not Zhao Mian, not Pei Lu. Hannah found out 3 days later when Su Dang's response arrived, and she saw the letter over his shoulder. She read it, and then looked at Wei Liang with the expression she used when she had a strong opinion about something and was deciding whether to share it. He waited. She said, he targeted Rin. I know, Wei Liang said. He did it out of desperation, not malice. The distinction matters for how I respond. He paused. He has combat experience and tactical instinct and genuine beast-handling knowledge. He's also clearly failed at every option available to him under the old doctrine. He looked at Hannah. The technique I'm building is explicitly for people who understand that the old doctrine has failed them. Excluding him specifically because he opposed me tactically is the wrong application of the principle. She said, Rin should know before he arrives. Yes, he said. I'll tell her today. Hannah said. She's going to say yes before you finish explaining. He said, probably. He paused. That's why I'm going to explain fully anyway. Hannah made the look. This time the look had something warm in it. Chapter 59. The Thousand Peaks Alliance delegation arrived on the 63rd day at Golden Summit. Wei Liang had known about the delegation for 10 days. Zhao Mian's political network had flagged it when the travel arrangements were first filed, which was the kind of advance notice that good political infrastructure provided. He had used the 10 days to understand what the alliance was and what their interest might be. The alliance was a continent-level body whose formal role was certification and arbitration in cultivation disputes. Their informal role was broader. They maintained the historical records that the Continental Council drew on for precedent. They ran the largest cultivation archive in the current era, and they had relationships with every major sect that were simultaneously diplomatic and intelligence gathering. The lead representative introducing herself as Archivist Shan was not the surprise. The content of her opening was, she said, we've been tracking cultivation anomalies, instances where the standard doctrine's predictions failed to match observed outcomes, for 60 years. Your cultivation profile appeared in our monitoring approximately 9 months ago, when you achieved qi gathering. Wei Liang said, you have monitoring that's sensitive? At that level, yes, she said. A qi gathering cultivator with foundation condensing contracted beasts is not a subtle anomaly. She looked at him with the specific scholarly attention that told him she had prepared for this meeting as a genuine research engagement rather than a political visit. What we didn't anticipate was the trajectory. Void crossing in 9 months from first qi gathering achievement is unprecedented in documented history. The technique doubles the cultivation cost, Wei Liang said. I should be advancing at half the speed of an equally talented solo cultivator. You are, she said. Which means your underlying talent is, she paused, calculating, approximately 4 times the expected rate for someone at your resource level. He sat with this information. He had never considered his own cultivation talent in those terms. He had been focused on the technique and the technique's cost. That's useful information, he said. It's also dangerous information, she said. Factions that have not yet engaged with your situation will engage with it when they understand the underlying talent rate. The technique is unusual. The technique combined with that talent level is something different. He said, tell me what you know about the historical record that isn't in the Bloodmane fragment. She said, that's why we're here. She held out a document case, not jade and brass like Mei Qing's, but a standard archival case, sealed with the Alliance certification stamp. The original resonance mirror documentation from before the shattering. Not a fragment. The complete records. He looked at the case. He said, 800 years. The Alliance archive preserves what survives, she said. This survived because our founding archivist, who was alive during the Shattering War, understood what it documented and made preservation a priority over the objections of every other surviving faction. She paused. Most of those factions no longer exist. He took the case. He said, what do you want in exchange? She said, nothing that costs you anything. We want documentation access, the right to archive your advancement records, your cascade model, and your teaching framework as they develop. We want the record to exist so that the next person who rediscovers this technique, in 500 years, in 1,000, has what you didn't. He said, yes. He said it immediately because it was the right answer. Unconditionally. She looked at him. Most people negotiate. He said, most people haven't had 800 years of preserved knowledge handed to them by someone who built a 60-year infrastructure to watch for them. He paused. I know what documentation access is worth. She said, the archives are yours. Everything in them that pertains to the resonance mirror technique. She paused. I should mention, there's something in those records that will change how you understand several things you've thought you understood. She looked at Echo, particularly regarding the Void Drake bloodline. Echo pulsed twice. One long, one short. Wei Liang said, tell me. Chapter 60. What Archivist Shan told him about the Void Drake bloodline changed the shape of everything. The Void Drakes had not always been a natural species in the way that other beast species were natural. Their bloodline had been cultivated deliberately over multiple generations by the practitioners of the resonance mirror technique in the era before the Shattering War. The original resonance mirror technique had no natural void Drake component. The Drake bloodline had been developed as a response to the practical challenges that the technique produced at scale. Specifically, as the primary tamer's cultivation advanced, the technique's translation work, what Wei Liang had instinctively named his sessions with Echo, became increasingly complex, requiring a consciousness that could interface between the tamer's human spiritual architecture and the beast's non-human spiritual architecture. Human cultivation and beast cultivation were compatible, but not native to each other. Echo's role was to bridge this gap. The Void Drake bloodline had been intentionally developed to be that bridge. The consciousness that Echo had arrived with, the readiness, the preformed architecture, the ancient quality in young eyes, was not mystical. It was the result of 800 years of specific cultivation breeding, maintained by Mei Qing's family alongside the preservation of the documentation. Mei Qing had not just preserved the records. She had preserved the Drake bloodline. Wei Liang looked at Echo. Echo looked back. He said, "You were cultivated for this. Your entire bloodline exists to do what you're doing." Echo pulsed once. "Long," he said, "that means your bloodline's practitioners understood what they were building better than I have." Echo pulsed twice. One long, one short. The second pulse was different from the others, not just acknowledgement. Something that felt like, "And now you do too," Sean said. The records describe what the full development of the technique looked like. At Realm Breaker, the technique's theoretical ceiling in the pre-shattering era, the resonance mirror extended beyond beast contracts to something the original documents call a spectrum bond. A connection that mapped across every cultivation tier simultaneously rather than residing at the current advancement level. He said, "I've been building that accidentally." He thought about dust at Qi Gathering, about the contracts established at each tier of advancement. Every beast was contracted at a different point in my development. Dust at Qi Gathering, Talon at Qi Gathering, Current at Core Formation, Still at Core Formation, Echo at Spirit Domain. "Yes," Sean said. "The spectrum bond requires contracts established at each major tier. You've been doing it." She paused. The resonance mirror technique, at full development, is not a powerful beast taming method. It's a cultivation architecture. The beasts are nodes in a structure that covers the entire cultivation ladder. Wei Liang sat with this. He thought about Tua Ku, who had advanced alone and broken. He thought about Yuan, who had developed the anchor method and stepped into the high realm waiting for him to arrive. He thought about Mei Qing, 60 years of surveillance and a 60-year-old dragon egg. He thought, this was designed to produce something larger than a powerful tamer. Someone built this technique knowing it would take 800 years to find the right person to complete it, and left behind everything that person would need. He looked at Hannah. She was reading the document case documentation, and her expression was the expression of someone whose framework for understanding what she was doing had just dramatically expanded. He looked at Echo. Echo had the library quality, patient, full, waiting to be used. He looked at Sean. "What does the spectrum bond do?" She said, "At full development, it opens the high realm." She paused. "Not transcendence, not death, access. A layer of existence above the current ceiling, where the full architecture of the resonance mirror technique becomes fully functional." She looked at him steadily. The original practitioners didn't reach it. The shattering cut them off. But the architecture they built, in the technique, in the Drake bloodline, in the preserved documentation, was designed to make the path accessible to the next practitioner who built it correctly. Wei Liang said, "To me," she said, "you were always the destination. The 800 years of preservation was the preparation." The session ended. The documentation case sat on the table. He picked it up. He carried it with the same care he had given Dust in the beginning, when she was small and copper-faint and no one else had found a reason to look at her closely. The whole shape of it was clear now. He knew what he was building. Chapter 61. He spent 4 days in the Alliance archive, not studying the records. He had been studying cultivation theory from the moment he had learned to sit still with Dust. He was mapping. The Alliance archive had the largest collection of pre-shattering cultivation documentation currently accessible to anyone outside the major sect private holdings, and the documentation regarding the resonance mirror technique specifically filled 11 catalog sections. He read them in order. What the records told him confirmed what he had already calculated from the archive's indirect references. Tuaku had advanced to void crossing at a point when his beasts were already at the immortal ascendant threshold. The simultaneous breakthrough pulse had overwhelmed the regional formation arrays not through violence, but through magnitude. The spiritual pressure of 7 beasts advancing to immortal ascendant had exceeded the formation infrastructure's absorption capacity in the same way that a channel floods when the water volume exceeds its designed limit. The records were thorough about the material damage. They were almost entirely silent about Tuo himself. He appeared by name in 3 documents and nowhere else in 11 cataloged sections of relevant archive material. Wei Liang noted this absence with the attention he gave to anything that had been deliberately shaped. You did not accidentally omit the primary practitioner from 11 sections of documentation about an event he had caused. You omitted him because someone had made a decision about what the historical record should contain. He spent the afternoon thinking about who had made that decision and why. The obvious answer was, the factions whose doctrine was built on responding to the cascade threat had every incentive to characterize the cascade as a property of a dangerous technique rather than the failure of a single practitioner without adequate support. If the historical record emphasized the technique's danger rather than the absence of the anchor method, the doctrine's restrictions seemed more justified. He wrote one note. The technique was understood by the factions who suppressed it. The suppression was not ignorance. It was policy. He returned the records to the archive in their original sequence. He had what he needed. The gaps in the documentation were as informative as its contents. Described, the full technique, the anchor method, the spectrum bond, the high realm access, was not different in principle from what he had been building. It was different in explicit detail. He had built his version through observation and accident and the specific clarity of someone who had no one to tell him it was impossible. The original practitioners had built theirs through deliberate research over multiple generations, with accumulated knowledge passed forward, with refinements and corrections, and dead ends and recoveries. The picture they had built in the generation before the shattering was the complete one. The picture Wei Liang had built was the partial reconstruction. He could see the gaps now. They were not in the technique itself. The fundamental mechanism was correct, the anchor method had been established, the beasts were properly contracted at spectrum positions. The gaps were in the final stages. The spectrum bond's full activation, and beyond that, the high realm access that the original practitioners had been approaching when the war cut them off. He had the documentation for both. He did not yet have the cultivation level for either. He was void crossing with immortal ascendant beasts. The spectrum bond's full activation appeared to require divine sovereign. The high realm access appeared to require realm breaker. He was several advancements away from both. He built a timeline, which was something he had learned to do early and which had served him consistently. Where he was, what was required, what the sequence looked like. The timeline was long. The advancements between here and the endpoints would each cost twice the resources of a solo cultivator, distributed across 8-hour intervals with Hannah anchoring. The timeline was manageable. It required patience, which he had, and accuracy, which the archive gave him, and the relationships that made the distributed method possible, which he had built. He closed the archive records and went back to the living part of his situation. Chapter 62 Grand Arbiter Luo Fei arrived at Golden Summit alone. He arrived without announcement, which was not how Continental Council representatives typically arrived at major sect grounds. The standard protocol required 3 days advance notice, which Luo Fei's arrival without notice represented either an emergency exception or a deliberate choice to arrive outside the political choreography. Wei Liang read it as the second one. He received Luo Fei in the same room where he had received Cold Steel's representative, which was the room that communicated structured conversation without formal record, not a document-generating meeting, not an unofficial social call. Luo Fei sat down and said nothing for a moment, which was the silence of someone who had made a decision to be direct and was finding the exact starting point. He said, "I've been the presiding arbiter at the Continental Council for 22 years. In those 22 years I've seen 3 cultivators whose situation required me to think about whether my role was to apply existing frameworks or to develop new ones. You're the third," Wei Liang said. "What happened to the first 2? "The first was absorbed by a major sect before I fully understood the situation," Luo Fei said. "The second died before the question was resolved." He paused. "I'm trying to understand your situation before it resolves itself." Wei Liang said, "What do you want to know?" "What you're building," Luo Fei said. "Not technically. I have the distributed advancement model and the cascade analysis. Those are clear. I want to know what you're building structurally, what the endpoint looks like." Wei Liang considered. He said, "I'm building a teaching institution for the resonance mirror technique. I'm working toward realm breaker and the spectrum bond activation. I'm trying to ensure that the knowledge I've developed and the knowledge the Alliance Archive preserves is publicly accessible rather than controlled by any single faction." He paused. "The endpoint is a world where the technique is a known discipline, taught openly, available to tamers with the right relational capacity regardless of sect affiliation." Luo Fei looked at him. "That's a 40-year project. Minimum, Wei Liang agreed. The major factions will work to absorb it, Luo Fei said. Golden Summit is already making political capital off your presence. Hollow Throne withdrew the grievance, but is still positioned as the faction that understood the cascade risk first. The Thousand Peaks Alliance has archive access. Everyone who's close to you has a claim on what you build. I know, Wei Liang said. That's why the legal structure matters. Pei Lu's statute amendment creates a public foundation for the technique's legitimacy before any faction can claim it as proprietary. Luo Fei said, "What do you need from the Continental Council?" Wei Liang looked at him. He had not expected this. Luo Fei had arrived as someone coming to assess him. The question was from someone who had already made the assessment. He said, "Official recognition that the resonance mirror technique constitutes a legitimate cultivation discipline, not subject to the beast cap restriction." He paused. "Not protection for me specifically. Recognition of the discipline itself, which protects anyone who practices it, including the people I teach." Luo Fei said, "I can bring that to the council session. It will pass." Cold Steel's withdrawal changed the voting landscape. "I know," Wei Liang said. "I was counting on it passing." Luo Fei looked at him for a moment. Something in his expression shifted, the specific expression of someone recalibrating a person they thought they had understood. He said, "You came to Golden Summit with the plan already built." "I came to Golden Summit with the beginning of the plan," Wei Liang said. "The archive documentation finished it." Luo Fei said, "You're very young." Wei Liang said, "People keep saying that." Luo Fei said, "It keeps being remarkable." Chapter 63. The formal discussion between Wei Liang and Luo Fei ran 3 hours, which was longer than either of them had planned and more substantive than the political circumstances required. Luo Fei had been the presiding arbiter for the Cascade Statute for 18 years. He had applied it consistently, developed the enforcement framework that the Continental Council used, and testified to its continuing relevance in 2 separate challenge proceedings. He had built his understanding of the cascade risk on the basis of the Shattering War's casualty record and the Bloodmane Fragment's incomplete description of Tua's advancement. He had not known about the distributed method. He had not known about the anchor mechanism. He had not known that the cascade threshold was a function of simultaneous advancement rather than high-rank beast presence in general. He had been protecting against the wrong thing. Wei Liang laid this out clearly, with the mathematical model and the archive documentation and the monitoring records from the void crossing advancement. He was direct about the implications. The Cascade Statute as written was based on incomplete information about the mechanism it was trying to prevent. The statute had been applying restrictions that were broader than the actual danger required. Luo Fei listened to all of it. He asked 7 substantive questions, each one finding a different aspect of the argument and testing it against what he knew. Wei Liang answered all 7 completely. Then Luo Fei was quiet for a long time. He said, "I have been restricting a technique for 18 years that I now understand does not require the restriction I was applying." Wei Liang said, "You were applying the best information you had to a real danger." "The danger was real," Luo Fei said. "My analysis of how to address it was incomplete." He paused. "That's not the same thing as being right about the problem." Wei Liang looked at him. "When I came to you with the distributed advancement model, you could have disputed it. You could have found the limitations in the evidence and used them to maintain the restriction. The model has edge cases that a skilled advocate could exploit." "I know," Luo Fei said. "You didn't." "I try to be accurate rather than consistent," Luo Fei said. "Being consistent means protecting the framework. Being accurate means protecting the purpose the framework was supposed to serve." He looked at Wei Liang. "The Cascade Statute was supposed to prevent the cascade. Your model demonstrates it can be prevented by the technique itself. The statute is no longer necessary for that purpose." He paused. "Maintaining it would be framework protection, not purpose protection." Wei Liang said, "I want you to know that I've been building toward this conversation since I read the cascade threshold calculation in the archive." He paused. "Not because I needed to defeat you. I didn't, and you demonstrated that clearly. Because the statute amendment needs to be proposed by the arbiter function rather than by me or Zhao Mian, or it has a patron association that limits its reach." Luo Fei looked at him. "You wanted me to propose it." "I wanted it to come from the office that has standing to make it permanent," Wei Liang said. "Which is yours." Luo Fei was quiet. "The reason I'm asking clearly," Wei Liang said, "is that asking clearly lets you say no, which is the correct way to make a request of someone who has more standing than you in the relevant structure." Luo Fei said, "I will propose the amendment." He paused. "And I want to note, for my own record, that I came here to assess whether you were a risk, and I am leaving with a different conclusion." He looked at Wei Liang with the expression of someone filing a classification. "You are not a risk. You are a solution that hasn't found its full application yet. Wei Liang said, I'll find it. Chapter 64 Echo showed him another image. This was the third time Echo had produced a resonance impression. The first in the compound supply room the week of the technique's initial pulse. The second in the early days at Iron Fong, when the egg was resonating independently. This one was at Golden Summit, in the morning session on the day after Luo Fei departed. The image was the same landscape he had seen in the first impression from dust, and the clearer image Echo had shown him in the second week after hatching. But this version was fully resolved, a valley, stone-sided, with a specific quality of light that was different from the light he knew. Denser, richer, as if the spiritual energy in that place was present in the air in a way that was constant rather than variable. In the valley there was a formation of beasts, large, diverse in species, arranged in a geometry that he recognized as the resonance geometry of his own morning sessions, scaled up considerably. And standing at the center of the formation, a cultivator whose resonance signature was not his, but was related to his in the specific way the archive records described. A previous practitioner, one of the original 16 cases. The cultivator looked up in the impression, directly at Wei Liang. Then the image shifted, not ending, but expanding, and he saw the valley from a different angle, and he understood what the valley was. It was not on this continent. It was not on this plane. It was the destination the Alliance's archive described as the High Realm, the place above Realm Breaker, the place where the resonance mirror technique extended past its current ceiling. The cultivator in the valley had reached it. He held this impression for a long moment, then let it settle into the session's ordinary rhythm. He said, quietly, to Echo, show me again. Echo showed him again. The second time he noticed what he had missed the first. The cultivator in the valley was not alone. There were other people, not just beasts. People, arranged in a second formation overlapping the beast formation. Some of them were familiar in the resonance signature way of people he had read about, but not met. He thought, the High Realm is not transcendence. It is a place. The people who reached it did not cease to exist. He thought, Yuan stepped into the High Realm when the shattering closed the access points. She has been there for 800 years. He thought, Echo has been showing me this from the beginning because Echo's bloodline was cultivated by people who went there and their memory includes what they saw. He looked at Hannah across the room, who was running her own check-in practice, feeling the bridge connection's morning quality. He said, Hannah. She looked up. He said, when Echo shows me the High Realm, there are people there, not just the original practitioners. He paused. I think Yuan is one of them. Hannah was very still for a moment. He said, I think the original practitioners went in from this side when the shattering happened, expecting to return, and the access points closed before they could. They've been in there for 800 years. She said, alive? He said, I don't know. Alive in whatever form the High Realm supports. He paused. Echo's bloodline remembers what it saw. The people it remembers were alive when the memory was formed. He thought about the archive records and the specific absence of any record describing the original practitioners' deaths. None of the historical records describe what happened to the practitioners who entered the High Realm before the shattering. Because they didn't die, they were cut off. Hannah looked at him for a long time. She said, that changes the purpose of what you're building. Yes, he said. It does. Chapter 65, he told Mei Qing that evening. She listened with the stillness she brought to important information, the stillness of someone who has been waiting for a specific revelation and is deciding whether to be surprised that it has arrived. She said, Yuan's notes referenced the High Realm directly. She described it as a place she had prepared for Tuo Ke's arrival. She had already been there, briefly, and returned before the shattering closed the points. Wei Liang said, she went in and came back. She was testing the route. Mei Qing said, verifying that the access was functional before Tuo Ke advanced to Realm Breaker, which would have been when they intended to enter together. She paused. She survived the shattering on this side because she hadn't crossed fully when the points closed. The practitioners who had crossed fully were unable to return. Echo's bloodline remembers them, Wei Liang said. Echo's bloodline was in the High Realm briefly, in its ancestral generation, before the Drake population on this side was cultivated from the returned egg line that Yuan brought back. Mei Qing looked at Echo. The Drake that accompanied Yuan on her test crossing, it came back with her. Its descendants are the line I've been preserving. Wei Liang sat with this. The Void Drake bloodline had been in the High Realm. The consciousness Echo carried included memories from that visit. The landscape Echo showed him in the impressions was real, physically accessible, and currently populated by cultivators who had been waiting for 800 years. He said, how many of them went in before the shattering? The records suggest 12, Mei Qing said, of the original 16 resonance mirror practitioners. for we're on this side when the point's closed. Tuaku, Yuan, and two others. Tuaku broke, Wei Liang said. Yuan survived. The other two we don't have complete records for, Mei Qing said. Wei Liang thought about the archive documentation. He thought about Archivist Shan's mention of cultivators in the high realm waiting. He thought about the specific quality of Echo's impressions, not distant, not abstract, but present. He said, they're waiting. 12 cultivators who entered a sealed space before anyone understood it would be sealed, Mei Qing said, who have been waiting for someone to reopen the access. She looked at him. You're the only living person who can do it. The spectrum bond at Realm Breaker is the key. It always was. He said, how long have you known this? Since I was 17 and read my ancestors' notes fully for the first time, she said. 66 years. She paused. I've been running the surveillance network for 66 years and preserving the Drake bloodline and maintaining the documentation waiting for someone to appear who could complete the architecture. She looked at him steadily. You were not guaranteed. The resonance mirror technique is extraordinarily rare. There were 4 practitioners in the past 800 years and 3 of them failed before reaching a meaningful threshold. He said, and the 4th is me. Yes, she said. He said, thank you. For 66 years. She said, you've earned it. He said, no. You invested it before I existed to earn anything. He paused. That's a different kind of thing. That deserves a different acknowledgement. She looked at him for a long moment. She said, you're right. She paused. My family has been doing this for 8 generations. My grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. She looked at the documentation case on the table. They would all want to know it was worth it. He said, it was. He meant it precisely, without emphasis, the way he said the things he had already decided. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, get to Realm Breaker. Open the access. Bring them home. He said, yes. Chapter 66. The Continental Council session happened on schedule and ran over 4 days, which was 2 days longer than typical. The first day established the Cascade Statute Amendment. Luo Fei proposed it. The Cascade mathematics were entered into the formal record. Pei Lu's legal argument was submitted as a supporting position paper, and the vote passed 5-2. The 2 dissenting votes were the Jade Bell sect's representative and a minor faction voice that Wei Liang had not previously encountered, a small bloc whose affiliation became clear when they spoke. They were philosophically aligned with the Beast Cap doctrine independent of Coldsteel's faction, a position that had been quiet while Coldsteel's grievance was the active issue. He noted the 2 dissenters and added them to his ongoing map of the doctrinal landscape. 2 dissenting votes that were not politically motivated. They were genuinely principled objectors to the technique's legitimacy. They would not become allies, but they would not act outside the law. He filed them as known positions and moved on. The second day addressed the formal recognition of the resonance mirror technique as a legitimate cultivation discipline. This also passed, 5-2, same dissenters. The third day was complicated. A faction representative Wei Liang had not seen before arrived at the council session on the third day and presented a counter-argument to the statute amendment. The argument was not about the Cascade mathematics. Those had been entered into record and were not disputed. It was about governance, who had standing to teach the technique, what the qualification criteria were, how the council would enforce quality standards. The governance questions were real. Wei Liang had not addressed them, because he had been focused on the legitimacy question and had not expected the governance question to arise this quickly. He answered them honestly. The teaching framework was still under development. The institute's structure was not yet formally constituted. The qualification criteria were his own operational judgment at this stage. The faction representative said, the council has recognized a technique whose teaching framework is defined by one practitioner's individual judgment. That's not an institution. That's a person, Luo Fei said. The council has recognized the technique's legitimacy. Governance is a separate question with a separate timeline. The technique's legitimacy does not depend on the institute's formal constitution. The representative said, governance frameworks take years to develop. In the meantime, the technique is a publicly recognized discipline taught by an informal institution run by one person. Luo Fei said, that describes the current state. It's accurate. The question is whether the alternative, maintaining non-recognition until governance is formalized, is preferable. He looked at the council. The technique exists regardless of recognition. Non-recognition does not prevent it from being practiced. It prevents practitioners from having legal standing. The vote passed. On the fourth day, Wei Liang met with the faction representative who had raised the governance question. He initiated the meeting himself. The representative, a man named Elder Shu from a mid-sized northern sect, was surprised by the request and received him cautiously. Wei Liang said, your governance concerns are legitimate. I want to address them in the institute's design, and the best way to do that is with input from the people who have those concerns rather than around them. Shu looked at him. You're asking me to help design the governance framework of the institution I just challenged. I'm asking the person who asked the right question in the right venue at the right time to help answer it, Wei Liang said. That's what the question was for. Shu was quiet for a moment. He said, what do you need? Wei Liang said, an hour of your time, once a month, while the institute framework is under development. Your governance framework background, which I don't have, applied to the specific challenges of teaching a cultivation technique with unusual relational requirements. Shu said, once a month. Yes, Wei Liang said. I'll document the sessions. The documentation will be part of the institute's founding record. Shu said, why document them? Wei Liang said, because the founding record should include the governance objections and how they were addressed. Not as a defense, as a demonstration that the questions were asked and taken seriously. He paused. Future practitioners who study the institute's history should be able to see that the governance concerns were real and that they were resolved, not that they were avoided. Shu was quiet for a long moment. Monthly sessions, he said. Yes, Wei Liang said. I accept. Chapter 67 Rin had been running resonance sessions with her growing companion group for 3 months when the transition happened. The transition was the moment that Wei Liang had been watching for without being certain when it would arrive. The shift from protobond to full bond. The point at which the connection stopped being something Rin was developing and became something that was simply present. He was in the yard when it happened. He was not the one running sessions. He was reviewing the archive documentation on the divine sovereign advancement requirements, sitting on the bench near the water barrel with the documentation in his hands and his 5 contract threads running their steady background presence. Rin was 20 meters away, in the training field, running her session with Ink, the mountain cat she had named Mist, and 2 newer animals, a small ground hawk and a cave lizard, that had been orienting toward her sessions over the previous month. He felt it rather than saw it. A resonance pulse, warm and inward-outward, moving through the field in the way it moved through him during advancements. Not an advancement. Rin's cultivation was at qi gathering, insufficient for a significant pulse, but something analogous. Smaller, different in character, but recognizably the same mechanism. The 4 animals in the session completed it in synchronized stillness that lasted approximately 10 seconds. Then they all moved back to their normal positions, but with a different quality in their orientation toward Rin, not the orienting attention of animals tracking the session, but the settled presence of animals that had finished arriving. He put down the documentation and went to where Rin was sitting, still in the session position, looking at her hands. She said, that happened. Yes, he said. They all, at the same time, yes, he said. She looked up at him. The pulse. It's what you described from your first advancement. She paused. But I didn't advance. I'm still qi gathering. The pulse doesn't require your cultivation advancement, he said. Not at the initial bond level. The pulse is the resonance architecture forming fully, not the cultivation level changing. He sat down beside her. Your beast cultivation didn't change. The connection's depth did. It's the same category of event. She said, is this the beginning? It's further along than the beginning, he said. The beginning is what you've been doing for 3 months. He looked at the 4 animals around her. This is the point where the architecture becomes real rather than forming. She said, what comes next? He said, you advance to foundation condensing, and then the pulse goes through your contracts and moves them to core formation, 1 realm above you. Which means you'll have foundation condensing cultivation and core formation beasts, and you'll have to manage the depletion cost, and you'll need to figure out your own distributed method as your contracts grow. She said, and the anchor? He said, you don't have an anchor yet. She said, I know. I've been thinking about that. She paused. Su Dang is coming. Wei Liang looked at her. She said, I read his application. He knows beast handling. He has combat experience. His cultivation is core formation, and he's been to 2 major tournaments and failed both. She paused. He's available because he's failed at everything the old way. She looked at her hands. I want to talk to him before he arrives. I want to tell him directly what happened and why I'm willing to have him here. Wei Liang said, that's the right way to do it. She said, I know. She paused. I also want to tell him that the reason I'm willing to have him here is not because I'm forgiving him. It's because I need an anchor and he might be the right person for it. And I'm going to find that out through working with him, not through deciding in advance. He said, that's precise. She said, I learned precise from somewhere. He smiled. Not an expression he used often, not a performed expression, just the one that came when something was both correct and genuinely pleasing. She said, that's the first time I've seen you do that. He said, it won't be the last. Chapter 68 Cold Steel came back. not to Golden Summit, to the Archive Relay Network, through a formal message routed to Wei Liang's attention through Archivist Shan's office. It was signed with Cold Steel's personal seal, and it read, "I've reviewed the full Cascade model and the monitoring documentation from your void crossing advancement. The model is correct and my doctrine was incomplete. I want to address the implications of that incompleteness directly, in person, without the political context of the grievance or its withdrawal. If you're willing to meet, I'll come to you." Wei Liang read this twice. He thought, Cold Steel withdrew the grievance because the evidence was clear. He's asking for this meeting because the evidence resolved the political question but not the personal one. He spent his entire career protecting the world from a specific danger. That danger has been demonstrated not to require his protection. He needs to understand what that means. He thought, this is what principled antagonists do when the principle resolves. They find the next question. He sent back, "I'll meet you." Cold Steel arrived a week later. He came alone, which was the second time he had come alone to a meeting with Wei Liang, which was consistent with how Cold Steel operated. Political matters got delegations, personal matters got the person. The meeting room was not the formal room. It was the garden at the sect's inner edge, an outdoor space that Zhao Mian had arranged as a courtesy when Wei Liang mentioned he preferred outdoor settings for long conversations. The beasts were present. That was unavoidable. They went where Wei Liang went at this point. But it was also, Wei Liang had decided, appropriate. If Cold Steel wanted to understand what Wei Liang had built, he should see it directly. Cold Steel looked at the 5 beasts and did not appear alarmed, which told Wei Liang he had done his research on the technique and knew what immortal ascendant beasts looked like. He said, "My ancestor wrote the doctrine 3 months after the shattering." He said it as an opening, not the political version of the opening, but the personal one. She was 32. She had been at the war's Eastern Front. She had seen the cascade effect. He paused. She wrote the doctrine because she understood what had happened and she didn't want it to happen again. She was right about what she was trying to prevent. Wei Liang said. She was right about the danger. Yes, Cold Steel said, and wrong about how to prevent it. He paused. The doctrine has been the organizing principle of my family's cultivation philosophy for 800 years. It is not, it was never, an arbitrary rule. It was an honest attempt to prevent a catastrophe from repeating. He looked at Wei Liang. You proved that the prevention the doctrine offered was not necessary. The technique itself contains the prevention. Wei Liang said. The doctrine existed because the full technique was lost. Your ancestor didn't have access to the distributed advancement method or the anchor mechanism. She was working with incomplete information about what had actually caused the shattering cascade. I know, Cold Steel said. He was quiet for a moment. I want to know what the complete technique looks like. Not politically, not to challenge you or monitor you. I want to understand what my ancestor was trying to prevent and whether the prevention she built is now obsolete. Wei Liang said, I'll show you. He ran the morning session. All 5 beasts, full depth, with Cold Steel in the garden at a distance that was respectful rather than excluded. He ran it for the full 30 minutes and described it in parallel the way he had for the Bloodmane delegation, clear about what was observable and what was inference. Cold Steel watched in complete silence. At the end, Dust walked across the garden and sat on Cold Steel's foot. The same thing she had done to Pei Lu. Cold Steel looked down at Dust. He looked at Wei Liang. He said, She's choosing. Yes, Wei Liang said. My doctrine, Cold Steel said slowly, held that beasts couldn't choose. That the appearance of choice was anthropomorphism applied to animal behavior patterns. Wei Liang said, What do you think now? Cold Steel looked at Dust for a long moment. He said, I think my ancestor's doctrine may have been correct about the cascade danger and wrong about almost everything else. Chapter 69 The Purification League's advance notification arrived through Luo Fei's office, which was the standard route for continental-level declarations. The notification was formally structured, filed under the Continental Council's dispute framework, following the correct procedural channels, using the proper official language. Which meant High Arbiter Yao was not making a tactical error. She was doing this correctly, within the rules, which was more concerning than an aggressive move would have been. The notification's content. The Purification League formally objected to the Continental Council's recognition of the resonance mirror technique as a legitimate cultivation discipline, on the grounds that the technique produced beasts exceeding their tamer's cultivation rank, which the League's doctrine characterized as spiritually disordered, a different doctrinal objection than Cold Steel's cascade concern, philosophical rather than safety-based. Wei Liang read the notification and thought, this is a philosophical objection, not a safety one. The safety argument has been resolved. The philosophical argument requires a different response. He thought, Yao believes that beasts exceeding their tamers creates an inherent imbalance. The doctrine is internally consistent. It's built on a premise about the proper relationship between tamer and beast that is different from mine. He thought, the premise is wrong. But the way you demonstrate that a premise is wrong is not by asserting the counter-premise. It's by showing what the counter-premise produces. He told Zhao Mian, I want to meet Yao before the council's formal response. Zhao Mian said, she's in the continental southeast. 2 weeks travel. Wei Liang said, all right first. He wrote to Yao, I've read your objection and I understand the philosophical position behind it. The cascade concern and your concern are different in kind. Before the council response formalizes the argument, I'd like to have a direct conversation about the nature of the relationship your doctrine is trying to protect, not to defeat the argument, to see if we understand each other's premises correctly. Yao's reply came in 5 days. I'm willing to hear you. I'm not willing to change the filing. He replied, I'm not asking you to. I'm asking to talk. She replied, talk, then. He wrote back a description of his first morning session with dust, specific, complete, without argument. Not a demonstration of what the technique could do. A description of what the relationship felt like from the first time it produced the effect he had no word for in the stable supply room. He did not ask her to respond to it. He just sent it. He was waiting for whether she would read it and what it would produce. Rin found him in the archive the following morning. She said, Hi Arbiter Yao read your message. I know because 2 of her senior disciples came to the eastern compound yard this morning and watched my session from the path. They were not subtle about it. He said, what did they watch specifically? She said, the coordination work. My 2 beasts and ink moving in a synchronized pattern. She paused. They watched for 40 minutes and then left without speaking. He thought about what 2 Purification League senior disciples would think watching a coordination session. A tamer whose beasts moved in the pattern that their doctrine specifically classified as dangerous, except that the pattern was clearly controlled, clearly bidirectional, clearly not dominance. The doubt it would produce in practitioners trained to identify exactly the warning signs they were looking for, and finding instead the safe version of what they'd been trained to fear. He said, Yao sent them to look for evidence. She sent practitioners who would know what they were looking at. Rin said, the evidence they found was the session. He said, yes. He thought about the woman who had said your beasts are choosing and then withdrawn without answer. She's building a case internally. For her own people. He paused. Let them watch. Every session is an argument. Chapter 70 Immortal Ascendant Advancement ran over 48 hours, which was the longest advancement process Wei Liang had managed. The timing requirement, 8-hour intervals between each beast's advancement, meant that with 5 beasts, the full process spanned 40 hours, plus 8 hours for his own breakthrough to consolidate fully. Hannah anchored through 3 full cycles with rest periods between, using the protocol they had developed for extended sessions. The result, divine sovereign cultivation, his beasts at Realm Breaker. The formation held. Nothing external broke. He spent the consolidation period, a full day of recommended rest after the 48-hour process, lying in the formation chamber, feeling the new resonance quality. Divine Sovereign was not louder than Immortal Ascendant. It was more present, a greater sensory depth rather than a greater volume, as if the spiritual perception that had always been available to him had added another dimension. He could feel the formation network more clearly. The Void Arbiter's maintenance activity, which he had been sensing as a faint background presence for months, was now distinguishable as specific activity. He could feel individual network maintenance events in the Eastern Relay Cluster, 400 kilometers away, with the clarity he had previously reserved for things within a few kilometers. Hannah came in after the first 12 hours and said, How do you feel? He said, different in the same direction. She said, explain. He said, each breakthrough has felt like adding depth rather than height, more present rather than more powerful. This is the same, more depth, more presence, but the magnitude of the addition is larger than the previous steps. He paused. I can feel the network from here. Individual maintenance events. She said, that's new. He said, yes. He thought about what it implied for the access point work that was still months away. If he could feel the network's maintenance activity at this distance, the interface work with the Void Arbiter would be qualitatively different from what it had been at lower cultivation. The next phase of the access point work will go differently than I planned. She said, better or worse? He said, different. Better in some respects because I'll have more information. More complex in others because more information means more decisions. She said, you'll manage. He said, yes. She said, I know. I was telling you, not asking. Ivation, 5 beasts at Realm Breaker. Realm Breaker. The ceiling of the documented cultivation ladder. Wei Liang sat in the resonance chamber at the end of the 48th hour and felt the signatures of his 5 contracted beasts, each at Realm Breaker, the rank that the pre-shattering records had described as the technique's theoretical ceiling, the rank at which the spectrum bond's full activation became possible. The signatures at Realm Breaker were qualitatively different from everything that had preceded them, not just larger, dimensionally richer. He could feel, in each beast's signature, something he had not been able to detect at lower ranks, layers. The accumulated quality of every tier the beast had passed through, still present in the signature, creating a depth that felt like reading a text in which every prior edition was still visible beneath the current one. He thought, spectrum bond. Every cultivation tier, simultaneously accessible. He thought, this is what the archive described. The architecture that covers the whole ladder. Hannah was beside him, depleted from the 48-hour anchoring but present, maintaining the bridge connection at the quality it had reached since the establishment of the formal link. He said, how do you feel? She said, competent. She used the word carefully, the way she used words when she meant them precisely. I manage this. That means I can manage the Realm Breaker advancement. He said, we have time before that. She said, I know. I'm noting it for the record. She paused. When do we go to the mountain? He thought about this. The spirit impression on the mountain above Golden Summit. The formation still active after 40 years, the consciousness too fragmented to turn it off. The one Rinsbat had detected as old and broken, like a song that lost its melody. He said, when Echo tells me it's time. Echo, on his shoulder in compact form, pulsed twice. One long, one short. He said, or now. Hannah said, Echo votes now. He said, it appears so. They went the following morning. Chapter 71. The mountain path above Golden Summit ended at the formation. Not abruptly. There was no posted barrier, no warning markers, no physical boundary. The path simply reached a point where the spiritual atmosphere changed, denser, with the quality of a place that had been sustained by an active consciousness for a very long time. The change was perceptible to ordinary cultivators as a vague unease, and to Wei Liang's current perception as something specific and detailed. The formation's architecture was clear to him at Divine Sovereign, with Realm Breaker beasts feeding into the spectrum bond. He could read the formation the way he read resonance signatures now, layered, complex, with 40 years of maintenance built into it, and below that, the original construction, which was pre-shattering in its architecture and therefore 800 years old. The consciousness sustaining it was at the center. He felt at the moment he entered the formation's radius, fragmented, looping, present, but without coherence. Like a cultivation pattern trying to complete a cycle it had forgotten the endpoint of. Echo walked ahead on the path, not compact form, full void Drake at Realm Breaker, moving with the unhurried certainty of an animal that is not approaching a threat, but a recognition. The other beasts followed. Hannah walked beside Wei Liang. The consciousness became aware of them at the 100-meter mark. Wei Liang felt the formation's attention shift, not hostile, not welcoming. Something older than either. The orientation of something that had forgotten how to have an initial response and was accessing deeper patterns instead. He sat down on the path, cross-legged, at the 50-meter mark. His beasts settled around him. He said quietly, I hear you. The formation pulsed once. The quality of the pulse was recognizable, inward-outward, warm, the same category as his advancement pulses. The resonance mirror technique, fragmented, still running. He ran his own session, not to advance, not to connect to the formation, just to be present with the technique in a form that might be communicable. Two consciousnesses running the same architecture, one whole and one shattered, in proximity. The communication that developed was not language. It was impression, the same medium Echo used, but slower, less complete. He received fragments. The quality of the technique before it broke, the sense of what it had been like to run the sessions with multiple beasts, something that was either memory or desire or both. And underneath that, the specific quality of what he had read in the archive. A tamer who had advanced alone, whose breakthrough feedback had concentrated entirely inward rather than distributing. He said, Tu Aku. The formation pulsed once. Chapter 72. The recognition took an hour to settle. Wei Liang sat with it on the mountain path, his beasts present in the formation space. Echo at the center doing the translation work that was increasingly becoming Echo's primary contribution to the technique, the bridging between his human spiritual architecture and the communication medium of what was in the formation. Tu Aku, the fractured king, not a legend, not a construction. A person, still functionally present in the formation's consciousness fragments, maintained by 800 years of accumulated spiritual energy and the stubbornness of a cultivator who had broken everything except the part that held on. He could not hold full conversation. The coherence was too damaged. What was present was technique and memory and the attenuated remains of a person who had once known what Wei Liang now knew about the resonance mirror method. Wei Liang ran the session and kept the communication channel open and received what came through. Tuo had not known about the distributed advancement method. He had understood, at the moment of the breakthrough, that the feedback was concentrating. He had been trying to prevent the cascade, had recognized the danger too late, after the advancement pulse had already committed. He had thrown everything he had at containing it, and had contained the physical cascade, at the cost of his own coherence. 7,000 people had died, and Tuo had survived, broken and trapped in the formation he had built to process the fractured remains of his own consciousness for 800 years. Wei Liang thought about what it cost to do what Tuo had done. He had never thought about it in those terms before. The historical record described the cascade, the deaths, the fragmentation. It had not described the moment of choice. He said, into the communication channel, you chose to contain it. The impression that came back was not clear enough to be words, but it had the quality of, yes, there was no other option. He thought, no beast runs toward fire twice. But Tuo ran toward the fire that was going to consume him once, because that was the only way to stop it from consuming everyone else. He ran the session for 3 hours. He received everything the formation could offer, the original technique as Tuo had known it, the pieces that the documentation had been assembled from, the direct experience of running the resonance mirror method at void crossing without an anchor and understanding. In the final moment, what was missing? He thought about Yuan, who had been in the high realm when this happened, waiting for Tuo to arrive, who had felt the access points close and understood what it meant and had no way to reach him. He thought, she's been in the high realm for 800 years knowing what happened to him. He thought, getting her home requires realm breaker. He was divine sovereign. The next advancement was the last step. He said, into the channel. The formation is sustaining you. You've been here for 800 years. The impression came back, not words, but the quality of very long endurance. He said, you can leave if you want. I can help you leave. He had discussed dissolution with Hannah the previous evening, after Echo's timing indication. Hannah can help with the stability work. The impression that came back took a long time to form. It had the quality of a decision being weighed by something that had not made a decision in 800 years. It said, finally, was it worth it? Not a question exactly. More like a statement in question form, the kind of thing someone says when they need the answer to be externally confirmed. Wei Liang said, the technique survived. I have it. The anchor method is established. The spectrum bond is formed. He paused. I'm going to open the high realm access and bring you in home. He said it simply, without the emphasis of a promise. The way he said things he had already decided. Yes, it was worth it. The formation pulsed twice. Long, then long again. The quality of what came through after that was different. Quieter, resolved. The sound a session made when it had reached its natural endpoint and was ready to complete. Chapter 73. The dissolution took 2 days. Hannah had prepared the healer side protocol based on Yuan's notes, which had included a section specifically about the dissolution of sustained formation consciousness. Yuan had anticipated that Tuo might survive in some form and had left instructions for anyone who found him. Wei Liang found this, when Hannah told him, to be the most specific demonstration of Yuan's character that he had encountered. She had known, when she stepped into the high realm, that she might not see him again and had left instructions for the person who would eventually find him. 800 years of practical care for a contingency she could only hope would be addressed. He ran the sessions while Hannah worked the stability protocol. Echo harmonized through the dissolution. The Void Drake's translation work inverted, in this case, not bridging from Wei Liang to the beasts, but bridging from the formation's consciousness to the dissolution endpoint, helping the fragmented pieces follow a path towards something he did not have a word for, but which felt like completion. The formation came apart in layers over the 2 days. Each layer released a quality of accumulated energy that Hannah managed at her anchor station, dispersing it cleanly into the mountain's existing spiritual framework. By the end of the 2nd day, the formation's architecture was visible without the consciousness sustaining it. Just the structural geometry, ancient and precise, the 800-year-old construction of a tamer who had understood the resonance mirror technique at the deepest level it had reached before the shattering. The last impression Wei Liang received from the formation's consciousness was clear in a way the prior communication had not been. The clarity came when the fragmented pieces finally found their resolution, the coherence returning at the end, the way of voice becoming clearer just before it stops. It said, find her. He said, I will. The formation was still after that. The mountain path was quiet in the specific way of spaces that have been sustained by something for a long time and are now empty of it. He sat for a while in the quiet. Then he stood, his beasts settling into travel formation around him, and went down the mountain. Hannah, who had been handling the formation dissolution's final stages while Wei Liang sat in the quiet, fell into step beside him without speaking. Her hands were marked with the careful work she had been doing. Not visibly, but he could feel through the way she moved that she had been holding something at significant precision for a long time and had just released it. He said, "How long were you maintaining the dissolution boundary?" She said, 11 hours. "It's the longest sustained formation work I've done." Healer precision applied to cultivation architecture rather than biological tissue. She flexed her hands, which was something she did when her fine motor work had been under strain. The technique Yuan left was specific about the dissolution stages. She had prepared for every contingency, including the one where the consciousness resisted. He said, "Did it resist?" She said no. He came to each stage cleanly. At the end, the resistance was effectively zero. She paused. He was ready. He had been ready for a long time and had been waiting for someone to arrive who could complete the dissolution correctly. She looked at the mountain path ahead of them. "I'm glad we could give him that." He thought about what it meant to wait 800 years for a completion that was someone else's to give you. He thought about Yuan, in the high realm, who was still waiting. He said, "When we get back down, I want to look at the archive record she left for the dissolution protocol again." There was a note in the margin I didn't finish reading. Chapter 74. Yao's response to Wei Liang's letter about dust arrived 2 weeks after the dissolution. It was the longest message he had received from anyone in the correspondence he had been running since the Continental Council session. 4 pages, dense with the specific quality of writing produced by someone who had been thinking hard about something and was committing the thinking to paper rather than summarizing it. She began, "I've been running resonance checks on my senior beasts since reading your description of the morning sessions. I want to tell you what I found before responding to the philosophical question, because the philosophical question looks different in light of what I found." The findings occupied 2 pages. She had been specific and honest about them. 5 of her senior beasts were showing the early orientation pattern Wei Liang had described, the shift from command response to session response, the independent decision-making under pressure, the moments where the beast's read of a situation differed from her own. She had been, per the doctrine, attempting to correct these behaviors through additional command response training. She wrote, "The training is not correcting the behavior. It is suppressing the external presentation of the behavior. The orientation is still present in the resonance signature even when it is not visible in the beast's conduct. I know what suppression looks like in a beast's signature. I have been creating suppression." She was quiet for a page after that. The page was shorter, the sentences more spaced. "Then, your description of what the morning sessions feel like. The conversation moving closer, the clarity that is different from sitting alone. I want to tell you directly that I recognize it. I have been in that quality of session without knowing I was. I categorized it as trance states affecting performance. I corrected for it." He read this carefully. He read it twice. He thought, "She's been in the early stages of the resonance technique for years, probably, and the doctrine has been training her to interpret and suppress the evidence of her own bond development." He wrote back, "What you're describing in your senior beasts isn't a training problem. It's what happens when the relationship has developed past the command response stage. The doctrine characterizes this as a discipline failure. I'd characterize it as the beasts telling you something." He paused in the writing, then continued, "What are they telling you when you stop reading it as a problem and start reading it as information?" He sent it. He told Hannah what he'd written. She said, "What do you think she's going to say?" He said, "I think she already knows the answer and is doing the same thing I did at 14. Sitting with the observation and waiting until she understands what she's describing before she commits to the description." Hannah said, "How long did that take you?" He thought about it. "Until the outer trial," he said. "About 4 years. You're hoping to compress that for her." "The correspondence is compressing it," he said. "She's already passed the 4-year mark. She just needs someone to confirm that the thing she's been suppressing is real." Chapter 75. High Arbiter Yao arrived at Golden Summit on the 57th day after Wei Liang's arrival. She came alone, no army, no delegation, the same protocol Cold Steel had used for his personal meeting. Wei Liang noted this as a pattern among antagonists who were principled rather than self-serving. They came alone when the business was real. She was mid-40s, with the bearing of someone who had led a large organization for a long time and had developed the specific posture of authority, present, contained, not performative. She looked at Wei Liang and then at his 5 beasts and then at the morning session in progress, which she had arrived during rather than waiting outside. He did not pause the session. He gestured for her to observe and continued. She sat in the garden and watched the full 30 minutes. When the session ended, she said, Dust walked across the garden and sat on my foot. Yes, Wei Liang said. I didn't move. I wasn't sure what the protocol was. There's no protocol, he said. She was assessing you. What was she assessing? Whether you were paying attention in the right way, he said. Dust distinguishes between people who are watching the technique and people who are watching the relationship. He paused. She sits on the people who are watching the relationship. Yao looked at Dust, who had returned to Wei Liang's shoulder. She said, My senior war falcon has been oriented toward my morning sessions rather than my command sequences for the past 6 months. I tried to correct it for 5 of those months. Last month I stopped trying. Wei Liang said, What happened when you stopped? She said, It made a decision during a sparring session that I hadn't commanded, and that was correct. My command would have been a mistake. The falcon's decision was better than mine. She paused. I have been running a doctrine that said that was not possible. Wei Liang said, The doctrine was trying to protect against a real problem. Beasts making random decisions that created unpredictability in combat. The war falcon's decision wasn't random. No, she said. It was reading a factor in the terrain I hadn't noticed. She paused. My doctrine collapses if the beast's perception is more reliable than mine in a specific context. The doctrine doesn't collapse, Wei Liang said. It needs a more precise claim. Beasts should not make independent decisions is too broad. Beasts should not make independent decisions that override the tamer's comprehensive tactical judgment is more accurate and compatible with what you're seeing. He paused. The war falcon wasn't overriding your tactical judgment. It was filling a gap in your perceptual range with its own perceptual strengths. She looked at him. She said, That's a completely different claim than the one my doctrine makes. Yes, he said, because your doctrine was written in response to the problem of beasts making poor independent decisions. It overcorrected. You're seeing the overcorrection's consequences. She was quiet for a long moment. He said, I'm not trying to destroy your doctrine. I'm pointing at the part that's wrong. The rest of it, the structure, the training discipline, the care standards, those are good. The claim about beast intelligence is wrong. She said, I need time to think about this. He said, I know. He paused. You withdrew your forces from Golden Summit after the battle. That was not surrender. No, she said. I want to ask what it was, he said. Because I've been filing it correctly, I think, but I want to confirm. She said, It was observation withdrawal. I needed to see what you were without the League's presence being the primary variable. She paused. I've been watching you for 4 months. The answer to the observation is, you're doing something real, and the way you're doing it is different from the way the doctrine said it was being done, and I don't yet know what the right response to that is. Wei Liang said, That's accurate. She said, I'm going to stay for a few days, if that's acceptable. He said, There are sessions in the morning. You're welcome to observe. She said, I'd like to do more than observe. He looked at her. She said, My war falcon is 3 days travel from here. I would like to bring it here and run a session with it while you observe. I want someone who understands what they're seeing to tell me what I'm actually doing. He said, Yes. She said nothing more. She looked at Dust, who had not moved from Wei Liang's shoulder. She said, The lizard. He said, Her name is Dust. She was the first one. Yes, he said. She was the first. Yao looked at Dust for a moment with the expression of someone who was not accustomed to emotional responses to animals and was experiencing one and deciding what to do with it. She said, She was worthless. According to the assessment. According to the assessment, he said. Yao looked at her for a long moment. She said, I'll bring the falcon. Chapter 76. The war falcon arrived on the 4th day, and its name was Stormblade. This was not the name Yao had given it. This was the name it had in the operational records, the registered combat designation, the identifier used in the combat registry and the tournament reports and the League's beast assessment documentation. She had told Wei Liang this before the falcon arrived, with the specific quality of someone noting a thing they had not thought to question before. He had said, What do you call it? She had paused. She said, In private, I call it Blade. She paused again. Because it's precise. It doesn't make unnecessary movements. It does exactly what it intends to do. He had said, Did you choose that name? She had said, It seemed like the right one. She paused. I don't know why. He had said, Names come from observation. If Blade seemed right, you were observing something true about it. She had been quiet. The falcon arrived via courier, with the transport documentation and the League's official handler who had accompanied it. The handler stood at a careful distance and let Yao receive the bird. Blade was large, full void crossing rank, which was high for a beast in conventional taming practice, where the cap doctrine meant beasts were typically maintained at a rank below their tamer rather than allowed to advance freely. Yao was heaven manifest. The falcon at Void Crossing was above her. Wei Liang noted this. He said nothing. Yao received the falcon with the particular ease of someone who had been doing this for 20 years, and the falcon came to her arm with the comfort of something that knew exactly where it was going. They looked at each other for a moment. Yao and Blade. The look that Wei Liang had learned to read as the most information-dense exchange available in the human-beast relationship. He said, "Run your session." She looked at him. He said, "The one you've been running for the past month that you stopped trying to correct." She sat down in the garden and ran it. Wei Liang observed from the bench, with his 5 beasts in their positions, an echo at the translation workstation it had developed in the center of the geometry. He watched with full resonance perception active, not to interfere, but to read what was actually happening. What he saw was the beginning of a resonance architecture. Early, incomplete, with the rough edges of something that had developed without a framework to develop within, but genuine. The fundamental mechanism was the same. The synchronized breathing, the deepening of the connection quality, the faint warmth of the resonance pulse that had not yet produced an advancement event, but was building toward the capacity to. Blade was already past the orientation stage. Blade had been in this relationship for months and knew how to hold the resonance connection. Yao was the one who was still learning to receive it rather than manage it. He watched her figure this out in real time. The moment when she stopped conducting the session and let it conduct itself. The quality of the space around her changed when this happened, the same way the quality of Wei Liang's stable supply room had changed in the first week when he'd understood that sitting together produced something sitting alone didn't. He said nothing for the full 30 minutes. When the session ended, he said, "Blade has been waiting for you to stop managing it for 6 months." She said, "Yes." She said it with the flatness of a confirmed observation. He said, "You have the technique. You're at the point I was at in the stable yard with Talon on the second day, when the contract completed faster than the manual said it should, and I didn't understand why." She said, "How do I not understand the mechanism and still have it?" He said, "The mechanism doesn't require understanding. It requires the right relationship architecture. You built the relationship correctly because you genuinely care about these animals even when your doctrine tells you that caring is anthropomorphism." He paused. "You've been building despite the doctrine's interference." She was quiet. He said, "The doctrine was trying to prevent a bad outcome that this relationship produces the opposite of. It's been in the way." She said, "I know." She said it slowly, each word at full weight. "I've known for about a month." She looked at Blade. "What do I do with 600 league tamers whose entire training has been done under the doctrine?" He said, "That's the governance question." She said, "Yes." He said, "Elder Shu is working on the governance framework. He has monthly sessions with me. He should also have monthly sessions with you." She looked at him. He said, "You're not my opponent anymore. You're the largest single organization of tamers with existing bond development that has ever approached the resonance mirror technique. If you integrate with the Institute's teaching framework, the Institute's reach triples." She said, "You're proposing a merger." He said, "I'm proposing a relationship. Those are different things." He paused. "In this technique, everything is a relationship." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Blade on her arm. She said, "Let me talk to my senior staff." Chapter 77, The Purification League's formal withdrawal from the Continental Council objection happened 3 weeks after Yao's visit to Golden Summit. The withdrawal document was legally precise and philosophically careful. It withdrew the specific objection regarding spiritually disordered beast advancement while explicitly reserving the League's right to develop its own position on beast-tamer relationship standards as part of an ongoing doctrinal review. Wei Liang read the withdrawal and the reservation clause and thought, "She's managing the transition at the League's pace, not the Council's pace, which is the correct approach. A 600-tamer organization cannot change doctrine in a month. She's withdrawing the formal objection so it stops being an active conflict while the internal process runs." He filed, "Yao is principled and strategic, and both things are present simultaneously. The combination is going to make her the most effective contributor to the teaching framework over the medium term." Zhao Mian, reading the same document, said, "The reservation clause is going to generate follow-up filings from the Jade Bell dissenters." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "You don't seem concerned." "The reservation clause is accurate," Wei Liang said. "The League's doctrinal review is real. The dissenters will file a challenge to the reservation clause, and the Council will determine that a sect's internal doctrinal review is not a justiciable matter." He paused. "Which is the precedent I want established. Sect doctrinal positions are not subject to Council determination. That protects everyone." Zhao Mian looked at him. "Including the 2 dissenting votes." "Including them," Wei Liang said. "I disagree with their doctrine." I don't want the council to have authority over sect doctrine. Those are compatible positions. Zhao Mian was quiet for a moment. You're 22. Wei Liang said. You're the third person to say that. Zhao Mian said. We keep saying it because it keeps being impressive and we don't have better words. He thought about this later, in the session. Not with embarrassment. He didn't particularly value praise. He thought about it as information about how he appeared from the outside, which was useful data for understanding how the things he said and did landed with people whose cooperation he needed. The answer was, they thought he was young. They were surprised by what he produced. They found this impressive. He thought, I should account for the surprise factor in how I present information. People who are surprised are less reliable processors of what they're hearing because part of their attention is on the surprise rather than the content. If I can reduce the surprise, the information lands better. He thought, I've been doing this somewhat already. Showing the model before the meeting, sending the evidence before the council session, telling Cold Steel directly that I knew what his plan was. Pre-reducing the surprise so the conversation can happen at the content level. He thought, good. Continue that. Chapter 78, The Realm Breaker Advancement Preparation, ran parallel to the Institute's founding work, which meant that two of the most important things happening in Wei Liang's life were proceeding simultaneously on different timelines. The Institute work was structural. The governance framework sessions with Elder Shu, the curriculum development with Rin and the early teaching cohort, the legal documentation that Pei Lu was finalizing for the formal founding charter. These moved at institutional pace, careful, documented, accountable to multiple parties. The realm breaker preparation was technical and personal. The formation master consultation on the advanced distributed method requirements. The anchor protocol extension work with Hannah, the specific cultivation development required to reach the threshold. This moved at the pace of cultivation reality, which did not negotiate with institutional timelines. Wei Liang had built a life in which the two categories ran in parallel and neither interfered with the other. He told Hannah, the formation masters estimate 6 months minimum for the realm breaker advancement preparation. The distributed method at this level requires a formation array much larger than what we used for void crossing. She said, how large? He said, the formation will need to cover a 100-meter radius at minimum. The cascade dampeners will need to be permanent installation rather than temporary. He paused. I'm going to need Golden Summit's primary formation yard. Hannah said, Zhao Mian will arrange it. I know, he said. The issue is the beasts. At Realm Breaker with Realm Breaker beasts running the distributed method, the intervals need to be 12 hours minimum rather than 8. 5 beasts at 12-hour intervals is 60 hours total. Hannah said, 60 hours of anchoring. Yes, he said. We need the rest cycle protocol substantially extended. 4-hour active cycles with 2-hour rests. 15 cycles over 60 hours. He looked at her. That's at the upper limit of what the anchor method's design can sustain. Hannah was quiet for a moment. She said, I've been training for this for a year. I know, he said. The bridge connection was designed for this. Yes, he said. Then it will work, she said. In the tone she used for things she had already decided. He said, I know. She said, you knew before you told me the numbers. Yes, he said. She looked at him. Why tell me the numbers if you already knew I'd say yes? He said, because you deserve to make the choice with full information. Not because I needed to check whether you'd say yes. She was quiet. He said, that's not nothing. The right to full information before a choice that affects you. She said, I know it's not nothing. She paused. It's the anchor method's whole premise. You need someone who chooses this fully. He said, yes. She said, I chose fully when we established the bridge connection. The realm breaker anchoring is the same choice in larger form. He said, yes. She said, 6 months of preparation. 6 months, he confirmed. She said, good. Let's not waste the 6 months. Chapter 79 Rin's bat found something above the cultivation complex. She came to Wei Liang on the 43rd day of the Institute's founding work and said, Ink has been tracking a signature above the Western Formation Yard for 3 days. It's not a cultivator. It's not a beast. I don't know what category it is. Wei Liang said, describe the signature. She said, old. Old in the way that some formation constructs are old. Like it's been maintained by something that doesn't have continuous consciousness, but the maintenance has been consistent enough to sustain it. She paused. Ink says it's been there for longer than the sect has been here. He thought about Archivist Shan's description of the high realm access points. He thought about the pre-shattering formation architecture he had read in the archive. He said, show me where. She took him to the Western Formation Yard at dawn, when Ink's detection range was clearest. The bat extended her sonar toward the upper corner of the yard and held it there, the pattern that Rin had learned to read as sustained attention rather than passing scan. He ran his own perception upward. The signature was subtle, not a formation that had been active recently, but a formation that had been dormant for a very long time in the specific way of things designed to reactivate under certain conditions. He could read the structure faintly, the access geometry, the resonance lock that would release when the right key was applied. The key was his resonance signature. He could feel the design. The access point had been here for 800 years, dormant, built into the mountain's spiritual architecture before the shattering closed it. He said, "This is it." Rin said, "What is it?" He said, "The High Realm access point." He was quiet for a moment. "It's been here the whole time." She said, "Here? In Golden Summit?" He said, "Not in Golden Summit. Under it. In the mountain. The sect was probably built here because the mountain's spiritual density is unusually high." He paused. The access point generates that density. He thought about the timing of this discovery. 6 months before his projected realm breaker advancement. The access point had been dormant but present, waiting for a cultivator with the right spectrum bond and resonance signature to approach. He looked at Echo. Echo pulsed twice. One long, one short. The pattern he had associated with, "I knew." He said, "You knew where it was." Echo looked at him with the library quality. He said, "You were waiting for me to find it myself." The pulse came back, one long. He thought, the Void Drake bloodline carries the memory of this place and its location. Echo has been here since the formation yard was established. Echo has been sitting next to the access point in every session. He said, "Why didn't you show me directly?" The pulse that came back was different from the binary patterns, longer, more complex, with the quality of something that was trying to communicate nuance that didn't compress well into simple signals. He read it as, "Because knowing where is not the same as being ready to open it." He thought, "Yes, that's correct. I needed to build everything else first. The anchor, the spectrum bond, the distributed method, the institute. All of it was preparation for this moment. He was not ready yet. He had 6 months of preparation remaining, but he knew where he was going. Chapter 80, the Purification League's integration into the Institute's teaching framework was formalized on the 92nd day, signed by Yao and countersigned by Wei Liang in a brief ceremony that Zhao Mian attended with the expression of a man watching a return that had exceeded every reasonable projection. The integration was not a merger. It was exactly what Wei Liang had described, a relationship. The League's 600 tamers would receive access to the Institute's teaching framework and curriculum as it was developed. The Institute's practitioners would have access to the League's extensive field experience in large-scale beast coordination. The governance was separate. Yao's organization remained hers. Wei Liang's remained governed by the founding charter. The specific element that Yao had negotiated hardest for was the acknowledgement clause. The formal document stated that the League's integration represented a doctrinal evolution, not a doctrinal defeat. The League's concerns about beast-tamer relationship balance had been legitimate and had raised questions that improved the Institute's teaching framework's clarity. Wei Liang had agreed to this immediately and without negotiation. Yao had looked at him when he agreed. He had said, "Your concerns were legitimate. The acknowledgement is accurate." He paused. "I'm not going to fight accurate acknowledgements." She had said, "Most institutions fight those anyway." He had said, "I know. They're protecting their narrative. I don't have a narrative I'm protecting. I have a technique I'm trying to teach correctly." She had looked at him for a long moment. She said, "Stormblade responded differently to this morning's session than it has to any session in 6 months." He said, "Yes. You stopped trying to correct it 3 weeks ago, and the suppression patterns have been clearing." She said, "It made 3 independent decisions during yesterday's training run. All 3 were correct." She paused. "I watched 3 correct independent decisions from my combat beast and felt genuinely grateful rather than alarmed." He said, "That's the shift." She said, "I know." She paused. "My senior staff are mostly alarmed." He said, "They'll be less alarmed after 6 months of seeing the tactical outcomes." She said, "Probably." She paused. "What do I tell them about why it's better?" He thought about this. He said, "Tell them the beast sees things you don't. Tell them the beast's perception is a different instrument than yours, with different strengths. Tell them the goal is coordination between 2 capable perceptions, not subordination of one to the other." He paused. "Tell them, no beast runs toward fire twice. They learn. Let them use what they learn." She looked at him. She said, "That's 5 words plus context." He said, "It usually is." She said nothing more. She went back to her senior staff. He ran the evening session and thought about the access point in the Western Formation Yard, dormant under 800 years of mountain rock, waiting for the key he had not yet become. 6 months. He thought about Yuan, who had been waiting 800 years. He thought, "I'll be there soon." Chapter 81, the Institute's founding cohort was 12 tamers. Wei Liang had not planned for 12. He had not planned for a specific number. He had planned for the teaching framework and the legal structure and the governance sessions with Elder Shu. And the number of tamers had arrived as a consequence of the teaching framework being real and people finding it real. Rin had brought 3. The Purification League's integration had brought 4 more through Yao's direct recommendation. Senior tamers whose bond development had been progressing in ways the old doctrine couldn't account for, who had been waiting for a framework that fit what they were experiencing. The Bloodmane Scholar delegation had sent 2. The remaining 3 had arrived individually, via paths Wei Liang had not tracked, each with a story about how they had heard about the technique and why they had come. All 12 were in the early stages of resonance bond development. None of them had a complete technique. What they had was the beginning. The relationship orientation, the morning sessions, the sense that their beasts were paying a different kind of attention. He taught from that beginning. He did not teach the advancement mechanism as a first lesson. That came when it came, when the underlying architecture was solid enough to receive it. He taught the observation, the patience, the specific difference between sitting alone and sitting together, the 5 words, with the context that made the 5 words useful. Rin co-taught the first stage. She was better at it than he had expected and better than she thought she was, which was a combination he recognized as the signature of someone who had done something well before they had a word for what they were doing. He told her, "You're teaching from the middle. You know the early stage well enough to teach it because you just completed it. The teaching lives in that fresh knowledge." She said, "You're teaching from the far end. You know where it goes." He said, "We need both." She said, "Yes." He watched the cohort for 2 weeks before the first advancement happened. It was one of the Bloodmane delegation's tamers, a woman named Feng whose bond development was most advanced because she had been doing it the longest without knowing what it was. Her 2 beasts advanced to core formation when she hit foundation condensing, the pulse clean and verified and consistent with the technique's established pattern. She handled the depletion with the practical equanimity of someone who had been told what to expect and had believed the telling. He said, "That's the first." Rin said, 11 more. He said, "And then the people they teach." Chapter 82. Luo Fei sent a note from the Continental Council's winter session. The note was brief and information-dense in the way Luo Fei communicated. The statute amendment passed final implementation review. The Cascade statute has been updated to address simultaneous advancement specifically, preserving the prohibition on simultaneous advancement above the calculable threshold while explicitly exempting distributed advancement methods. The resonance mirror technique is now the only named distributed method in the statute's approved practice list. This means practitioners of your technique have statutory protection rather than just council recognition. You will want your legal framework to reference the statutory citation. He had included the citation at the bottom. Wei Liang read this twice and then gave it to Pei Lu. She read it and said, "He added the approved practice list provision. That's not in the original amendment language I drafted." "No," Wei Liang said. "He added it at the implementation review." She said, "The approved practice list provision means future distributed methods can be added by application rather than by statute change." He created a pathway. "Yes," Wei Liang said. He thought ahead to the next practitioner. She was quiet for a moment. She said, "He came here to assess you and left with a 40-year project. He came here because he had been applying the wrong framework for 18 years and needed to understand the right one," Wei Liang said. "Once he understood it, he applied it correctly." He paused. "That's what he does." Pei Lu said, "You respect him." Wei Liang thought about this. "Yes," he said. "He's the kind of person who changes his position when the evidence changes. That's rarer than it should be and more valuable than people acknowledge." She said, "It's the kind of thing you do." He said, "I try." She said nothing for a moment. Then, "I've been running resonance checks on my firehound." She said it in the tone she used when she was reporting an observation that she had been sitting with for longer than the conversation required. "Since the tournament. Since the match where it approached dust." "Yes," he said. "The sessions have been different since then," she said. "Not dramatically, but the quality of the connection. The firehound is present differently in the sessions than it was before." He said, "Tell me how." She said, "It's more available. Less managed. Like it stopped performing attention and started having it." She paused. "I don't know if that's anthropomorphism." He said, "It's not." He paused. The firehound made contact with dust in the training yard. Dust's resonance quality is high enough to affect nearby animals that aren't contracted. It probably experienced something it didn't have a context for. He looked at her. "The managed attention you were seeing before was a trained behavior. The available attention you're seeing now is the beginning of what the relationship looks like without the management." She said, "What do I do with it?" He said, The same thing you do with everything. Observe it. Let it develop. Don't correct the behavior that doesn't need correcting. He paused. You're already doing it right. You're asking the question before you've decided the answer. That's the beginning. She looked at him. Am I a student of the institute? He said, that's up to you. She was quiet. She said, yes. She said it with the precision she brought to everything. I want to understand what I've been building without knowing it. And I want the formal framework to build it correctly from here. He said, enrollment is open. Chapter 83 The formation preparation for the Realm Breaker advancement was the largest engineering project Wei Liang had directly managed. 40 formation masters working in rotating shifts for 3 months. The primary formation yard converted to a permanent cultivation array. The cascade dampener system redesigned from the void crossing implementation, larger, more distributed, with redundancy systems that Hannah had specifically requested after reviewing the theoretical cascade output at Realm Breaker. He was involved in every technical decision, not because the formation masters needed supervision, they were the best available, but because he understood the output profile of his own technique more precisely than any model they could build from external data, and the formation needed to be calibrated to the specific. The gap between the general model and the specific was the difference between adequate and safe. He ran calibration sessions twice a week with the formation's test arrays, feeding output data into the master calibration set. The process was slow and technical and required the kind of patience that was different from cultivation patience. Not the patient waiting for development, but the patient accumulation of data points toward a threshold of confidence. Hannah trained in parallel. The 60-hour anchor protocol was something she had designed herself with Yuan's notes as the foundation, and she was the only person who could verify whether it was adequate through the direct experience of running it at increasing durations. She ran 40-hour trials, then 48, then the full 60, which she completed on the 89th day of preparation and reported as functional, depleting at the expected rate, within the anchor method's documented limits. He said, how was the full 60? She said, I've had worse days. He looked at her. She looked back. He said, you're not going to tell me it was easy. She said, it was not easy. It was manageable. Those are different things. She paused. I prepared correctly. Correct preparation makes hard things manageable. He thought, yes. That's the principle that runs through everything. The shattering cascade was unmanaged. Everything since has been management. He thought. The Realm Breaker advancement is the most prepared I have ever been for anything. He thought. Yuan has been waiting 800 years. 6 more weeks. That thought had a different quality than his other planning thoughts. It sat outside the technical analysis, in the category with Dust's first resonance pulse, and Hannah choosing to sit in the formation yard the first time without being asked. Not a problem to solve. A fact to carry correctly. Bao Jing came to find him on the morning of the 39th day, which was the day the final dampener calibration was complete. She said, we're ready. He said, the formation holds at full load? She said, 7 sequential immortal ascendant advancements with 8-hour intervals, full cascade output, dampener absorption at 97.3% efficiency. The 3% remainder is within the natural dissipation range of the formation yard. She paused. It will hold. He said, thank you. She said, thank the 40 formation masters who spent 3 months on the response time problem. I provided the architecture. They provided the implementation. He said, I'll thank them. She said, you already did. Every technical decision, every review session, every time you asked the right question, that's the thanking in the work. She picked up her instruments. Begin when your beasts are ready. We'll be here. Chapter 84 The Void Arbiter's first contact happened on the 108th day of preparation. It came not as a formation disruption or a dramatic event, but as a quality change in the morning session. A presence in the formation array's resonance background that had not been present before, attending the session rather than the formation maintenance activity. Wei Liang felt it and continued the session. At the end, he addressed it directly. He said, you've been watching. What came back was not language. The Void Arbiter communicated in formation resonance, which Echo had been translating for the past 2 months. What Wei Liang received through Echo's translation was acknowledgement, and then concern. He said, about the advancement. Acknowledgement. He said, the formation's output will disrupt your network. The quality that came back was, yes, but different from the simple concern, layered, with something underneath that took him a moment to read. He had been building his vocabulary for Echo's translation work for months, but the Void Arbiter's communication was denser. He read it as, the disruption is not the problem. The disruption is expected. What we're concerned about is what comes after. He said, what comes after? The answer took time to form. It was complex enough that Echo's translation stretched the channel in a way that produced what felt like a slight headache. The translation worked at its limit. He received, when you reach Realm Breaker, the spectrum bond fully activates. That activation will interface with our formation network in ways we don't have precedent for. We have been maintaining the network for 800 years. We don't know what the interface will do. Wei Liang sat with this. He said, "You've been maintaining the formation network since before the shattering." Acknowledgement. He said, "The shattering damaged the network." Acknowledgement. And then, the access points closed when the network was damaged. The access points are part of the network. He said, when the spectrum bond activates and interfaces with the network, could it repair the access point function? The silence that came back was different from processing silence. It was the silence of something that had considered this possibility and had not yet decided how to characterize its probability. Then, possibly. But the repair would depend on the spectrum bond's architecture being compatible with the original access point design. We don't know if it is. He said, Echo's bloodline was in the high realm. Echo carries the memory of the access point geometry. If Echo interfaces with the network during the activation, could Echo provide the compatibility information? Another silence. Then, that might work. He said, then we have a plan. The Void Arbiter's participation resolved the technical problem he had been least certain about. The access point activation required simultaneous input from both sides of the crossing. The lower realm formation had to be ready to receive the connection at the exact moment the high realm side made contact. Without a reliable communication channel between the two formation environments, the timing coordination was essentially guesswork. With Echo interfacing through the network, they had a communication channel that operated at formation layer speed rather than practitioner communication speed. The synchronization could be precise. He spent the afternoon working through the revised activation plan with Bao Jing and Pei Lu, who was present because the activation carried legal implications that she was already preparing documentation for. She had been preparing documentation for situations that hadn't yet happened since the moment she had agreed to help with the statute amendment work. Bao Jing said, reviewing the revised plan, "This is better than what I had." He said, "The Void Arbiter knows the high realm side of the formation better than any of us. It's been interfacing with it for 800 years. Bao Jing said, an 800-year-old formation consciousness is more useful than a standard relay. She made a notation. That sentence would have been meaningless to me 3 months ago. He said, most of this would have been meaningless 3 months ago. She said, I've noticed. She looked at the revised plan. Let's run it. Chapter 85 The Realm Breaker Advancement began at dawn on the 119th day of preparation. The full cohort was present for it. The 12 Institute students, Rin, Pei Lu, Shen Bao, who had arrived from Iron Fong 3 weeks prior, having received the invitation with the characteristic quiet that meant he had already known he'd accept before he opened the envelope. Zhao Mian, Cold Steel, Yao, Archivist Shan, Mei Qing. Luo Fei had sent his deputy. He was at the Continental Council's winter session, present in the only way he could be. The formation yard had been transformed. The permanent array was activated, the cascade dampeners at full calibration, the monitoring equipment documenting everything at the instruction of the Alliance Archive. The resonance geometry was the largest Wei Liang had used, a 120-meter circle with him at the center, Hannah at the anchor station, Echo at the translation work position, the other 4 beasts at spectrum bond nodes. The spectrum bond. He had felt it forming since Divine Sovereign. The quality change in the morning sessions as the architecture deepened. The way the contracts at different cultivation tier levels began to resonate with each other rather than simply with him. At Realm Breaker, the beasts were already at the ceiling. The spectrum bond's activation was the next step. He ran the session at full depth. The activation happened at the 90-minute mark. It was not the same category as an advancement pulse. It was not inward-outward in the advancement sense. It was the sensation of everything he had built over 3 years becoming simultaneously present. Every contract, every tier, every relationship, every trust that had accumulated between him and 5 beasts who had grown from unranked animals to realm breaker entities, present in his cultivation awareness as a single coherent architecture. He felt Hannah through the bridge connection, present at the anchor station, receiving, the connection running at full bandwidth for the first time since it had been established. He felt Echo extend the translation work into the formation array's network interface. The Void Arbiter present in the formation, watchful, receiving Echo's input. He felt the spectrum bond's full architecture. Then the Realm Breaker advancement completed. 5 beasts advanced, beyond Realm Breaker, into the tier that the cultivation rank system had no name for. The tier that the original practitioners had described only as the foundation condition for the high realm access. The formation held. The cascade dampeners activated in sequence. The monitoring equipment recorded everything. No formation array cracked. The Void Arbiter's presence in the network surged briefly, receiving Echo's compatibility information, running the calculation, and then settled. Wei Liang felt the access point beneath the Western Formation yard activate. Not fully. Not yet. The compatibility was there. Echo's information had been correct. But the access point's 800-year dormancy required more than a single breakthrough to fully clear. The Void Arbiter communicated through Echo. The path is open. Not fully, but the obstruction is cleared. The access point will become fully functional at the next resonance alignment, 4 days from now. Wei Liang said, for days. The Void Arbiter communicated, yes. He sat in the center of the formation array at the completion of the 61st hour, the advancement done, the beasts settled at their new tier, Hannah at the anchor station depleted and present and functional. He said, to no one specifically and everyone present, for days. The cohort was quiet. Rin said, what's in 4 days? He said, we open the access point. She said, and then? He said, and then we bring 12 people home. Chapter 86 4 days. Wei Liang spent the first day recovering from the 61-hour advancement process. Not in bed. His cultivation recovery had always worked better in motion than in stillness, a fact he had noted at Foundation condensing and confirmed at every subsequent advancement. But in the formation yard, running quiet sessions with all 5 beasts at their new tier, acclimating to the quality change in the spectrum bond's full activation. The spectrum bond at full activation was different from any previous state of the technique. Not more powerful in the advancement sense. There were no further advancement events pending. Different in the specific way that a complete architecture was different from a partial one. He could feel the entire cultivation ladder simultaneously, every tier from Qi gathering through the unnamed upper level, present in the bond's geometry as a single coherent structure. He ran the session and felt this and thought, this is what the technique was designed to be. Hannah ran her own recovery in the clinic adjacent to the formation yard, monitoring her own depleted reserves with the practitioner's precision she brought to patient assessment. She came to the yard on the second afternoon and sat at the anchor station, not to anchor, just to be present at the contact point of their bridge connection. He said, you're not fully recovered. She said, 80%. She paused. The 61st hour was the hour where the bridge connection's feedback started feeling like a physical force rather than a cultivation force. Not painful, substantial. He said, if it happens again, she said, it won't. The next advancement is the high realm access, not another beast synchronized breakthrough. Different mechanism. She looked at him. I know the difference. I read you and notes 63 times. He said, 63. She said, I may have been methodical about it. He said, yes. She looked at the formation yard's architecture. The permanent array settled into its designed configuration. She said, after the access opens and they come through, what happens to the access point? He said, the Void Arbiter believes the network interface will stabilize it in open state rather than returning it to dormant. Once it's fully active, the resonance alignment isn't required to maintain it. He paused. It becomes a permanent route. She said, between here and the high realm. Yes, he said, navigable by cultivators with the right resonance architecture. Not just me. Anyone who develops the spectrum bond sufficiently. She was quiet for a moment. She said, you're opening a door that stays open. Yes, he said. That's what Yuan was preparing for when she entered the high realm. She wasn't planning to be trapped. She was planning for Tuaku to follow her. The door was supposed to stay open, she said, and then Tuaku didn't arrive. No, he said, and she's been waiting on the other side for 800 years. Chapter 87 Cold Steel came to the formation yard on the 3rd day, which was the day before the access point opening. He came alone and at a time that was clearly chosen for privacy rather than ceremony, mid-morning, when most of the cohort was in classroom sessions with Rin and the formation masters were doing maintenance checks rather than active work. He found Wei Liang running the session. He sat down a respectful distance away and watched the full 30 minutes without speaking. This was different from his first visit, where he had watched from a distance. He was inside the formation geometry now, in the session's ambient field, which meant he was experiencing the technique's quality directly rather than observing it. After the session ended, he said, my doctrine existed for 800 years. Wei Liang waited. Cold Steel said, the practitioners who came before you, the 4 in the past 800 years. Did any of them come close? He said, the Bloodmane scholar said the others failed before reaching a meaningful threshold. The most advanced was at Soul Realm, which is the 4th rank. I was past that in the 1st month. Cold Steel looked at the formation array. 800 years, he said. My family spent 800 years preserving a doctrine that was wrong about the solution. We were right about the danger. We were wrong about the solution. He paused. That's a difficult thing to sit with. Wei Liang said. Your ancestors' doctrine kept the peace. She wrote it because she understood the danger and had no way to know the solution existed. She made the best decision available to her. Cold Steel said, yes. And my family spent 800 years defending a decision that was complete at the time it was made and became incomplete as the world changed. Wei Liang said, that's the nature of doctrines. They're written for the situation that produced them. Cold Steel said, and the situation changes. Yes, Wei Liang said. Cold Steel was quiet for a moment. He looked at dust on Wei Liang's shoulder. He said, I've been thinking about what dust did. Sitting on my foot. Yes, Wei Liang said. She assessed me and found me acceptable, Cold Steel said. She found you paying the right kind of attention, Wei Liang said. That's what she assesses. Cold Steel said, I've been keeping beasts for 40 years under the old doctrine. I've maintained them correctly. I've cared about their welfare. He paused. I've never run the kind of session you run. Wei Liang said, you could start. Cold Steel looked at him. Wei Liang said, the Institute's cohort includes practitioners at every cultivation level and experience background. The technique doesn't require age or cultivation floor. It requires patience and genuine attention. He paused. You have both. Cold Steel said, at 64. The technique starts with a 30-minute session, Wei Liang said. It doesn't care how old you are. Cold Steel was quiet for a long time. Then he said, I'll think about it. Wei Liang said, that's the beginning. Chapter 88 The access point opening required specific preparation. Not a cultivation advancement. The advancement had happened. What was required was the resonance alignment that the Void Arbiter had specified, a point where Wei Liang's spectrum bond geometry was perfectly matched to the access point's activation frequency, which occurred once every 4 days in the current configuration. He spent the morning of the 4th day in a sustained session, not the standard 30 minutes, but a full 6 hours, building the resonance depth to the level the Void Arbiter had indicated was required. The spectrum bond at full activation was present, all 5 beasts in the geometry, Hannah at the anchor station. The access point was in the Western Formation Yard. He moved the session there at the 2-hour mark. The yard was quiet. The formation masters had been asked to stand down from maintenance operations. The cohort had been asked to observe from the perimeter. The people who were present at the center, Wei Liang, Hannah, his 5 beasts, Echo in full Drake form, the Void Arbiter present in the network. At the 6-hour mark of the session, with the resonance depth at the required level, Echo walked to the access point location and extended its full resonance output into the formation node. The network shifted. Wei Liang felt it through the spectrum bond, a vast movement in the cultivation infrastructure, 800 years of dormant access point function finding its activation pathway. The cascade dampeners in the formation array caught the surge and managed it cleanly. The formation held. The access point opened. Not with drama, not with visible light or audible sound. A quality change in the space above the formation node, the specific density difference Wei Liang had learned to read in Echo's impressions, the place where the standard cultivation environment gave way to something else. Through the gap, because it was a gap, a bounded opening in the fabric between here and there, he felt the high realm's resonance. It was everything Echo had shown him in the impressions, but present rather than remembered. The denser spiritual energy, the different quality of light, and through the connection that the access point created, the faint signatures of the cultivators who had been waiting. 12 signatures. He said, they're there. Hannah was at the anchor station. She said, the access point is stable. He said, I'm going to contact through the gap. She said, go. He extended his resonance through the spectrum bond into the access point. The first response came back almost immediately, as if the person on the other side had been standing at the door. He said, we're here. The access is open. The signature that responded first was old. Old in the way that 800 years of cultivation in the high realm made things old. But alive, present, fully functional. He received, I know. I've been waiting. Tell me your name. He said, Wei Liang. The signature was quiet for a moment. Then, the resonance mirror. You rebuilt it. He said, yes. He felt something come through the gap. Not a physical presence. The full crossing would require more than the first opening, but a resonance contact. Full, warm, with the specific quality of someone who had been alone for a very long time and was suddenly not. He said, we'll have the full crossing ready within a week. The access point will remain open. The signature said, I know. I built the door. I just needed to know someone had the key. He said, Ewan. She said, I'll be here. He withdrew his resonance from the gap. He said to Hannah, contact established. She said, all 12. He said, 1. But she'll tell the others. He sat in the formation yard for a long time after, with the access point above the formation node, open, stable, and warm with the distant quality of a place that had been sealed for 800 years and had just received its first light. Chapter 89. The week of preparation for the full crossing was the strangest week Wei Liang had experienced. Not because of the technical work, he had maps to develop from the Void Arbiter's network architecture, crossing protocols to establish, coordination to run with the formation masters who were redesigning the access point interface for sustained two-way traffic. The technical work was demanding and clear. What was strange was that the thing he had been building toward was complete, not finished. The institute was young. The teaching framework was a draft. There were 12 realm breaker beasts and 1 tamer and 1 anchor and a growing cohort that was only at the beginning. The work continued. But the specific goal that had oriented everything since Mei Qing's letter had arrived, the letter that named the technique, that opened the path toward understanding what he was carrying, that goal was achieved. The access point was open. Yuan was there. They were coming home. He ran the morning sessions and felt the spectrum bond's full architecture and thought about what came after this. He told Hannah on the third day, I want to talk about what the Institute looks like in 10 years. She said, 10 years. He said, when the founding cohort has completed the technique and the teaching framework is stable and the access point is a regular crossing route. What does the Institute look like? She thought about it. She said, larger, more practitioners, different governing structure. Elder Shu's framework scales, but it scales in ways that require the governance to be distributed rather than centralized to you. He said, yes. And the teaching? She said, Rin is better at teaching the early stage than you. The advanced stages, you, but also the practitioners who complete the technique and understand it from the inside. She paused. The Institute doesn't center you in 10 years. It centers the technique. He said, yes. She said, is that what you want? He said, it's what the technique requires. A technique that depends on one person is exactly as durable as that person. She said, you're thinking about Mei Qing's family. 8 generations, he said. The only reason the knowledge survived 800 years was one family's commitment. That's a very small margin. I want the Institute to not require that margin. She said, the archive helps. The archive preserves, he said. The Institute teaches. They're different functions that reinforce each other. He paused. The thing Mei Qing's family did cannot be replaced. They did it, and it worked. What I can do is make sure the next 800 years don't require it. She said, that's a 40-year project minimum. He said, I know. She said, we're 23. He said, yes. She said nothing for a moment. Then she said, good thing we started early. Chapter 90. The crossing preparation was complete on the 7th day. The access point interface had been refined to a navigable passage, not a physical structure, but a resonance corridor that cultivators with sufficient spectrum bond development could traverse. The technical limitation was significant. The crossing required at minimum soul realm cultivation and a functional beast bond, which meant it was not a general use route. It was a specialist one, but it was open. Archivist Shan had arranged documentation coverage. The Alliance archive would record everything. The crossing protocols established now would be the precedent for all future crossings. Luo Fei had sent a deputy with formal Continental Council observer status, which established the crossing's political legitimacy. Zhao Mian was in the observation gallery. He had been in the observation gallery for most of the week, which was unusual for someone with his schedule, but he had clearly decided this was worth being present for. Cold Steel was present. He had come to the formation yard every morning of the week and watched the preparation work without speaking. Wei Liang had noted this and filed it and let it develop. Wei Liang stood at the access point with his 5 beasts and Hannah at his shoulder and ran the spectrum bond at the activation depth required for guided crossing. He reached through the gap. He said, the passage is ready. You and Signature said, sending the first group. 3 signatures crossed. Not instantaneously. The crossing took approximately 30 seconds per person, a movement through the resonance corridor that Wei Liang could feel through the spectrum bond. His beasts held the corridor geometry. Echo translated the crossing signatures as they passed. The 3 cultivators emerged from the access point and stood in the formation yard of Golden Summit, in the morning light, in a world 800 years after the one they had entered the High Realm from. 2 women and a man, all 3 at Realm Breaker equivalency in their own cultivation systems. 800 years in the High Realm had continued their development in ways that didn't map directly to the current cultivation ladder. They stood in the yard and looked at Golden Summit's white stone architecture and the formation array and the gathered observers. The first woman looked at Wei Liang. She said, resonance mirror. Different tamer. Same technique. He said, Wei Liang, you're safe. You're home. She said, it's been 800 years. He said, I know. She said, the world has changed. He said, yes, but we have time to learn it. He paused. All of you. She looked at the formation yard, at the people gathered. She said, there are students here. The Institute's first cohort, he said. They're learning the technique. She looked at him. She said, good. She paused. The technique needs people who understand it, not just one person. He said, yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to build. She said, I know. I could see you building it from the other side. She looked at the access point. The others are coming. He said, I'll be here. He stood at the access point and guided each crossing as they came. 9 more over the next 2 hours. Then the wait for Yuan, who came last, who came alone, who stepped through the gap and stood in the formation yard with the specific quality of someone completing a very long and specific intention. She looked at Wei Liang. She said, you found the anchor. He said, she found me. Yuan looked at Hannah. She looked for a long time. She said, 800 years, I've been on the other side of that door. Not wasted. The high realm has its own work. But I've been looking at that door. She paused. Thank you for opening it. Wei Liang said, Mei Qing's family preserved the way. I just had the key. Yuan looked at the formation yard. She looked at the cohort. She looked at the 5 beasts in their spectrum bond positions, realm breaker entities at the nodes of an 800-year-old architecture. She said, what are you building? He said, an institute. To teach the technique. So it doesn't take another 800 years if it's lost again. She looked at him for a moment with the quality of very long consideration. She said, I want to help build it. He said, yes. He meant it immediately and completely and without reservation, because Yuan had spent 800 years in the high realm refining the technique in isolation, and what she knew about it was more than anyone alive. He said, we have a lot to learn from each other. She said, yes. She looked around the yard again. I need about a week to adjust to the current era before I'm useful. The world has changed significantly. He said, take whatever time you need. She said, a week. She said it with the precision of someone who has calibrated their own needs with long practice. Then I'm ready. Chapter 91. Yuan's week of adjustment was not a passive week. She spent the first 2 days reviewing the historical documentation in the Alliance archive, her archive, in a sense, since she was documented in it. She read the records of the Shattering War with the expression of someone reading about events they had experienced from a different angle. She read the Cascade Report. She read Tua Ku's record. She came to Wei Liang on the 3rd day and said, he contained it. He said, yes. She said, the record doesn't say that clearly. The record describes the cascade effect and the casualties. It says containment was achieved. It doesn't say how. He said, he threw everything he had at it. He absorbed the feedback that would have gone outward. She was quiet. He said, he spent 800 years maintaining the formation. He paused. He asked me, at the end, whether it had been worth it. She was very still. He said, I told him yes. That the technique survived and the anchor method was established, and I was going to bring you home. She said, what did he say? He said, find her. She was quiet for a long time. He did not press. He had learned, over 3 years of running the resonance mirror technique, that the right response to certain moments was to be present without adding to them. She said, eventually, he deserved to know. He said, he did know. I told him before the dissolution. She looked at him. You found him. You told him. Yes, he said. She said, the dissolution was, he said, his choice. The formation was sustaining him, but he had been there for 800 years. He asked whether it had been worth it, and when I told him yes, the quality of the impression changed. He paused. I think he had been holding on because he didn't know whether the thing he had sacrificed everything for had produced anything. She said, he had been alone for 800 years not knowing. Yes, Wei Liang said. She was quiet again. He let the quiet run. She said, I should have been there. I should have come back when the access points closed. He said, the access points were closed from the outside. She said, I know. She paused. I know that intellectually. The emotional version is different. He said, yes. She said, how did you learn to be this direct about these things? He said, I grew up in a stable. Animals don't have the capacity for indirect communication. You learn to say what's true. She looked at him. She said, I want to see Echo. He brought Echo. The Void Drake came to you in the way it came to everything that was familiar in the bloodline memory sense, with a settled recognition, the same way it had come to Wei Liang from the first. Yuan held it for a long time. She said, the Drake that came back with me, I called it Root, because it was the thing that connected the high realm to the path home. He said, Echo. She said, Because everything it does answers something you haven't said yet. He said, yes. She said, the names we give are the things we were observing. He said, yes. She looked at Echo. Echo looked back with the library quality, warm and full and patient. She said, Root's line continued. 800 years. He said, Mei Qing's family. She said, I want to meet her. He said, she's been here since before the advancement. She's in the guest compound. He paused. She's been waiting to meet you for 66 years. Chapter 92 The Purification League's transition was not a revolution. It was the kind of change that happened in large organizations when a foundational premise turned out to be incomplete, gradual, documented, managed carefully so the infrastructure didn't collapse while the premise was being revised. Yao was doing this correctly. Wei Liang had expected her to, based on everything he'd observed about her. And the process she was running was methodical in the way only someone who had managed large-scale operations for 20 years could be methodical. She came to Wei Liang 6 weeks after the High Realm Crossing and said, 43 of my senior tamers have requested enrollment in the Institute's training framework. I want to be clear that this is an organic request from them rather than a top-down referral from me. He said, 43. She said, the senior ranks have the most advanced bond development. They've been running the partial version of the technique longest without knowing it. When the teaching framework became available, they recognized what they'd been doing. She paused. The junior ranks are different. They've been trained fully under the doctrine, and the sessions feel foreign to them. He said, how are you handling the junior ranks? She said, I'm running the observation sessions that you ran with me, showing rather than telling. She paused. Stormblade is the demonstration animal. When the junior tamers see what the bond looks like in a senior pair with 20 years of relationship, the doctrine's claim about beast independence reads differently. He said, you're using your own bond as the teaching instrument. She said, yes. She paused. I've been asked 3 times in the past week how long it took me to build that with Stormblade. I tell them, 20 years, and the last 6 months since I stopped correcting it. She paused. The reaction is always the same. The question, did I waste the first 20 years? He said, what do you tell them? She said, the first 20 years was building the relationship under the doctrine's constraints. That relationship is real. The last 6 months is what the relationship looks like without the constraint. She paused. I tell them, the foundation is still there. The constraint is what we're removing. He said, that's the right framing. She said, I know. I've been practicing it. He said, 43 for the formal cohort. What about the 140-something who aren't requesting enrollment? She said, they're watching. They'll enroll when the 43's results are visible. She paused. I'm not rushing it. The results will speak. He said, yes. She said, I want to bring Stormblade to the next cohort session. For the Junior League Tamers to observe alongside the Institute's existing cohort. She paused. I want them to see what the bond looks like at different stages. He said, yes. Bring Blade. She said, the Falcon's opinion on this request? He said, ask Blade. She looked at him. Then she looked at Stormblade on her arm. She ran the check-in that had become the default in their sessions. The brief attunement, the exchange of presence. Blade's response was the one Wei Liang had learned to read as, yes, immediately. She said, Blade wants to come. He said, good. Session is at dawn. Chapter 93 Rin's first student advanced past foundation condensing on the 94th day of the Institute's formal operation. The student was a young man named Dao from the Bloodmane delegation's referral, whose beast, a gray mountain fox with excellent natural bond orientation, advanced to Soul Realm when Dao hit core formation. Wei Liang was not present for the advancement. He found out afterward, from Rin, who came to his office in the afternoon with the specific quality of someone who has done something that worked and is taking inventory of what they learned from the process. She said, he managed the depletion without emergency support. He said, you prepared him for it. She said, I prepared him for what you described. The actual experience was different from the description in some ways. He said, tell me. She said. He said the pulse felt like a conversation rather than a force. When I asked what he meant, he said, the advancement wasn't going outward and returning. It was a complete exchange, both directions at once. She paused. I checked with my own session memory from my first advancement. I described mine as a surge, like something moving through me. He described it as a dialogue. He said, different resonance architectures produce different qualitative experiences of the same mechanism. She said, I know, but it means the teaching description I've been using, yours, which I've been using, may not accurately describe everyone's experience. He said, yes. She said, I need to interview every practitioner who has advanced through the technique to build a more complete description library. She paused. So that students can find the description that matches their experience rather than only the one that matched yours. He looked at her. She said, "Is that what you would have suggested?" He said, "No. I wouldn't have thought of it yet." He paused. "That's why you're teaching the early stage, and I'm not." She said, "You're thanking me for thinking of something you didn't." He said, "I'm noting that the teaching framework is more complete with the contribution than without it." "That's not thanks, it's accurate." She said, "It's thanks." He considered. "Yes," he said, "it's thanks." She had the expression of someone deciding not to comment on the acknowledgement. She said, "I'll start the interview series this week." He said, "Archive them. The Alliance's documentation system." She said, "I know. Archivist Sean already set it up." He looked at her. She said, "She came to me last week and said, the archive needs to document the teaching methodology as well as the practice." I asked what format she wanted. She said, "Practitioner accounts, primary source, your interviews." He said, "She approached you directly." She said, "Yes." She paused. She said, "You're closer to the beginning of the process than Wei Liang is. The beginning is what needs the most documentation because it's what new students experience first." He said, "She's right." She said, "I know." She paused. She also said, "Don't let Wei Liang edit the archive entries before they're submitted. He'll be tempted to clarify the descriptions, and the clarifications will be his experience, not the students'." He looked at Rin. She said, "She has a very accurate picture of how you operate." He said, "Apparently." She left. He thought about Archivist Shan's approach to documentation, not the celebration version, not the official history version, but the practical version that future practitioners would actually need. The archive of what the technique felt like, not what the theory said it should feel like. He thought, this is the Institute working correctly, not centered on me, centered on the technique. Chapter 94 The Jade Bell Sect's formal challenge to the Statute Amendment's implementation arrived at the Continental Council in the 123rd day of the Institute's operation. It was the second challenge the Jade Bell Sect had filed. The first had been the Reservation Clause challenge that Luo Fei had correctly predicted would fail, and it had failed. This second challenge was more targeted. It questioned the legal standing of the Institute itself as an educational institution, arguing that a cultivation teaching organization that was not affiliated with a recognized sect required specific council authorization rather than simple sect recognition. Pei Lu read the filing and said, "They're technically correct. The Institute's founding charter was approved as a cultivation discipline recognition, not as an independent educational institution. The Council's rules for independent educational institutions require a formal authorization application." Wei Liang said, "Do we have standing without the authorization?" She said, "Technically uncertain. The Institute has been operating and the Council hasn't objected, which creates implicit standing. But Jade Bell's challenge could force a formal ruling that removes the implicit standing retroactively." He said, "What does the authorization application require?" She said, "Supporting endorsements from at least 3 recognized major sections. Curriculum documentation. A governance charter with a specified governing body rather than individual practitioner judgment." She paused. "The governance charter requirement is the one they're exploiting. Our founding charter references Elder Shu's governance sessions as ongoing rather than a specified body. That's an exploitable gap." He said, "What's the timeline to fill the gap?" She said, 30 days to file. "Which means I need the governing body specified in the next 3 weeks." He said, "Who is it?" She said, "You, Yuan, Elder Shu, and 1 external representative with standing before the council. That last position is the politically significant one." He said, "Luo Fei." She looked at him. He said, "He's the presiding arbiter. If he accepts an institute governance role, the authorization application has implicit council support built into the filing." She said, "He might say no. Governance roles create conflict of interest for an arbiter." He said, "Ask him." She asked. Luo Fei's response came in 4 days. An advisory role, not a governance role. No voting authority. Formal consultation relationship only. That avoids the conflict of interest problem while establishing the council relationship you need. He had attached a specific title, Continental Council Observer to the Resonance Mirror Institute. Pei Lu submitted the authorization application with the governing body specified, the endorsements from Golden Summit, the Thousand Peaks Alliance, and the Purification League, and Luo Fei's observer notation in the filing. The Jade Bell challenge was formally withdrawn the same day the application was accepted, which was 16 days later. He noted, Jade Bell withdrew rather than face a council session where the application would pass, with visible council support. They chose the quiet exit. He told Pei Lu, "They'll be back." She said, "Yes," with something harder to answer. He said, When they come back with something harder, we'll have been operating for another 6 months and will be harder to remove. She said, that's the theory. He said, that's also just how things work. Chapter 95. The High Realm cultivators settled in over the following months with the kind of methodical competence that came from 800 years of intentional existence. They were not, as Wei Liang had half expected, overwhelmed by the present era. They were careful and systematic. They had had 800 years to be careful and systematic, and they approached the differences between their era and the current one as a learning problem with a definable solution rather than an incomprehensible gap. The two who integrated fastest into the Institute's work were a man named Bei Dao, whose technique specialty was the advanced spectrum bond architecture, and a woman named Lian, who had spent her 800 years in the high realm studying the relationship between human cultivation and beast cultivation at a theoretical level that was substantially beyond what the current era's scholarship had reached. Lian came to Wei Liang on the 52nd day after the crossing and said, your technique development is functionally correct. The spectrum bond is properly formed. The distributed advancement method addresses the cascade risk. She paused. You're missing the seventh beast. He said, what do you mean? She said, the full architecture the original practitioners developed required 7 contracted beasts, not because the number is arbitrary, but because the spectrum bond's tier coverage requires 7 bonds to cover every major cultivation transition. You have 5. The 5th is at the transition tier above Realm Breaker. You're missing the 6th and 7th tier positions. He said, there are only 10 ranks. She said, in the current ladder, yes. In the original system, there were 12. The Shattering War collapsed 2 of them, the ranks between Realm Breaker and the High Realm Threshold. The 2 missing beasts would occupy those positions. He said, those ranks don't exist anymore. She said, correct, which is why the full architecture isn't achievable in the current era. She paused. However, the functional architecture, the one that achieves everything the original technique was designed for, doesn't require the full 12. It requires 7. You have 5. The 6th position is achievable with a beast contracted at your current cultivation level. The 7th is achievable in the High Realm. He looked at her. She said, the High Realm has beasts. He said, I didn't know that. She said, you haven't crossed fully yet. The access point opening was contact. Crossing is different. He said, Yuan, she said, had beasts in the High Realm, yes. She managed their development there for 800 years. So did the others who were present. She paused. When you cross fully and establish the 6th and 7th contracts, the spectrum bond completes. What that enables, we can describe it theoretically, from 800 years of working toward it in the High Realm. The practical experience of what it actually produces, we don't know yet. He said, you've been waiting to do this for 800 years. She said, yes. We couldn't, because the access was closed. And now it's open. She looked at him. You'll need to cross when you're ready. Not before. He said, what makes me ready? She said, when the Institute is stable enough to operate without your presence for an extended period. She paused. How long that takes is not a cultivation question. It's an organizational one. He looked at her. He thought about the cohort and Rin's teaching work and Yuan's technical contribution and Pei Lu's legal framework and Elder Shu's governance structure. He said, 6 months, maybe. She said, I can wait 6 more months. She said it with the flat humor of someone who had waited 800 years and found the concept of 6 months comical. Take the time. He said, thank you for telling me. She said, you would have found out eventually. The 6th position contract impulse would have arrived when your resonance signature encountered the right beast. She paused. I'm telling you now so you know to be watching. He said, I'll watch. She said, good. She returned to her own work, which was the theoretical framework document she was writing for the Alliance Archive. 800 years of advancement in cultivation theory, now being entered into the record. He sat with the information and thought, still more to build. He had expected that. He had expected that there would always be more to build. He thought, good. Chapter 96, Shengu arrived at the Institute on the 140th day of its formal operation. He had not sent advance notice. He appeared at the main entrance with the obsidian warbear and his wind wolf and a third beast that Wei Liang did not recognize until he ran the perception scan. The fire-scaled monitor lizard from the Iron Fong stable. The one he had treated on his own time, that had recovered and been taken back on day 7. That Shengu had been visibly affected by. He had kept it. Wei Liang came out to meet him. He said, Shengu. Shengu said, I have a request. Wei Liang waited. Shengu said, I want to be tested for the technique. Formally, with the Institute's assessment criteria. He paused. I've been running sessions with the war bear for the past 4 months based on my own interpretation of what you were doing. I want to know if I've been doing it correctly. Wei Liang said. You can run a session here, and I'll observe. Xingu said. Just the war bear. Not the others. He paused. The war bear is the relationship I built deliberately. The others are relationships I'm still figuring out how to rebuild. Wei Liang said. Run the session. Xingu ran the session in the garden. 30 minutes. Sitting cross-legged with the war bear in contact position, both of them breathing in the synchronized rhythm that Wei Liang had been watching for 3 years and could now read with precision. What he observed was genuine, not perfectly formed. There were quality gaps that the 4 months of self-directed work had produced, places where Xingu had filled in the methodology incorrectly. But the fundamental mechanism was real. The resonance was present. The war bear was in the session rather than simply in the vicinity. At the 23-minute mark, Xingu's cultivation shifted, not an advancement, just a quality change, the kind that happened when a session ran at a depth that produced genuine resonance rather than managed approximation. The war bear reflected the quality change back. Wei Liang said, at the session's end, You've been doing it for 4 months, and you're at the place where I was at the end of the first month. Xingu said, That's not as far as you'd expect. Wei Liang said, You had to undo the command response training first. That takes time. You didn't have the framework for the thing you were building, and you were building it against an existing structure that was pulling in the other direction. He paused. 4 months to the real beginning is accurate, not slow. Xingu looked at the war bear. He said, when it sat down in the tournament final, Wei Liang said, Dust asked it a question. The bear had already been building toward a different kind of relationship with you. Dust's question found that in it. Xingu said, What was the question? Wei Liang said, I don't know specifically. Dust doesn't do language. But in the same category as, what do you actually want? Xingu looked at the bear for a long moment. He said, Enrollment. Wei Liang said, Yes. He said, The monitor lizard too. He didn't explain. He didn't need to. Wei Liang said, All 3 beasts if you want. Xingu said, One at a time. The war bear first. We've been doing this correctly for 4 months, and I don't want to dilute it. Wei Liang said, That's correct methodology. Xingu said nothing more. He gathered the war bear and followed Wei Liang into the institute. Chapter 97. The 6th beast found him. He was running the morning session on the 163rd day when a beast he had never seen before came to the edge of the formation yard and sat down. Not approaching, sitting at the boundary, which was the behavior Wei Liang had learned, at 14, to read as an animal that understood the difference between entering and waiting to be received. The beast was a northern sky deer, a high-altitude species, white-coated, with antlers that showed the specific spiritual crystallization that occurred in advanced beast cultivation. Its signature read at realm breaker equivalency, which meant it had reached that level independently, without a tamer to synchronize with. Independent advancement to realm breaker was extraordinarily rare. Most beasts capped before that without the tamer synchronized advancement that Wei Liang's technique provided. An independently advanced realm breaker beast was something that happened perhaps once in a generation, if that. He finished the session. The sky deer waited. He walked to the boundary. The deer did not move. He ran the check-in pulse, not a contract attempt, just the resonance signal that communicated, I'm present and attentive. The deer responded, not with the hesitancy of an animal that had not been in a resonance relationship before, but with the completeness of one that had been looking for this specific resonance signature for some time. He thought of Lian's words. The 6th position contract impulse would arrive when your resonance signature encountered the right beast. He said, quietly, How long have you been looking? The impression that came back through the brief resonance exchange was, long. He said, Do you want to be here? The impression, yes. He ran the contract. It completed in 11 minutes, which was 8 minutes faster than Talon and 33 minutes faster than Echo. The deer had been ready for this for a long time. He said, What do I call you? The impression that came back was not a sound or an image. It was a quality, the quality of high altitude, the quality of very clear and very cold air, the quality of standing above everything and looking down at how the patterns fit together. He said, Clarity. The deer accepted this. He ran the perception check on Clarity's signature, the 6th spectrum bond position, the tier he had been missing. The architecture now covered 6 of the 7 required positions. 1 remained, accessible only through the high realm crossing. He stood in the formation yard with 6 beasts in spectrum bond geometry and thought, the Institute needs 6 more months. Maybe less. He looked at Clarity. He thought, You found me because the resonance signature was right. The architecture was ready. You've been waiting for the architecture to be ready. The deer regarded him with the quality of very long patience that had just arrived at its destination. He said, "Good. You can start running sessions with us tomorrow." Chapter 98. The meeting with Mei Qing and Yuan happened on the 172nd day. Wei Liang was not present. He had been specifically asked not to be. Mei Qing had requested a private meeting, which he had immediately understood and agreed to without being told why. The reason was obvious: 8 generations of preservation work, an 800-year obligation, and the specific quality of a meeting between the person who had been kept and the person whose family had kept the knowledge. He was in the formation yard running the session with the 6 beasts when they met. Hannah came to find him 2 hours after the meeting ended. She said, "Mei Qing is going to stay." He said, "Yes." She said, "She's been traveling for 66 years. The surveillance network is disbanded. The cultivation work that defined her life is complete." She paused. She said she wants to help teach the technique's history to the cohort, specifically the history of what was preserved and how. He said, "That's important." Hannah said, "She also said," she paused, considering how to transmit something. She said, "The thing I was most afraid of was that the person who found the technique would be someone I couldn't respect, that I'd spend my whole life preserving something for someone who would handle it badly." She paused. She said, "You handled it well." He said, "She didn't know me when she was doing the preservation." Hannah said, "No. She spent her whole life trusting that the right person would be found. Not knowing. Trusting." She paused. She said the trust was difficult to maintain in the middle years. Not the beginning and not the end. The middle years when she hadn't found anyone and the doubt was largest. He thought about this. He said, "She maintained the surveillance network for 66 years through the middle years." "Yes," Hannah said. She said the beasts helped. The Drake line she was maintaining. They gave her something to be present with. The daily work of caring for them. She paused. She said, "No beast runs toward fire twice." The Drake line kept coming toward her. She took that as information. He was quiet. He thought about Dust, pressing her head against his palm in the assessment arena, the first time someone had found a reason to look at him. He said, "Yes, that's the information." Chapter 99. After a while he went inside and found Hannah at the writing desk, where she had been compiling the anchor method documentation from Mei Qing's materials. She said, without looking up, "The notes are everything she said they were. The complete anchor method, refined through 8 generations of healer lineage practice." She paused. "There are also the 3 letters from Yuan." He sat down. She said, "Do you want me to read them to you?" He said, "Yes." She read them. The first letter documented the high realm's immediate state after the shattering, formation damage, the number of practitioners trapped, the resources available. Clinical, organized, the letter of someone assessing a situation rather than reacting to it. The second letter documented progress, formations repaired, the longer-term situation becoming clearer, the realization that the access points would not reopen on their own. The third letter said, "The technique is complete on this side. When someone rebuilds the anchor method and achieves the full spectrum bond, the path will open. I will be here." Hannah set the papers down. He said, "She wrote it to nobody specific." Hannah said, "She wrote it to whoever would read it." She didn't know who that would be. She paused. She just knew someone would. He said, "Yes." He thought about the specific faith required to write a letter to nobody specific and trust that it would arrive correctly. Not the faith of someone who had certainty. The faith of someone who had understood the technique thoroughly enough to know that it would not be lost forever. "I'm going to read the full notes tonight. All of them." She said, "I'll be here if you have questions." Chapter 99. Su Dang arrived at the Institute on the 188th day. He arrived on time, which was noted in the intake record because most people arrived slightly late for their first day, and earliness or exactness was data about how someone managed anxiety. Exactness suggested he had been standing outside waiting for the right moment. Rin met him at the entrance. Wei Liang was observing from the courtyard, which was visible from the entrance but not immediately obvious as an observation post. The conversation that Rin had said she wanted to have, direct, honest about what had happened and why she was willing to have him here, ran for about 12 minutes. Wei Liang could see both of their faces but not hear the words, which was sufficient. He could read the quality of the exchange. Rin stating something clearly, Su Dang receiving it, Rin continuing, Su Dang asking something, Rin answering. No performance from either of them. 2 people having a direct conversation. Su Dang came through the entrance and was shown to his assigned workspace. His beast was a small river hawk, not a combat beast, a working bird he'd contracted 3 years ago for falconry work, whose bond development was probably more advanced than Su Dang knew because working bird bonds accumulated differently than combat bonds. Wei Liang observed from a distance for the first week. He observed Su Dang in sessions, in class, in the informal time between classes. He observed what he had observed in the tournament final. Desperation operating as motivation, with the specific competence that came from someone who understood the stakes. On the 8th day, he spoke to Su Dang directly. He said, "The River Hawk, tell me how long you've been running the check-in sessions." Su Dang said, "How did you know?" He said, "The Hawk's bond signature is more advanced than the contract age suggests. Consistent with someone who has been doing the resonance work regularly without calling it resonance work." Su Dang said, 2 years. Since I failed my first tournament." He paused. "I was trying to improve the Hawk's performance. It felt like it was more reliable when I spent time with it before competitions." He said, "It was more reliable. You were building the resonance architecture." Su Dang said, "I didn't know what I was doing." He said, "You were doing it correctly without knowing what you were doing. That's a better starting point than knowing what you're doing and doing it incorrectly." Su Dang looked at him for a moment. He said, "I targeted Rin in the arena." Wei Liang said, "I know." He said, "I'm not asking for it to be forgotten." Wei Liang said, "Good. I'm not asking you to perform contrition. I'm asking you to build something here. The past is documented. What you do going forward is what the record needs." Su Dang was quiet. He said, "Rin said something like that." Wei Liang said, "She said it first. She thinks more clearly about the early stages than I do." Su Dang looked at the river hawk on his arm. He said, "I named her Current." "Is that?" Wei Liang said. "I have a river serpent named Current." Su Dang said, "I didn't know." He said, "Keep the name. Names come from observation. You named the bird for what you were observing about it." He paused. "It's the right name." Chapter 100. The Institute's first full year ended with 47 enrolled practitioners, 7 of whom had completed the synchronized advancement, 12 who were in the advanced stage, and the rest in various earlier phases. Wei Liang ran the accounting with Ren on the anniversary morning. What had been built, what had been learned, what had not worked as expected and had been corrected. The things that hadn't worked. The initial governance structure had been too informal, and Jade Bell had exploited the gap, which was now closed. The early teaching curriculum had been Wei Liang's description of his own experience, which Rin had correctly identified as insufficient, and had been expanded to a practitioner account library of 63 voices. The advancement monitoring protocol had required 3 revisions as the cohort's diversity produced advancement experiences the initial protocol didn't cover. All of these failures had been addressed. That was the thing about failures that the cultivation doctrine Wei Liang had grown up and rarely acknowledged. Failures that are addressed become improvements. Only unaddressed failures were permanent problems. He said to Rin, "What did we learn this year?" She said, "That the technique is real and teachable and the students understand it differently than you expected they would." He said, "Yes. What else?" She said, "That the institutional structure needs to be able to run without you. Specifically, that the governance framework Elder Shu is building needs to be functional before you cross fully, not after." He said, "Yes. 6 months." She said, "Maybe 4. The governance framework is moving faster than Elder Shu initially projected." She paused. "Yuan is accelerating it." She spent 800 years thinking about what a functional teaching institution for this technique would look like. He said, "She knows what doesn't work." She said, "She knows what didn't work 800 years ago and didn't work at the shattering and would have continued not working if the war hadn't ended it." She paused. "She keeps referring to institutional failure modes we don't recognize because they haven't happened to us yet. She's pre-solving problems." He said, "That's what 800 years of thinking about a problem produces." She said, "I find it both useful and slightly overwhelming." He said, "Yes." She said, "You don't find it overwhelming." He said, "I find it exactly the right level of information density. I'm working as fast as I can, and she's 2 steps ahead. That's the right condition for me." He paused. "Not everyone works that way." She said, "I know. I'll tell her to pace it differently for the cohort sessions." He said, "Tell her to pace it for the cohort and not pace it for me." She said, "I know you were going to say that." He looked at her. She said, "You've been predictable in this specific way since the assessment arena." He said, "Is that a problem?" She said, "No. It means I can pre-solve problems too." She paused. "I've learned to think 2 steps ahead on some things." She paused again. "I learned it from watching you." He said, "Good." She said, "You're 23. He said, "You're the 4th person to say that." She said, "You're 23 and you've built this in a year, and you're going to cross into the high realm in 4 months and bring back whatever the 7th beast position unlocks." She paused. "I say it because it keeps being remarkable, and I keep wanting to note it before it stops being remarkable." He said, "Will it stop being remarkable?" She said, "Probably not." She looked at the formation yard where the morning session had just ended. 6 beasts in their geometry, Hannah at the anchor station, the access point above the western corner warm with its open-state resonance. But it'll become normal. And that's actually the goal. He thought about this. He said, yes, that's the goal. She said, normal means it works. Normal means other people can do it. Normal means the technique has stopped being Wei Liang's technique and started being the technique. She looked at him. That's what you're building toward. He said, yes. She said nothing for a moment. Then, for months to the crossing? For months, he said. She said, then we have 4 months to make the institute stable enough that it can operate without you. He said, we have 4 months. She said, good. She went back to her teaching work. He stayed in the formation yard, with the 6 beasts in the spectrum bond geometry and the access point open above the western corner, and the morning light on Golden Summit's whitestone architecture, and thought about the 7th position. 1 more beast. 1 full crossing. 1 completed architecture. He looked at Echo. Echo pulsed twice. 1 long, 1 short. He said, yes. Almost. Chapter 101 The Jade Bell Sect's 3rd challenge arrived differently than the first 2. It came through the Continental Council's emergency session process, a mechanism designed for genuine cultivation crises that Jade Bell was using to force a hearing before the normal 60-day review cycle. The emergency process required the filing faction to demonstrate urgency. Their urgency claim, the Institute's access point to the High Realm constituted a violation of Continental Formation Law, specifically the clause prohibiting unauthorized modifications to the Continental spiritual infrastructure. Opening an access point that interfaced with the 800-year-old Void Arbiter network, they argued, was precisely such a modification. Pei Lu read the filing and said, they're not wrong about the formation law. Wei Liang said, no. She said, the access point modification was not authorized through the council formation process. We didn't file because we didn't know the filing requirement existed for this specific type of modification. He said, we didn't know it existed because it's never been done before. She said, the law doesn't care about precedent in formation modifications. The requirement is in the statute. He said, what does the remedy look like? She said, either we close the access point and file for retroactive authorization, which would require demonstrating that the modification was beneficial rather than harmful, and would take about 3 months to process, or we file for an emergency exception on the grounds that closing the access point would cause more harm than the original modification. He said, there are 12 people who cross through the access point who cannot return to the High Realm if the point is closed. She said, yes, that's the emergency exception argument. He said, is it strong enough? She said, the emergency exception requires showing 3 things: urgency, proportionality, and good faith. Urgency. The 12 High Realm cultivators are here, in this era, with no other route home if they need to return. Proportionality. The modification's benefit, specifically preventing the stranding of 12 advanced cultivators, outweighs the procedural violation. Good faith. You didn't know the filing requirement existed. The modification was disclosed immediately through the Alliance archive and council notification, and you haven't attempted to conceal it. She paused. I think it's strong enough. The question is whether Luo Fei agrees. He said, ask him. She asked. Luo Fei's response came the next morning. The emergency exception is correct. File it immediately. I will expedite the council review. Wei Liang said. He agreed without deliberation. Pei Lu said, he's been watching Jade Bell's escalation pattern. He knows what they're trying to do. She paused. He also knows that closing a working access point to the High Realm because of a filing technicality is not what the formation law was designed to enable. He said, he's protecting the purpose, not the framework. She said, yes. She paused. Which is what he does. The emergency exception was filed and processed in 4 days. The access point remained open. Chapter 102 The Void Arbiter made contact on the 197th day. Not through Echo's translation this time. Direct, through the formation array's primary interface, which had been the Void Arbiter's preferred channel since the access point opening. The contact was specific and contained a request that Wei Liang had not anticipated. The Void Arbiter communicated. The network's interface with the spectrum bond has produced unexpected repair effects. 3 formation nodes that have been degraded since the shattering are showing recovery patterns. We are requesting consultation on whether this is intentional. Wei Liang said, it's not intentional. It's a side effect. The Void Arbiter communicated. The side effect is beneficial. The 3 nodes service a region in the continental northeast that has had reduced spiritual density for 800 years. Cultivators in that region have been operating at reduced capacity without knowing the cause. If the recovery pattern continues, the region will return to pre-shattering spiritual density levels over approximately 40 years. He said, That's 40 years of improving cultivation conditions for a full region. The Void Arbiter communicated, yes. We are asking whether you wish to accelerate the repair. He said, what does acceleration require? The Void Arbiter communicated, the spectrum bond produces the repair effect. Running your sessions in proximity to the degraded nodes, we can route the resonance through the network, would accelerate the recovery from 40 years to approximately 8. He said, how many nodes total are degraded? The Void Arbiter, 73, at varying levels of degradation. He thought about the geography of cultivation density across the continent and what 73 degraded nodes implied about uneven spiritual development since the shattering. He thought about regions where tamer cultivation had always been harder, where beasts were always weaker, where practitioners struggled at every level without knowing why. He said, if all 73 are repaired, what does the continental spiritual landscape look like? The Void Arbiter, more uniform, less favorable for factions that have built their advantage on superior local density. He said, which factions? The Void Arbiter named several. He recognized 3 of them as the 3 that had the strongest historical incentive to maintain the Beast Cap doctrine, including, notably, the Jade Bell sect. He thought, Jade Bell's formation law challenge was not about the filing technicality. It was about the network repair side effect. They knew about it before I did. He said, Jade Bell is aware of this. The Void Arbiter, they became aware approximately 6 weeks ago. Their emergency challenge was filed 4 weeks after that awareness. He said, they're not fighting the technique. They're fighting the network repair. The Void Arbiter, yes. He thought for a long time. He said, I'm going to discuss this with my people before I give you an answer on the acceleration. But I want you to know that the network repair was not something I planned, and I'm not going to suppress it for political reasons. The Void Arbiter communicated, we know. We asked because we wanted you to understand what was happening, not because we needed your permission. He said, you don't need my permission? The Void Arbiter, the repair is a natural consequence of the network's interaction with the spectrum bond. We cannot stop it without stopping the bond, which is not something we would choose to do. We informed you because it's your bond and you should understand its effects. He said, thank you. The Void Arbiter, the cultivation landscape has been uneven for 800 years. We are not unhappy about this repair. He said, neither am I. Chapter 103 Luo Fei took the network repair information with the equanimity of someone who had spent decades encountering surprising information and had developed a standardized initial response. Verify, then assess. He verified through the Void Arbiter interface, which Wei Liang arranged for him. He assessed with the Formation Master team that he had brought to Golden Summit for the emergency exception review. They were already here and already familiar with the formation network structure. His assessment, delivered 3 days after the information was provided. The repair is genuine. The spiritual density impact is real. The affected faction's advantage is real and has been built over 800 years of unequal conditions. He paused. He said, what do you plan to do? Wei Liang said, continue running sessions. He said it simply. The repair is a side effect. I'm not going to stop running sessions to preserve factional advantages built on damaged infrastructure. Luo Fei said, the factions that benefit from the current imbalance will escalate. Wei Liang said, yes. He said, Jade Bell's challenge was the opening move. There will be more. He said, I know. Luo Fei looked at him. You're not concerned. He said, I'm concerned about the right things. The network repair is beneficial. The factions that will escalate are powerful. The combination of those 2 facts requires careful management. He paused. I'm not concerned in the sense of being afraid of it. I've been managing this pattern since the assessment committee voted 2-1. Luo Fei said, the 2-1 is now a larger coalition. He said, yes. And the things I've built since then, the statute amendment, the Institute's legal standing, the cross-alliance endorsements, the Council's observer relationship, are the same tools applied at scale. Luo Fei said, Jade Bell will bring other factions. He said, some of them, not all. The network repair benefits more regions than it disadvantages. The factions in the benefiting regions have an interest in the repair continuing. Luo Fei said, you're building a coalition from the beneficiaries. He said, I'm letting the coalition build itself. The beneficiaries have the same information I have. When they understand what's happening, they'll choose accordingly. Luo Fei was quiet for a moment. He said, I want to send the network repair documentation to the Continental Council before Jade Bell's faction does. Wei Liang said, yes. Control the initial framing. Luo Fei said, you've been thinking about this longer than this conversation. He said, since the Void Arbiter's initial contact. He paused. I needed your assessment before I could finalize the approach. You were faster than I expected. Luo Fei looked at him for a moment. He said, I've been working as fast as I can since the statute amendment hearing. He paused. Working with you at full speed is a specific kind of experience. Wei Liang said. Is that a problem? Luo Fei said no. It's exactly the right kind of experience for the problems we're working on. He looked at the formation yard. Send me the complete network documentation. I'll present it to the council in the morning. Chapter 10 for the coalition of network-benefiting factions formed faster than Wei Liang had projected. He had estimated 8 weeks for sufficient awareness to produce organized coalition behavior. The actual timeline was 4 weeks, which was the difference between his projection model, which was based on political communication speeds he had observed over the past year, and the actual speed of the information spread, which was faster because Archivist Shan had already been documenting the network repair effects in the Alliance archive, and the archive was publicly accessible. 12 factions from the Northeast region that had been operating at reduced spiritual density for 800 years submitted a joint statement to the Continental Council within 5 days of the network documentation's release. They supported the Institute's continued operation and opposed any formation law action that would interfere with the network repair process. The statement was not legally binding. It was politically significant. Zhao Mian, reading it, said, 12 factions in 5 days. Wei Liang said, the repair is real, and 800 years is a long time to have been at a disadvantage without knowing why. Zhao Mian said, you knew this would happen. He said, I knew the beneficiaries existed. I knew the information would produce organizing behavior once they had it. I didn't know the timeline. Zhao Mian said, Jade Bell's challenge just became a losing position politically. He said, procedurally it was already handled. Politically it's now closed. Zhao Mian said, you're 23. He said, you've said that. Zhao Mian said, I keep saying it, and it keeps being relevant. He paused. What comes next? Wei Liang said, the crossing. Zhao Mian said, you're going to the High Realm. He said, in approximately 2 months. The Institute's governance structure needs 4 more weeks of development before it's stable enough. The 7th beast position is accessible in the High Realm. The full architecture requires it. Zhao Mian said. And when the architecture is complete? He said, I don't know yet. Lian described it theoretically, but said the practical experience was unknown. He paused. I'll find out. Zhao Mian looked at him. He said, I'm trusting that you'll find out and come back. Wei Liang said, I'll come back. He said it the way he said things he had already decided. Zhao Mian said, what should I do while you're there? He said, manage the coalition. Keep Jade Bell from filing anything that requires my presence to address. Don't let Pei Lu work more than 12 hours a day. She's been working 15, and it's affecting her quality. He paused. Also, Cold Steel has been running sessions with his beasts in the courtyard every morning for the past 3 weeks. He hasn't asked for formal instruction yet. I want someone to notice when he's ready to ask and make sure the invitation is available. Zhao Mian said, I'll handle it. He said, I know. Chapter 105 3 weeks before the projected crossing, Yuan came to Wei Liang's office with a document. She said, I've written the full technical documentation for the 7th position contract and what follows from the complete architecture. She set it down. I want to review it with you before you cross. He said, tell me. She said, the 7th beast in the High Realm will be, she paused to find the right word, different from the other 6 in kind rather than degree. The beasts in the High Realm have been developing in the High Realm's conditions, which means their cultivation is adapted to a different spiritual environment. The bond you form, there will be a spectrum bond anchor at the tier that the current ladder doesn't reach. She paused. When the 7th contract is formed, the full spectrum bond covers the complete cultivation path, including the 2 tiers that were lost in the shattering. He said, the 2 collapsed ranks. She said, the 7th beast covers them. Not because those tiers still exist, they don't, in the current cultivation environment. But the beast's presence in the bond architecture holds those positions, which means the resonance structure is complete even where the ladder is incomplete. He said, what does the complete architecture enable? She said, the full version of the High Realm access. Not just the narrow corridor we opened, the wide passage. Accessible to cultivators with significantly lower base cultivation, because the architecture's completeness compensates for the individual cultivator's development. She paused. Currently, the crossing requires Realm Breaker baseline. With the full architecture, it would require, Lian and I calculated it, approximately Spirit Domain baseline. He sat with this. Spirit Domain, the 5th rank of the current 10. That was the level at which most experienced cultivators eventually arrived, given time and resources. He said, you're describing High Realm access for the majority of serious cultivation practitioners. She said, yes. Not all. Spirit domain is not beginner level, but it's not the ceiling either. She looked at him. The original design intention was that the high realm was accessible, not reserved for the very peak. Available as a destination for cultivators who had developed genuine bonds and genuine relationships with their beasts. He said, not transcendence. A place. She said, a place. The original technique's vision was that the high realm and the lower realm were connected layers, not separate destinations. The shattering cut the connection. The complete architecture repairs it. He thought about this. He thought about the 83 cultivators currently using the Institute's teaching framework at various stages. He thought about the 600 Purification League tamers in their doctrinal transition. He thought about the 12 founding cohort members, several of whom were already at Soul Realm. He thought about what it meant for a world where the high realm was accessible from spirit domain. He said, that changes everything. She said, yes. She looked at him. Are you ready for that? He thought about the question carefully. He said, no, but that's the right answer. If I thought I was ready for something that changes everything, I'd be wrong about what it means. He paused. Being not ready and doing it anyway is what I've been doing since the second assessment. She said, yes, I've noticed that. She paused. It's why the technique found you. He said, the technique doesn't have preferences. She said, you'd be surprised. She looked at him steadily. The resonance mirror technique requires patience, observation, genuine relationship, and the willingness to do something without fully understanding it. Those are selection criteria. Most cultivators eliminate themselves. He looked at her. She said, you didn't. You've been doing the technique since you were 15 and didn't know what you were doing, and every time you encountered something you didn't understand, you filed it under things to understand later and kept going. She paused. Tuoku was brilliant. He was the finest resonance practitioner of his generation. He also could not stop himself from advancing when the time came, even without the anchor. He understood the risk, and he advanced anyway. She looked at Wei Liang. You've been waiting because Hannah needed to be ready, not because you were afraid, because you understood what waiting was for. He said, yes. She said, that's the thing the technique needed. She stood. 2 more weeks of preparation. Then you cross. He said, yes. Chapter 106. The coalition document arrived through Pei Lu at mid-morning, 3 days after the benefiting factions' joint statement had shifted the political landscape. Zhao Mian had been in negotiations for 2 weeks, which meant the document was not a draft. It was Zhao Mian's final argument rendered as legal text, and he was pleased with it in the way he was pleased when a political problem resolved itself cleanly. Wei Liang read it beginning to end, twice, without marking it. Pei Lu said, you found something. He said, 7 places. She said, show me. He walked her through them methodically. The language establishing the Resonance Institute's curriculum rights contained a clause permitting the Continental Council to review and classify new methodologies, which, under current council procedures, meant a review cycle that could delay certification by 3 to 5 years. The governance structure defined founding membership in a way that capped the coalition at its current composition, preventing future additions without a supermajority vote. The enforcement mechanisms for beast advancement protections were unilateral in one direction only. A phrase in the dispute resolution section defaulted jurisdiction to the largest founding faction, which currently meant Golden Summit. 2 provisions in the knowledge-sharing clause contained opt-out language that would allow factions to withhold technique documentation while still claiming coalition membership. Pei Lu listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. She said, these aren't accidental. He said, no. They're written by someone who wanted the document to be acceptable while preserving future leverage. Not Zhao Mian. He doesn't write like this. Someone on the Hollow Throne's legal team, or one of the Purification League's conditional representatives. She said, if you return this with revisions, they'll know you found them. He said, they already know I'll find them. They're watching to see if I'll point them out or work around them. He paused. I'll point them out. Everyone. With alternative language that achieves the same structural goal without the limiting clause. She said, that will take them 3 weeks to respond to. He said, yes. She said, you have 2 weeks before your crossing window. He said, the crossing doesn't depend on the coalition document. The coalition document needs to be right before I leave, not after. He looked at the text again. Send it back with the revisions. Mark each one with an explanation of what the alternative language preserves. Don't frame it as correction. Frame it as clarification. She took the marked draft and turned toward the door. Then she stopped. She said, you're not doing this to win the argument. He said, no. She said, you're doing it so the coalition starts with an honest document. He said, the coalition will be tested eventually. When it is, the language it was founded on will matter. If the founding document has leverage points, someone will use them. He looked at the courtyard below where Dust had been sitting since early morning, copper bright in the light, completely still in the way Dust was still when processing something Wei Liang had raised in the previous session. I'd rather spend 3 weeks fixing the language than spend 3 years litigating it. She took the marked document and left. He watched the courtyard. Dust, who had been a trash-tier lizard that no assessor had wanted to bother recording, sat in the morning light at a cultivation rank that did not have a name in the current system, patient as stone. Wei Liang thought about the problem with the coalition language. It was solvable. 3 weeks was not a large cost. What mattered was whether the document came back unchanged. He was fairly certain it would. Chapter 107. On the 12th day after the coalition document was returned, the Void Arbiter made a different kind of contact. Not through the formation array's primary interface. Not through Echo's translation. Through all 7 beasts simultaneously. A signal so unified it arrived as a single voice rather than 7 overlapping impressions, each beast going still in the same instant the way 7 instruments might drop to silence mid-performance. The message was one word: reduce. Wei Liang felt it in the middle of a standard resonance session. All 7 beasts went still at once. Dust's steady rhythm interrupted. Talon's aerial awareness suddenly contracted. Current's perimeter attention narrowed. The others likewise. The interruption was so coordinated it could not be accidental. He sat with the interruption for several seconds. Then he said, aloud, to the session, one at a time. Echo responded first, because Echo was always first when the contact was formation level. The impression was not an image this time, but a structural diagram. The web of formation arrays connecting the major sects, rendered as a map of light and weight. The lines between nodes bright where traffic was high and dimmed, where 3 of those nodes showed strain. 7 points of pressure overlaid on that map. Each corresponded to one of Wei Liang's beasts. Where the 7 points intersected with the network's pathways, the pathways showed degradation. He studied the diagram for several minutes. He thought, when his beasts were at lower cultivation, their continuous resonance, the ambient awareness that kept all contracts active throughout every hour, had been below the network's interference threshold. Beyond the current rank boundary, the threshold had been crossed. Not during sessions, not during advancements, but always. His beasts existed at a level the network had not been built to accommodate as a constant presence. The Void Arbiter's message was not hostile. It was infrastructure maintenance, delivered with the directness of an entity that had never needed to soften its communication style for political reasons. He said, I need to understand where the interference is concentrated. Echo provided. The Northern Relay Cluster, which connected 12 sects in the high-altitude region. 3 of those sects relied on the network for long-distance beast communication. Not critical systems, but the kind of degraded reliability that compounded silently until something failed at the wrong moment. The interference wasn't catastrophic. Nothing had failed yet. He said to Echo, tell the Void Arbiter I've received its communication. Tell it I'm mapping the interference now and will respond within 5 days. The response came after a pause long enough to carry weight. Then, acknowledged. 5 days. He thought. It expected either compliance or defiance. Not a project timeline. He began mapping. Chapter 108. The problem had 2 parts, where the interference was highest, and what could be modified to reduce it. Wei Liang spent 2 days with Echo working through the first part. Echo's Void Drake bloodline gave it native fluency in formation-level resonance. The same fluency that had let Echo interface with the Void Arbiter from the beginning, that had let Echo translate between Wei Liang and a consciousness built from 800 years of accumulated formation awareness. What Echo could do, with Wei Liang directing, was navigate the network architecture with the precision of a practitioner who understood it from the inside. The interference map was more detailed than the Void Arbiter had indicated. Not 7 points of pressure, but 7 gradients. Talon's storm frequency resonance was disrupting weather prediction arrays across the northern cluster, not dramatically, but introducing a noise floor that made long-range forecasting less reliable. Dust's deep geological resonance was creating false readings in mineral surveying formations that several sects used for resource management. Current's water-attuned awareness was interfering with the regional waterway monitoring formation that the Eastern Trade Coalition depended on for flood warnings. Each beast was loud in a specific register, and the network had been built before anything at this cultivation level existed. He looked at the complete map and thought, the solution is not reduction. Reducing his beast's resonance was not possible without harm. They were alive, and their resonance was a function of their existence, not a setting that could be adjusted. The solution was rerouting. Finding the pathways in the network where each beast's specific resonance frequency would cause the least interference, and aligning the beast's ambient orientation toward those pathways rather than the current ones. He brought the rerouting plan to Echo on the third day. Echo translated it into formation-level instructions. The Void Arbiter's response came after 4 hours of processing. It communicated, "This is not what we expected." He said, "What did you expect?" The Void Arbiter communicated, "Reduction through restraint, lowering the beast's resonance output through controlled suppression." He said, "That would harm them." The Void Arbiter communicated, "Yes. The alternative you've proposed reroutes rather than reduces. It will require ongoing maintenance as the network's traffic patterns shift." He said, "I'll maintain it." A pause. The Void Arbiter communicated, "The rerouting is acceptable. We will hold the designated pathways open. Your beast's resonance will require periodic recalibration as they continue developing." He said, "I know." Another pause, longer. The Void Arbiter communicated, "You treat the network as infrastructure to be worked with rather than an obstacle to be overcome." He said, "It is infrastructure. It existed before I did. My job is to not break it." What came back was not verbal. It was a resonance impression that Echo translated without apparent effort. Something that felt, in the way Echo's translations always felt, like the recognition of a peer. Not agreement. Not approval. Recognition. The specific quality of an entity encountering something it had not expected to exist. He said to Echo afterward, "Did I understand that correctly?" Echo confirmed. He thought, "An 800-year-old formation consciousness just decided I'm worth talking to." He filed this under Things to Understand Later. In the folder that had been getting fuller since the first day, he had stood in front of an assessment committee and failed the entrance examination. Chapter 109. 3 days before the crossing window. Hannah came to the Western Formation Yard at dawn, which was where Wei Liang ran his morning sessions. She had been preparing for this conversation since the anchor method documentation arrived, but she did not announce it. She simply appeared at the yard's edge at the time she knew he would be finishing and waited. He completed the session at the usual time. His beasts settled, dust anchoring, Echo present but quiet, Talon furling enormous wings with the slow satisfaction of a creature that had decided the world was mostly acceptable. When the resonance stilled, he looked at her. She said, "I'm ready." He said, "Tell me what ready means." She said, "I've been working with the documentation for 3 weeks. The anchor link is a resonance bridge, not a contract, not a technique layer, but a structural connection between my healer resonance and your cultivation core. Once it's established, I can feel your cultivation state across distance. You'll feel my stabilization feedback." She paused. The documentation says the maximum functional range before the connection attenuates significantly is approximately 200 kilometers. Crossing to the high realm isn't 200 kilometers, it's a different kind of distance entirely. He said, "The Void Arbiter believes the link will hold across the crossing." Echo has been running propagation models through the formation network for the past week. She said, "I know." Echo told me. She was quiet for a moment. "How do you want to do this?" He said, "The same way we've done everything. With full information, and with me understanding what it costs you before I accept it." She said, "I already told you what it costs." He said, "Tell me again." She looked at him steadily. "It's permanent. I'll feel your cultivation state for the rest of my life. Every session, every breakthrough, every significant resonance fluctuation. I've considered what that means when you're in the high realm, and I'm here, and the distance makes the connection thin." She paused. "I've also considered what it would mean to not have it. To be on this side of the crossing with no thread back to you." She looked at the formation yard's weathered stone. "I'm a healer. Maintaining a connection across unknown distance to someone I'm responsible for is what I do. The technique formalized something I've been doing since Tua Ku's formation." He said, "Yes." She said, "So, ready." The anchor method's establishment took most of the morning. There was no breakthrough pulse, no visible resonance surge, no sky-distorting pressure. Hannah sat across from him in the yard's center, and they ran a shared resonance cycle. The first 2 cycles felt like any session. The familiar rhythm of his cultivation resonating with her healer frequency, the feedback loop that had been standard practice since she had learned to anchor him through advancements. The 3rd cycle deepened. The 4th changed. He felt it the way he had felt every significant change in his cultivation, not as a sudden event, but as a recognition. The realization that something which had been building for years had finally become load-bearing. He said, "That's," she said, "Yes." He said, "Is it?" She said, "It feels like a conversation that's always ongoing." A pause. "Your cultivation is very loud." He said, "I'll try to be quieter." She said, "Don't. I need to hear it." She looked at him. "Go prepare. I'll be here when you come back." He said, I know. He meant it the way he said things he had already decided. Chapter 1:10 The coalition document came back unchanged on the 14th day. Wei Liang read the returned draft carefully, marking the 7 places where his revisions had been replaced with the original limiting language. He read it a second time, noting that all 7 returns shared the same legal syntax, the same framing, the same specific terminology that Pei Lu had identified 2 days earlier. He said, Hollow Throne Senior Council, not Cold Steel. Pei Lu said, yes. He said, Cold Steel doesn't know. She said, he thinks the document is still in consensus review. Wei Liang set the draft aside. He thought about Cold Steel, who had, within 24 hours of their agreement, accepted all 3 conditions and dissolved the Veil operative team, who had sat across from him and said teach me the solution as the most vulnerable thing he had said in decades, who had, as far as Wei Liang could determine, done exactly what he said he would do. He said, draft a message to Cold Steel directly. Attach both versions of all 7 clauses, side by side. Ask if he reviewed the final draft before his counsel returned it. Pei Lu's expression shifted. You're giving him the chance to correct it. He said, his counsel is protecting institutional habit. Years of legal practice where limiting language was standard. They see nothing wrong with it. Cold Steel will understand the comparison immediately. He paused. And if he decides to keep the limiting language anyway, I'll know what I need to know. She took the materials and left. The crossing window opened the following morning. Wei Liang had been in the Western Formation Yard since before dawn. His beasts were arrayed in the formation they took when something significant was pending. Dust low and anchoring, talon high and aware, the others in positions that had evolved over years of daily sessions into something that no longer required direction. Echo stood at the access point's edge where the formation array interfaced with the high realm connection, its attention fixed on something only it could fully perceive. He felt Hannah through the anchor link, thin across the 3 kilometers between the formation yard and the Institute's eastern building, but present, steady, already monitoring in the way she monitored everything, with the attention of someone who understood that readiness was not a moment, but a practice. He checked the rerouting channels he had established with the Void Arbiter. His beast's resonance sat in the designated network pathways, clear of the northern relay cluster, clear of the weather arrays and the waterway monitors. The maintenance was running. He looked at Echo. Echo was looking at the access point with an attention that was not curiosity. It was the same recognition it had shown at Tuaku's formation in the mountain above Golden Summit. The recognition of something it had been oriented toward since its first breath. The Void Drake bloodline held spatial memory, Mei Qing had told him. The memory of a place that existed before the shattering. Every session, every resonance translation, every moment Echo had been showing him the burning landscape. It had been pointing here. He said, ready? Echo confirmed. He stepped through. The access point was not a transition in the way a doorway was a transition. It was a depth, a quality change in the resonance medium itself, the way a lake felt different below the thermocline than above it, the same water but carrying different weight. He felt his beast's signatures behind him, anchored in the lower realm, the rerouting channels holding steady. He felt Hannah's connection attenuate but not break. Thinner, like a voice heard from another room, but present. Ahead, the high realm, vast and populated, its resonance architecture older than anything in the lower realm. Its formations built before the shattering carved the world into layers. He stood at the threshold for a moment, taking inventory the way he always took inventory. The first thing he noticed was the silence. Not quiet. The high realm was not quiet. But the specific noise of institutional politics, of council proceedings and coalition documents and filing technicalities was absent entirely. He was in a place that had not heard about the Jade Bell sect's 3rd challenge, that did not know about the Continental Council's emergency exception process or the 7 limiting clauses in the founding coalition draft. He stood in that absence and let it be what it was. Then he began moving forward, looking for the 7th beast. Chapter 1:11 The High Realm had weather. Wei Liang had not expected that. He had expected architecture, the resonance formations, the ancient arrays, the spatial geometry that Yuan had described in technical language during her adjustment week. He had not expected the sensation of wind against his face and the smell of something that was not quite rain, but carried rain's particular weight. The atmospheric pressure of a place that had its own climate, independent of the lower realm's seasons and storms. The sky above was the same sky. The sun occupied the correct position for late morning. But the light was different in a way he catalogued immediately and could not immediately explain. Brighter at the edges of shadows than at their centers, as if the regional spiritual density affected the way light behaved. He filed this under. The high realm has been developing independently for 800 years, and that development affected everything, including physics. The landscape was populated, not densely. He could see 3 cultivators at a distance, moving along a path that wound through what appeared to be cultivation-adapted terrain, the sort of landscape that had been deliberately shaped over centuries rather than growing organically. One of the 3 noticed him and altered course. The cultivator who approached was a man of indeterminate age with the bearing of someone who had been in the high realm long enough to recognize a lower realm visitor on sight. He said, "You're the tamer." Not a question. Wei Liang said, "Yes." The cultivator said, "Lian said you'd come." He studied Wei Liang with the careful attention of someone performing an assessment. 6 contracts, yes? He looked at the access point behind Wei Liang. 6 and Echo. 7 including Echo. He said, "Yes." The cultivator said, "We've been waiting. Not for you specifically, for whoever had the full spectrum architecture." Lian calculated it was possible after the access point opened. She said, "Give it 6 months." He paused. "It's been 4. She'll be insufferable about it." Wei Liang said, "Where is Lian?" The cultivator said, "She crossed down 6 days ago. Yuan sent for her. Something about documentation for the Continental Council." He turned. "Come. I'll take you to where you need to go. The 7th beast knows you're here. It's been tracking your resonance since you stepped through." Wei Liang said, "It can track through the access point?" The cultivator said, "It's been tracking through the access point for 6 months. Since the point opened." He paused. "It's been waiting in a different way than the rest of us." He followed. The path wound through the shaped landscape, and he walked through it cataloging what he felt. The resonance quality was deeper here, as if the spiritual density went down rather than up, roots rather than height. His beasts in the lower realm were 7 faint presences, far and steady, the rerouting channels doing their work. Hannah's anchor link was a thin thread of warmth that pulled slightly to the right as he walked, orienting toward her position 3-dimensional layers away. He could feel her monitoring. The cultivator led him for 20 minutes without conversation, which Wei Liang appreciated. At the end of the path was a clearing, and at the center of the clearing was an absence of sound that was not the absence of sound, but the presence of something very quiet and very large. Chapter 112. The 7th beast was not what he had expected. Yuan's documentation had described a high-realm cultivated beast with adapted resonance, something that would anchor the 2 collapsed tiers in the spectrum bond architecture, holding the structural positions of ranks that no longer existed in the lower realm. He had formed an image of something like Echo, ancient bloodline, deep formation memory, a creature whose nature interfaced directly with cultivation infrastructure. What he found was a sky deer. Not a sky deer as the lower realm classified them. Clarity, his 6th contracted beast, was a sky deer, and Clarity's gentle alertness was the quality he associated with the species. This beast shared the basic architecture. The silver-white coat, the luminous eyes, the particular quality of attention that deer species beasts brought to any room they occupied. But the scale was different. Not in size. It was about the same height as Clarity, small for what it was. The difference was in depth. Clarity's resonance was clear water. This beast's resonance was the same clarity taken down hundreds of meters, where the clarity was not the absence of content, but the presence of an immense and transparent fullness. It was standing at the center of the clearing looking at him with the same expression clarity used when Wei Liang missed something obvious. He stopped 3 meters away. It waited. He said, "I've been running a daily resonance session since I was 18. My first beast was a lizard that no assessor wanted to record. I've been building this architecture piece by piece without knowing what I was building toward." He paused. "You've been in the high realm for the entire time. Were you waiting for me specifically, or for whoever had the right architecture?" The beast's response was not verbal. It was a resonance impression, the first one Wei Liang had received from a beast other than Echo in years, and the quality was immediately distinct. Echo's impressions were translational, bridgework, one language rendered in another. This impression was original. It felt like being shown a shape from the inside, a structure Wei Liang recognized the same way he recognized the resonance mirror technique when he first encountered its name in the archive, as something that had always been true and had just now found its word. What it showed him was the spectrum bond architecture, not his version of it, built incrementally through 6 contracts over years of daily sessions, but the complete version, all 10 tiers, the full ladder from Chi Gathering to Realm Breaker, plus the 2 positions above that had no names in the current system because the shattering had removed them from the world before they could be named. The complete structure looked like what it was, a way of being in resonance with something that covered the entire range of cultivation development rather than just the upper range. It showed him the 2 empty positions. Then it showed him what happened when they were filled. He was very still for a long time. The cultivator who had led him here was standing at the clearing's edge, giving them the appropriate distance. Wei Liang did not look at him. He was working through the implications of what the beast had shown him, which took most of his available attention. Yuan had said, Spirit Domain Baseline for High Realm Access. What the beast had shown him was more specific. The complete architecture didn't just lower the threshold, it changed the quality of the crossing entirely. A cultivator with a genuine spectrum bond, bonds at every tier they had reached, could use the architecture's completeness as a bridge. The high realm would read the full ladder and respond to the whole of it rather than requiring the top. He thought about 600 Purification League tamers in doctrinal transition. He thought about the 83 cultivators in the Institute's framework at various stages. He thought about every tamer who had ever worked carefully with their beasts and wondered why the high realm felt impossibly distant. He said, How do we do the contract? The beast walked toward him. Chapter 113, the 7th contract, took 3 hours. Not 3 hours of procedure. The contract process itself was relatively brief. The same formation of resonance connection that Wei Liang had performed 6 times before. The same mutual acknowledgement between cultivator and beast that had begun with Dust's copper pulse on a failure morning 8 years ago. 3 hours because after the contract formed, neither of them moved. What was happening during those 3 hours was the architecture completing. He felt it the way he had felt every significant cultivation change. Not suddenly, but recognizably. The way one note added to a chord sometimes reveals the chord's full resonance rather than adding to a partial one. The 6 existing contracts had always been a structure waiting for something. He had known it abstractly. Yuan's documentation echoes persistent spatial memory of the 2 empty positions, but abstract knowledge was different from the experience of the final piece settling into place. The 2 empty tiers in the spectrum bond filled with the 7th beast's resonance. Not filled in the sense of ranks existing where they hadn't before. The shattering had removed those tiers from the world, and no contract restored them. Filled in the sense of the architecture being complete even in their absence. The way a bridge remains functional even where the central span is missing if the anchor points on either side are strong enough to hold the load. He felt the full architecture for the first time. What it felt like was the difference between 7 instruments playing separately and 7 instruments playing as an ensemble. Not louder, not more powerful, more complete. Each instrument's contribution clarifying the others, the total producing something that none of the parts could produce alone. Every session he had ever run, every breakthrough his beasts had made, every resonance exchange that had built the daily practice over 8 years, all of it had been pointing at this quality, and he had been getting progressively closer to it without being able to describe what he was approaching. Now he could describe it. He opened his eyes. The 7th beast, he did not yet have a name for it, was still in the listening phase that had preceded each naming, was watching him with the patient attention it had held since before he arrived. Its resonance in the bond felt like clarity but deeper, like a healer but structural, like Echo's translation work but turned inward rather than outward. He felt Hannah through the anchor link, and she felt him back. She communicated nothing verbal. The link was not a language, but he felt the quality of her attention shift. She had been monitoring. Now she was feeling the architecture change and taking inventory of it with the precision of someone who understood what she was measuring. He said to the 7th beast, I need to test the threshold. Can you show me the crossing requirement for someone at Soul Realm? The beast considered. Then it showed him. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said to the cultivator at the clearing's edge, I need to get back to the lower realm. Chapter 114. The cultivator who had led him to the clearing was named Pao, and he had been in the high realm for 63 years following a crossing attempt that had gone better than expected. He walked back with Wei Liang toward the access point, listening without comment as Wei Liang worked through what the threshold test had shown him. Wei Liang said, the architecture is complete. The 7th contract anchors the empty positions, which makes the full spectrum bond functional. What the beast showed me as the new threshold is, he paused. It's not spirit domain, as you calculated. It's lower. Pao said, lower. He said, soul realm. With a genuine spectrum bond at each tier reached, the architecture's completeness compensates enough that the crossing works from soul realm. Pao was quiet for a moment. He said, soul realm is the 4th rank. Wei Liang said, yes. That's the level at which many dedicated cultivators spend the better part of their working lives. It's not beginner level, and it's not the ceiling. It's the point at which a cultivator has put in genuine work and established real bonds with their beasts. He paused. Yuan's calculation was based on the partial architecture. The complete architecture is more efficient. Pao said, the high realm was always meant to be reachable. He said, yes, that's what the original design was. accessible to cultivators who had built genuine bonds across their full development, not reserved for those who reached the absolute ceiling. He looked at the access point ahead of them. The shattering sealed it, and the doctrine preserved the ceiling by making the ceiling seem necessary. The complete architecture removes that requirement entirely. Pao said, "What happens when this gets out?" Wei Liang thought about this for several steps. He said, "The factions who built their advantage on the idea that the high realm was transcendence, a destination only the most powerful could reach, will resist it. The doctrine's entire social structure depends on realm breaker being the threshold. If the threshold is actually soul realm with the right bonds, every sect that has spent centuries claiming exclusive proximity to the divine destination loses the claim." Pao said, "That's every major sect." He said, "Yes. And also, every minor sect, every independent practitioner, every tamer who has ever spent a decade building genuine bonds with their beasts and been told the high realm was beyond their reach, they will receive it differently." He paused. "I've been managing the gap between those two groups since the assessment committee voted 2-1. This is the same problem at a different scale." Pao said, "You sound like you've been planning for this." He said, "I've been planning for everything that followed from the technique. This is where the technique was always pointing." He paused. "I just didn't know the final number." They reached the access point. He stood at the threshold and looked back at the high realm, the shaped landscape, the deeper-rooted spiritual density, the quality of light at shadow edges. He had been here for 3.5 hours. He had completed an 8-year project. He said to the seventh beast, whose bond now sat in the architecture with the fullness of a complete system, "Come through with me." The beast walked forward and followed him through the access point. Chapter 115. The Western Formation Yard looked different after the high realm. Not physically different. The same weathered stone, the same formation markers, the same quality of lower realm morning light. But Wei Liang's perception of the resonance landscape had shifted in the way that perceptions shifted after significant cultivation changes. He could see things he had always been able to feel, but never quite been able to look at directly. The Void Arbiter's network was visible to him now, not as a map or a diagram, but as a presence. The formation arrays connecting the sects were distinguishable in the ambient resonance the way an experienced healer could feel the difference between healthy tissue and strained tissue without touching it. He could see his beasts rerouting channels, clear and maintained, sitting in the correct pathways. He could see the nodes that had been recovering from 800 years of damage, the 73 degraded points, 3 of which were now showing measurable repair progress. He stood in the yard and let the new quality of perception settle. The seventh beast stood beside him, its resonance in the completed architecture clear as water. Behind him, he heard Hannah's footsteps crossing the formation yard stones before he felt her presence through the anchor link. She stopped a few paces away. She said, "You changed." He said, "The architecture is complete." She said, "I know. I felt it form." She looked at the seventh beast. "Soul Realm." He said, "You were listening through the link." She said, "I was doing my job." She studied the beast for a moment. "What does that mean for the crossing threshold?" He said, "It means that every serious tamer who has built real bonds at each stage of their cultivation can reach the high realm. Not just the ones at the ceiling. Not just the ones with 30 years of advancement behind them." He paused. "The Institute's framework was designed to build those bonds. We've been training people for a destination that was always reachable. We just didn't know how reachable." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "The factions won't accept this." He said, "The factions are currently in the process of deciding whether to accept my coalition document revisions. When they've done that, and they will, because Cold Steel will correct his counsel and the language will be right, they'll have committed to an honest founding document. The honest founding document will be the structure within which I present the threshold information." He paused. "The timing is not accidental." She looked at him. He said, "The coalition document is about establishing the Institute's legal standing and knowledge-sharing obligations before I present information that changes the entire relationship between the lower realm and the high realm. If I present the threshold change without the legal structure, every faction responds individually based on immediate self-interest. If I present it within the structure of a signed coalition agreement, they respond as members of an institution they've committed to." She said, "You've been thinking about this since the Void Arbiter told you about the network repair." He said, "Since before that. Since the Void Drake egg resonated independently in the tournament, and I understood that the technique was pointing somewhere." He looked at the access point at the yard's far edge. "I didn't know the final shape. I knew the direction." She said, "Name the beast." He looked at the seventh beast, who was watching them both with the patient depth that seemed to be the species' default expression. He said, Bridge. The beast's resonance in the architecture confirmed the name the way each beast's resonance had confirmed each name, not with a sound, but with a quality of recognition, the same mutual acknowledgement that had begun with dust in a compound courtyard 8 years ago. Wei Liang said, 7 contracts. Complete architecture. He stood in the lower realm's morning light with all 7 beasts present. The 6 anchored at their rerouting channels. Bridge newly arrived. Echo at the access point's edge where it had always been most comfortable. Dust copper bright in the light that was different here than in the high realm. The anchor link was warm on his right side where Hannah stood. He thought, this is what the technique was designed to produce. Not what happened next. This. He filed what happened next under. Things I will figure out as they arrive. Then he went inside to write a message to Cold Steel. Chapter 116. Cold Steel's response arrived in 2 parts. The first was a message, brief and direct, in handwriting that Wei Liang had come to recognize as Cold Steel's own rather than his secretariat's. I reviewed the document. My counsel acted without instruction. You are correct about all 7 clauses. The corrected version follows. The second was the corrected draft. Wei Liang read it beginning to end. All 7 clauses had been revised. Not with the language Wei Liang had proposed, which would have been the obvious response. Instead with language that was subtly better than his own suggestions, achieving the same structural goal with more precise terminology. He read the council review clause twice before understanding that Cold Steel's council had found wording that explicitly excluded the 3 to 5 year delay mechanism while preserving the council's legitimate oversight authority. He read it a 3rd time. He said, to Pei Lu, who was in the office reviewing her own documents. His counsel wrote the improvements. Pei Lu looked up. He said, the corrections are not my language. They're better than my language. Cold Steel had his counsel fix what his counsel broke. He set the document down. He didn't argue the revisions were unnecessary. He didn't defend institutional habit. He asked his people to correct the mistake, and they corrected it properly. Pei Lu said, she paused. That's exactly what you hoped he'd do. He said, I hoped he was who the distributed method conversation suggested he was. He paused. He is, she said, you're going to accept this. He said, I'm going to sign it today and send a copy to all founding members before anyone can reconsider. She said, that's efficient. He said, it's accurate. He signed it at noon. Zhao Mian, receiving his copy, wrote back, at last. You've been stalling this for 3 weeks. He wrote back, I was making sure it was right. Zhao Mian's response, it's right because you made it right, which is not the same as stalling. He read this, found it accurate, and did not reply. The Resonance Institute's founding coalition document was executed and transmitted to the Continental Council Registry by mid-afternoon. Wei Liang spent the evening in the formation yard with all 7 beasts, running the longest session he had run since before the crossing window. Bridge's resonance in the complete architecture was different from any of the previous 6, not louder, not stronger, but structural in a way that the others weren't. The way the keystone of an arch was not larger than the other stones, but more foundational. He could feel, in the session's resonance, what Yuan had described theoretically, the complete spectrum bond responding to the full range of cultivation development rather than just the upper tiers. He thought, the architecture works. He thought, the coalition document is signed. He thought, tomorrow. Chapter 117, he presented the threshold information to the full coalition at a session Luo Fei organized within 2 days of the document's execution. He had been careful about the order. The coalition document established the Institute's legal standing and the members' shared obligations regarding knowledge sharing before Wei Liang gave them information that would test every one of those obligations. He had waited for the signing, specifically, because the information was the kind that could destabilize a negotiation if presented before commitment, and he had spent 3 weeks on the coalition language precisely to ensure that the commitment was genuine rather than aspirational. The session was held in the Council's formal presentation chamber. 23 representatives from the founding coalition factions, plus Luo Fei as Continental Arbiter, plus Archivist Shan representing the Thousand Peaks Alliance. Yuan was present, as was Lian, who had returned from the lower realm. Zhao Mian sat near the back with the expression of someone who had already done the political math and was waiting to see if Wei Liang had done it too. Wei Liang said, the 7th contract is complete. The spectrum bond architecture covers the full cultivation ladder, including the positions above the current system. When the architecture is complete, the high realm crossing threshold is not realm breaker. The room was quiet. He said, it is not spirit domain, as Yuan calculated from the partial architecture. Yuan's expression shifted slightly, a recalculation. He said, the complete architecture sets the threshold at soul realm, with a genuine spectrum bond at each tier reached. A cultivator at Soul Realm who has built real bonds with their beasts throughout their development can cross. The room was not quiet in the way it had been a moment before. That had been the quiet of people waiting for information. This was the quiet of people receiving information that required immediate reprocessing. A representative from one of the newer coalition factions, the Brightwater sect, one of the 12 that had submitted the Northeastern benefiting statement, said, "That's the 4th rank." Wei Liang said, "Yes." She said, "Half the serious cultivators in this region are at Soul Realm or above." He said, "Yes." Luo Fei said, from his arbiter's position at the head of the chamber, "You're describing access to the high realm for the majority of dedicated cultivation practitioners." Wei Liang said, "That's what the original technique was designed to enable. Not transcendence, access. The shattering sealed it, and the doctrine preserved the sealing for 800 years. The complete architecture restores what was always supposed to exist." He looked at the room. "The coalition document we signed yesterday includes knowledge-sharing obligations that apply to this information. It applies now." That was the moment, and he had timed it precisely. The obligation was already signed. The information was now inside the institutional structure rather than outside it, which meant the appropriate response was implementation rather than negotiation. Zhao Mian, in the back, almost smiled. Chapter 118, The political consequences were not uniform. 3 factions responded immediately with enthusiasm. The Northeastern Benefiting Group and 2 others whose regional circumstances had always made high realm access feel theoretical. Their representatives began drafting implementation questions before the session had formally concluded. Lien, who had crossed from the high realm to the lower realm and back several times, stayed for 4 hours after the session answering technical questions from these 3 factions with the patience of someone who had been waiting to have this conversation. For factions requested a consultation period, which under the coalition agreement meant 48 hours to review the information before formal acknowledgement. This was legitimate use of the document's process provisions, and Wei Liang did not dispute it. 2 factions said nothing during the session and filed preliminary objections with the Continental Council the same evening. Luo Fei brought the objections to Wei Liang the following morning. He said, "Jade Bell and the Crimson Tower sect. Their argument is that the threshold information represents a fundamental change to the doctrine established at the original Continental Compact, and the compact changes require a full council vote rather than a coalition decision." Wei Liang said, "The compact change they're describing would be accurate if the threshold had been set by compact law. It wasn't. The threshold was a physical property of the cultivation system. It was high because the architecture was incomplete, not because the council voted it high." He paused. "The compact doesn't govern physics." Luo Fei said, "I know. I'm telling you what they filed." He said, "What does the filing require?" Luo Fei said, "A response within 10 days. If your response is accepted as sufficient by a council majority, the objections are dismissed. If not, a formal hearing is scheduled." He paused. Given the coalition's current composition and the Northeastern benefiting factions demonstrated organizing speed, a council majority is achievable. Wei Liang said, "Draft the response. Focus on the physics distinction. This is not a policy change, it's a discovery. The council governs policy, not discoveries." He paused. "Also note that the coalition's knowledge-sharing obligations apply to this discovery, and that the objecting factions are founding coalition members who signed those obligations." Luo Fei said, "That's a pointed argument." He said, "It's an accurate one." Luo Fei was quiet for a moment. He said, "You're 26. He said, "You've said that." Luo Fei said, "I keep saying it because it keeps being relevant." He gathered the filing documents. "I'll have the response drafted by afternoon." Chapter 119. Pao arrived through the access point on the 7th day after the threshold announcement. He came alone, without advance notice, which meant something had changed in the high realm rather than Pao simply deciding to visit. Wei Liang met him in the Western Formation Yard. Bridge had apparently detected his approach through the access point before he stepped through. Because all 7 beasts were arranged in the reception formation they took for significant arrivals. Pao looked at the 7 beasts for a moment. Then he said, "There is someone in the high realm you need to know about." Wei Liang said, "Tell me." Pao said, "There is an elder cultivator who has been in the high realm since the shattering. Her name is Tao Wei. She is not one of us. Not one of the 43 who crossed when the access point opened. She was there before any of us arrived. She has been in the high realm for 800 years. He paused. "We knew of her. She lived in the deep formation region, away from the inhabited areas, and she communicated rarely. We understood she was maintaining something. We did not understand what until you completed the 7th contract." He said, "What was she maintaining?" Pao said, "The access point's far side formation. the structure that allows the point to connect at all. It requires anchoring on both sides. The lower realm side is anchored in the formation array you built. The high realm side has been anchored by her cultivation for 800 years. He paused. When the shattering sealed the access points, the high realm side lost its formation anchor. She replaced it herself. She has been the anchor. Wei Liang was very still. He said, for 800 years. Pao said, she is a realm breaker cultivator. She had the reserves to sustain it. He paused. She had the reserves. The past 6 months, since the lower realm side was restored, the load she has been carrying reduced significantly. But 800 years of continuous anchoring has cost her most of what she had. He looked at Wei Liang. She sent me to tell you that the current access point formation is functional, but not permanent. The lower realm formation you built holds the lower side. She has been holding the upper side. She cannot hold it indefinitely. He said, what does she need? Pao said, the formation on the high realm side needs to be rebuilt as a permanent structure, the same way the lower realm side was built. Once it's permanent, she can release the anchor and the point holds itself. He paused. She says, she does not know how long she has. She knows it is less than she once thought. He looked at Wei Liang directly. She also says, tell the tamer that Tuaku was her partner. She stepped through to prepare the high realm side for his arrival. The shattering came before he could follow. She has been waiting for someone to build what he would have built. The formation yard was quiet. Dust moved from its position and walked to Wei Liang's side, which was what Dust did when Wei Liang needed grounding. Wei Liang said, how long does the formation take to rebuild? Pao said, she estimates 48 hours for a team of skilled formation masters working with resonance anchors sufficient to reach the high realm frequency. He said, how many masters? Pao said, 30 at minimum. More is better. And the resonance anchors need to be calibrated to the complete spectrum architecture. This isn't a standard formation. Wei Liang looked at the access point. He thought, Zhao Mian can mobilize coalition resources in 30 hours. Luo Fei has been coordinating formation masters since the access point opened. The Northeastern Coalition has 30 formation specialists who've been studying the network repair effects for 2 months. He said, go back and tell her, we're coming. Chapter 1:20. The message went to the coalition that same evening. Wei Liang wrote it himself, short as everything he wrote. There is a cultivator in the high realm who has been anchoring the access point's far side for 800 years. She is Tuaku's partner. She stepped through to prepare the high realm side before the shattering sealed the crossing, and has been holding the formation alone since then. The formation must be rebuilt from both sides simultaneously to become permanent and allow her to release the anchor. This requires 30 formation masters, resonance anchors calibrated to the complete spectrum architecture, and 48 hours of continuous work. The window opens when we are ready. I am asking the coalition to be ready. Zhao Mian's response arrived 40 minutes later. I'll have everyone mobilized in 30 hours. Do not start without me. Cold Steel's response arrived 20 minutes after that. Formation masters from Hollow Throne are already en route. We have 11 specialists in high realm frequency work. They will arrive in 22 hours. High Arbiter Yao sent a single line. The Purification League had already stationed formation resources in the west for doctrinal transition support. Redirecting now. Luo Fei sent a formal coordinator's acknowledgement that contained, at the end, a personal note in smaller handwriting. I will be there. Tell me what position to take in the formation ring. Wei Liang read the responses as they arrived and filed each one under the same heading. These are the people who signed the coalition document. He went to the formation yard for the last session before the work began. All 7 beasts were already there, in positions that needed no direction. Bridge at the center, the new completeness of the architecture present in every bond simultaneously. Echo at the access point's edge, that old orientation finally carrying the weight it had always been pointing toward. Dust, patient and copper-bright, at his left. He said to Bridge, she's been holding that anchor for 800 years. Bridge's resonance confirmed, yes. He said, Tuaku advanced alone because his partner had already gone through. He thought she was lost. Bridge confirmed, yes. He said, she wasn't lost. She was waiting. He ran the session until the light went, and then went inside to prepare everything that needed to be prepared before the coalition arrived. Hannah found him in the archive at midnight, reading the same record he had read 3 years ago about Tuaku's partner, the healer's report, the notation in old handwriting, survived because she distributed the timing. He had thought then that the notation referred to the healer's technique. He understood now that the handwriting had been Tao Wei's, and that the healer whose record it was had been describing Tao Wei's own case, and that the survival it recorded was the beginning of 800 years of waiting, not an ending. Hannah said, you knew about her before Pao told you. He said, I suspected. The Void Arbiter's cooperation was too complete. An 800-year consciousness maintaining formation architecture for a stranger didn't fit. Something else was sustaining the far side. He paused. I filed it under things I didn't understand yet. She said, you have a very large folder. He said, it gets smaller every year. She was quiet for a moment. Then, what does it cost her? The anchoring. He said, everything she had, over 800 years. She has been spending herself slowly in the way a candle spends itself. There is something left. How much, I don't know. He closed the archive record. When the permanent formation is complete, she can release the anchor and what's left is hers. She said, and if we don't complete it in time? He said, then the far side anchor fails and the access point closes. The cultivators who have crossed since it opened can't return to the high realm. The threshold change becomes theoretical rather than practical. He paused, and Tao Wei is sealed in alone again. Hannah said nothing. He said, we will complete it in time. She said, I know. She looked at him. I know because of the file you keep on things you're going to understand later. You don't put things in that file and then let them stay unresolved. You never have. He thought about Dust at 6 years old, refusing to leave a stranger's side in a compound. He thought about Talon's provisional acceptance, maintained over 8 years. He thought about Hannah sitting in the formation yard for a 30-minute resonance session she hadn't been invited to, and then asking afterward, quietly, if she could observe the next one. He said, the coalition arrives in 22 hours. She said, then let me sleep and you sleep and both of us be ready. He said, yes. He closed the archive and set down the record and went to prepare. Chapter 121. The first formation masters arrived before dawn. They were Cold Steel's 11 specialists, traveling faster than the 30-hour estimate, which meant Cold Steel had sent them before Wei Liang's message arrived, had anticipated the need, or had already been moving resources west for reasons of his own. They arrived at the Western Formation Yard with precision equipment and a lead practitioner named Bao Jing, who had spent 40 years working exclusively on pre-shattering formation restoration. She looked at the access point, and then she looked at Wei Liang, and then she said, the far side anchor is a person. He said, yes. She said, that person has been holding a high realm frequency formation for 800 years. He said, yes. She said, at realm breaker cultivation level. He said, starting there. The reserve depletion over 8 centuries has been significant. Bao Jing turned back to the access point. She pulled a formation measurement instrument from her kit, held it near the access point's edge, and read the output for 30 seconds with the attention of someone who had been doing this long enough to read it accurately in silence. Then she put the instrument away. She said, the far side anchor is still holding. It's attenuated. I can tell from the frequency variance that it's been sustained at below capacity for some time, but it's holding. She paused. We have a window. I can't tell you how wide it is. Wei Liang said, we have 30 more masters arriving, and the coalition formation resources. She said, I'll start the site survey now. She did not wait for acknowledgement. She began walking the formation yard's perimeter with her instruments, speaking to her team in the technical shorthand of practitioners who had worked together for years, and within 10 minutes, they had established a measurement grid that covered the yard's full area and the access point's resonance influence radius. Wei Liang watched this and thought, Cold Steel sent her first because she's the best he has. He filed this under people who act before being asked when the situation requires it. The Void Arbiter made contact at mid-morning, through the formation array rather than through echo. The communication was direct. We know what you are building. We have been preparing the network routing since the 7th contract was formed. Tell your formation masters we can hold the high realm frequency stable during the construction window if they anchor the outer ring first. He transmitted this to Bao Jing. She read the impression echo translated, looked at the access point, and said, that changes the approach significantly. If the network can hold frequency stability, we don't need to build the outer containment first. We can build the core anchor and let the network hold the perimeter. She paused. That cuts the time estimate. Not to nothing, but to closer to 36 hours than 48. He said, can you work with formation specifications you haven't seen before? She said, I've spent 40 years working with formations nobody has seen before. What do you have? He told her about the complete spectrum architecture. Chapter 122. Mei Qing arrived in the afternoon with 2 traveling bags and the particular economy of motion that Wei Liang had come to associate with practitioners who had spent a long time carrying important things carefully. She found Wei Liang in the site survey area, reviewing Bao Jing's formation plan, and said nothing until the review was complete. Then she said, I knew Tao Wei was alive. Not recently. I've known for a long time. He looked at her. She said, my family's lineage has preserved the healer's records, the partner's notes, Tuaku's technique documentation. We also preserved correspondence that arrived at the lower realm research stations in the decades following the shattering. Reports from practitioners who had sensed something sustaining the access point's far side anchors against all expectation. The consensus was formation remnant. I thought it was her. She set her bags down. I couldn't know until the access point opened, and I could feel the quality of the far side anchor through the formation resonance. Formation remnants have a specific decay signature. What I felt had no decay. He said, "Why didn't you tell me?" She said, "What would you have done with the information, specifically?" He considered this. She said, "You were building the spectrum architecture. Before the 7th contract was formed, there was no formation approach that could rebuild the far side anchor. The construction requires resonance calibrated to the complete spectrum, which didn't exist. Telling you about Tao Wei before you could act would have given you a problem with no solution." She looked at the access point. "Now you have a solution." He said, "Is she aware you knew?" Mei Qing said, "We have never met. She has been in the high realm since before my family's lineage began. But she knows the records were preserved. I believe that's part of why she stepped through to the high realm in the first place. She knew the records would survive. She knew someone would eventually rebuild the technique." She paused. She placed a significant amount of faith in people she would never meet. He said, "That's a specific kind of patience." She said, "It's the kind that runs out eventually." Mei Qing looked at the formation grid Bao Jing's team had established. "What is the current reserve estimate?" He said, "We don't have one. Bao Jing can feel the frequency variance, but can't measure depletion directly. The far side anchor is still holding. The quality has been declining." He paused. "The best information we have is that she could not hold it indefinitely, and that the 6 months since the lower realm side was restored reduced the load enough to extend the window somewhat." Mei Qing said, "Then we work quickly." She opened one of her bags and produced an object that Wei Liang recognized as a formation frequency calibration kit, significantly older than anything Bao Jing's team was using. "I've been carrying these for 30 years. I hoped I would need them eventually." Chapter 123. The coalition assembled at the Western Formation Yard by hour 26. 43 practitioners total, 31 formation masters from 11 coalition factions, plus Bao Jing's Hollow Throne specialists, plus 6 resonance scholars from the Thousand Peaks Alliance who had arrived with Archivist Shan. Zhao Mian was there, as promised. Cold Steel had come in person, which was not what Wei Liang had expected. Luo Fei arrived at hour 23, ahead of schedule, and immediately asked for the formation plan to begin reviewing. They assembled in the yard, and Wei Liang briefed them on the operation. He was brief about it. The far side anchor was a cultivator named Tao Wei who had been holding the access point's high realm formation for 800 years. She was Tuaku's partner. She was alive and running out of cultivation reserve. The operation was to rebuild the far side formation as a permanent structure so she could release the anchor. The construction required simultaneous work from both sides, which meant formation masters coordinating across the access point's frequency barrier with echo translating. The Void Arbiter was holding network stability. The complete spectrum architecture provided the calibration frequency. 36 hours if they worked without significant interruption. When he finished, one of the formation masters from the Brightwater sect said, "Coordinating construction across an active access point has never been done. The frequency barrier creates interference in both directions." Wei Liang said, "Echo can translate through the interference. The Void Arbiter can route signal through the network nodes rather than through the access point directly. Bao Jing has a relay approach that uses the 2 channels in tandem." He looked at Bao Jing, who confirmed with a nod. The Brightwater master said, "In theory." Wei Liang said, "In 40 years of pre-shattering formation restoration work, in my experience, and in the Void Arbiter's 800 years of formation network maintenance." He paused. "If you have a concern about the approach, tell Bao Jing. She will either adjust the plan or explain why the adjustment is unnecessary. What we don't have time for is general uncertainty." The master was quiet. Cold Steel said, from the back of the assembly, "I've been working with uncertainty about Wei Liang's approaches for the better part of 5 years. The general pattern is, approach seems impossible. He's already planned for the specific reason it seems impossible. It works." He paused. "Tell Bao Jing your concern." The master told Bao Jing his concern. Bao Jing adjusted the plan slightly. The adjustment was better than the original approach. They began. The first hour of the formation work established the operational rhythm that would carry through the next 36. Bao Jing ran the inner ring. Rin's 12 occupied the eastern outer quadrant. Shingu had not yet arrived, but the 7th outer ring position was marked and held in reserve. The resonance scholars from the Thousand Peaks Alliance occupied the frequency calibration stations that Bao Jing had positioned specifically for scholars rather than practitioners, observation points where they could measure and record without interfering with the active construction. Archivist Shan positioned herself at the primary calibration station. She had been carrying documentation about pre-shattering access point construction for decades. She had been waiting for an opportunity to see whether the documentation was accurate. 2 hours in, she found Wei Liang at the relay station and said, "The formation architecture matches the archive records precisely. Every anchor point placement, every resonance channel orientation. The formation masters are rebuilding something that was built this way 800 years ago." He said, "They're working from the spectrum architecture as the calibration guide. The complete bond covers the full cultivation ladder. The formation that anchors a complete spectrum bond naturally aligns with the pre-shattering construction specifications because those specifications were designed for the same architectural principle." She said, "The archive records weren't written as specifications. They were written as descriptions, after the fact, by practitioners observing a formation that already existed." She paused. "But they're exact enough to serve as specifications for this construction. The people who wrote those descriptions were very thorough." He said, "Someone knew the descriptions would be needed." Archivist Shan was quiet for a moment. Then, yes, someone with 800 years to be thorough. Chapter 124. Rin arrived at hour 28. She came with 12 tamers behind her, young, composed in the way that serious practitioners were composed rather than the way performance of composure looked, each one with at least one beast visible at their side. The youngest in the group was perhaps 18. The oldest was Rin's age. Wei Liang saw them from his position at the formation's primary relay station and thought, she trained all 12 of them. 6 months ago, most of these practitioners were early stage, working through fundamentals. The quality of their resonance presence was not beginner level. Luo Fei, who was positioned at the formation ring's coordination node, looked at the 12 and then at Rin and said, "You trained them." She said, "They were ready to learn." He said, "In 6 months." She said, "I had a good model." She looked at Wei Liang. "I also had the advantage of starting them from the beginning." Wei Liang invented the method through his own advancement, which means some of his instincts are shaped by mistakes he made early on and corrected. "My students haven't made those mistakes." She paused. "Their resonance signatures are cleaner." Wei Liang said, "She's right." Luo Fei said, "What do you need them for?" Rin said, "The outer ring amplification." Bao Jing's plan has the outer ring holding frequency stability while the inner ring constructs the core anchor points. The outer ring work requires sustained resonance output at a specific calibration, high precision but not high power. My 12 can hold it for the full construction window. Bao Jing had been listening from 2 meters away. She said, "Come here. Let me test the calibration." Rin brought her 12 forward. Bao Jing tested 3 of them with her instruments, read the results, and said, "Outer ring, east quadrant." She looked at Rin. "You trained them right." Rin said, "I know." She took the east quadrant without further discussion. Her 12 arranged themselves in the positions Bao Jing indicated with the ease of a team that had been working together long enough to do it without confirmation. Wei Liang watched this for a moment. He thought, "She figured out the middle step that I skipped. Her students have foundations I didn't build because I was inventing as I went. In 10 years, her graduates will be better practitioners than mine." He filed this under, "Not a problem." Then he returned to the relay station. He thought, Rin had developed the method instinctively, without a model to follow except the one he had provided. And the one he had provided was the model of someone inventing from necessity, which meant it had the shape of his specific mistakes and corrections built into it. Her students had learned a version that was cleaner because she had seen the mistakes already and had not made them. That was how techniques propagated correctly. Each generation inheriting the previous generation's discoveries without inheriting the previous generation's unnecessary difficulties. He had built the spectrum architecture through years of daily practice and error and correction. Rin had built a version that started from the correct architecture. Her students would start from Rin's version. In 3 generations, the technique would be what it had always been intended to be. Something that worked cleanly the first time, rather than something that required years of its primary practitioner's error correction to function. Chapter 125. The construction began at hour 30. It ran in 3 simultaneous layers. Bao Jing's formation masters on the outer ring establishing frequency containment, the inner ring's core team beginning the anchor point construction, and Echo at the access point center translating between the lower realm work and Tao Wei on the far side. Tao Wei could not speak directly across the frequency barrier without depleting the reserve she had left. She communicated through formation-level impressions, resonance signals that Echo received, and translated as a practitioner would translate a signal flag. Imprecise in language, but accurate in meaning. When the first outer ring sections completed and locked, the impression from the far side was a quality of recognition. The same structure, matching, as if she were watching something she had designed finally being built. Bao Jing said, "She knows the architecture." Wei Liang said, "She helped design it. She was Tuoku's partner before the shattering. This formation is what they would have built together if the shattering hadn't come." Bao Jing absorbed this without particular expression. She returned to her instruments. The Void Arbiter was present throughout the operation in a way that Wei Liang could feel through the formation network, not active construction, but maintenance, holding the network pathways open and stable so that the construction signals could route through without degradation. The network's participation was not passive. At hour 6, when the outer ring's northeast section encountered a frequency mismatch with the access point's natural resonance variance, it was the Void Arbiter that identified the mismatch pattern through its 800 years of accumulated formation knowledge and provided the correction frequency. Bao Jing implemented the correction. The mismatch resolved. She said, "That's the second time the network has given us a correction we couldn't have calculated ourselves." Wei Liang said, "The Void Arbiter has been maintaining this network since before the shattering. Some of its knowledge predates the formation techniques we're using." She said, "Yes. I've been doing formation work for 40 years, and I've never had a network cooperate with a construction project before." She paused. "It's very useful." He said, "It decided we were worth working with." She said, "It decided, or you convinced it?" He said, "The second one." But the decision was its own. At hour 12, the inner ring began anchoring the core points. The work was more delicate than the outer ring. Each anchor point had to be calibrated to the complete spectrum architecture's full resonance signature, which required holding 7 distinct cultivation frequencies simultaneously in the formation material. The only practitioner in the formation ring who could verify all 7 simultaneously was Wei Liang himself, through the completed spectrum bond. He moved to the inner ring. Hannah moved with him. She said, "Your cultivation state is stable." He said, "I know." She said, "I'm telling you because the link is showing me things I want you to know I can see. The core anchor work has a resonance demand that's close to the advancement threshold." He said, "It won't push me over." She said, "I know. I'm monitoring." He said, "You don't need to tell me you're monitoring." She said, "I know. I'm telling you anyway." Dust, who had been anchoring at the formation ring's base since construction began, produced a single sound that Wei Liang recognized as the lizard equivalent of agreement with Hannah's position. He returned to the anchor point calibration. Hannah stood at his left side. The construction continued. Chapter 126. At hour 20, they hit the problem. It was Bao Jing who identified it first. Through the formation measurement instruments she had been reading continuously since construction began. She said, without particular alarm, in the tone of someone reporting a significant finding, "The pre-shattering anchor points in the formation substrate are damaged." Wei Liang said, "How damaged?" She said, 3 of the 5 core anchor positions use natural resonance nodes in the mountain's formation substrate, geological formations that concentrate spiritual energy at specific points. 2 of those nodes are in the correct configuration. 1 is depleted. She showed him the instrument reading. The depletion predates the shattering. This node has been empty for 800 years. He looked at the formation plan. The depleted node was the southwest core anchor, which in Bao Jing's structure was the connection point between the outer ring's frequency containment and the inner ring's primary anchor structure. Without it, the formation's architecture didn't balance. He said, "What happens if we build around it?" She said, "The formation works under normal conditions. Under high traffic use, multiple crossings in a short window, or crossing at the lower threshold the complete architecture enables. The imbalance creates stress concentrations." She looked at him. "Not immediately dangerous, but not what we need." He stood at the southwest anchor position and looked down at the depleted node in the mountain substrate. He could feel, through the complete spectrum bond, the 7 resonance signatures of his beasts arranged around the formation ring in their support positions. He felt Bridges' structural quality in the architecture, dust, geological resonance, the specific way each of the 7 occupied a particular register of the full cultivation spectrum. He looked at Dust. Dust was watching him with the patient attention of a creature that had been present for everything he had ever done and had developed, over years, the ability to know what he was about to ask before he asked it. He said, "You know what I'm going to say." Dust moved from its outer ring position without direction and walked to the southwest anchor point. It sat down directly above the depleted geological node, copper bright in the work lights the formation masters had strung across the yard. and its resonance settled into the formation's substrate with the same deep certainty it had always occupied every ground it had ever touched. The instrument in Bao Jing's hand registered the resonance signature, and she read it. She was quiet for several seconds. She said, "That works. That more than works. The geological frequency match is better than the original node would have produced." Wei Liang looked at the other six. They were already moving. Talon dropped from the high anchor position in the outer ring and landed at the northeast corner of the inner ring, where the formation math showed the second area of imbalance. Not a depleted node, but a frequency mismatch between the pre-shattering design and the current formation material. The Stormhawk's resonance settled into the mismatch and aligned it. Current, the silver-maned horse that never did anything dramatically but had never once failed to do anything necessary, moved to the third position without Wei Liang indicating it. The other four followed. No one in the formation ring spoke for almost 2 minutes. The formation masters with their instruments were reading, adjusting readings, verifying, reading again. Bao Jing said, eventually, 7 realm breaker cultivated beasts holding the formation's structural positions as living anchors. She paused. "I've been doing formation work for 40 years. I've never seen anything like this." Wei Liang said, "They've been doing this their whole lives. They just didn't have a formation to anchor until now." She said, "Tell them not to move." He said, "They know." Chapter 127. Shengu arrived at hour 32. He came alone, with his beasts, the obsidian warbear that had nearly broken through to Wei Liang in a tournament final years ago, and 3 others that Wei Liang didn't recognize, all capped in the traditional manner at Heaven Manifest. He had not been part of the coalition communication. He had not been invited. He stood at the formation yard's entrance and looked at what was happening. The formation construction, the 40-odd practitioners, the 7 beasts anchoring the inner ring, for a long moment. Then he walked to Wei Liang and said, "I've been doing it wrong for 15 years. Tell me what I can do." Wei Liang looked at him. Shengu had the bearing of someone who had spent the intervening years working through a significant correction, not the hard-edged hunger of the young man who had studied Wei Liang's coordination tactics to try to beat him in a tournament final. Something more settled. He said, "The outer ring has an opening in the 7th position. It requires sustained resonance at calibrated output, not power, precision. Your warbear's resonance signature might match the frequency. Let Bao Jing test it." Shengu went to Bao Jing. She tested his warbear, read the instruments, and said, 7th position, outer ring, north quadrant. Shengu's warbear went to the 7th position. It sat down, squared its shoulders, and held the frequency with the steady attention of an animal that had been trained very carefully and understood its work. Wei Liang watched this from the inner ring. He thought, Shengu had trained that bear, not with the distributed method. The bear was capped at the traditional ceiling, which meant the bond between them was the old kind, the kind that held the beast at its tamer's level. But the quality of training visible in the way the bear positioned itself, the attention it brought to the task, the specific stillness it achieved at the 7th outer ring position, that was not accidental. That was years of careful work. Shengu had been doing it wrong by Wei Liang's technical definition. He had not been doing it carelessly. Wei Liang left his position long enough to walk to the 7th outer ring. Shengu was standing beside his bear, monitoring the frequency output on a portable measurement instrument, making small adjustments with the precision of someone who had been studying the spectrum architecture since he had asked Wei Liang to explain it. He said, "Your bear holds the frequency well." Shengu did not look up from the instrument. He said, "I spent 4 months working on its resonance precision after the council ruling. Not to beat your method, to understand it." He made another small adjustment. "Your beasts can hold positions like this because every advancement they've made has been at the precise level required for the position's function. My bear is at the wrong tier for this work. It's compensating with precision what it can't provide through cultivation." He said, "That's a correct analysis." Shengu said, "It's not enough to do it the right way going forward, is it? The beasts I have now will always have this limitation." He said, "The beast you have now will always have had this limitation. The beast you contract next won't." He paused. "Your warbear has made itself useful anyway. That's worth something." Shengu looked up then. He said, "Yes, it is." He returned to the inner ring. Behind him, he heard Shengu say something quiet to the warbear that he could not hear clearly, and the bear's resonance at the 7th position shifted slightly, the frequency precision improving by a measurable increment. He thought. His warbear trained under Shengu's careful attention for years, and the careful attention of a practitioner who is learning something produces a different quality of bond than the careful attention of a practitioner who thinks they already know everything. The bear wasn't at the right cultivation for what Wei Liang's beasts were doing, but it was exactly right for what it was doing. Shingu took the seventh outer ring position beside his bear and held it. He did not speak to Wei Liang again. He worked. Chapter 128. At hour 40, the far side anchor began to fade. Echo was the first to detect it. A slight variance in the resonance quality of the impressions from the high realm side. A quality that Bao Jing described when Wei Liang reported it as the difference between someone speaking clearly and someone speaking clearly but running low on breath. He said to Bao Jing, "How much of the formation is complete?" She said, 91%. The outer ring is solid. The inner ring has 4 of 7 anchor points fully locked. The connection channel between the two sides is active but not yet sealed. He said, "How long to completion?" She said, 6 hours at the current pace. 5 if we push the remaining teams. The far side anchor's frequency had declined measurably in the 20 minutes since Echo's report. He ran the calculation. 5 to 6 hours of construction against a far side anchor that had been declining at increasing rate. The math was not comfortable. He said, "Hannah." She was already at his side. She said, "I see it." He said, "I'm going to extend into the high realm. Not cross, extend. Send my resonance through the access, point the way I stabilize my beasts, use the anchor link to stay tethered here. I can lend Tao Wei the resonance she needs to hold longer." Hannah said, "The range of the anchor link across the access point isn't tested." He said, "No." She said, "If the link attenuates past functional range, you're in the high realm without an anchor." He said, "I know." She was quiet for several seconds. Then, "What do you need from me?" He said, "Hold. That's all. Whatever you feel on the link, hold it." She said, "I can do that." He moved to the access point center. Echo moved with him, had been there already, oriented toward the far side as it always was. He sat down at the threshold, the way he sat for daily sessions, and extended his resonance through the access point the way he extended it toward each of his 7 beasts. Not the crossing extension that had taken him through 3.5 hours ago, not committing his presence. Only the resonance. The part of him that was the bond rather than the person. The access point was cold at its center. The cold was not temperature. The formation yard was mild with late evening warmth. But frequency, the meeting point of 2 resonance environments producing something that felt cold the way exposed altitude felt cold, the body recognizing a quality that wasn't wind but carried wind's particular message. He sent his resonance through. He felt Tao Wei. She was not what he expected. The anchor had occupied her entirely. 800 years of continuous formation work had restructured her cultivation around the task the way a tree restructures itself around an obstacle, not damaged but shaped. What was left was still considerable. She was still a realm breaker cultivator at the end of 8 centuries of careful expenditure. But the fatigue was bone deep. He offered his resonance as stabilization, the same way he stabilized dust when dust was tired, current when current had run long. The same extension, the same quality of attention. For a moment nothing happened. Then Tao Wei accepted it. The far side anchor's frequency stabilized, not recovered. She did not have recovery time, and his offered resonance was a bridge, not a replacement. But the decline stopped. He felt Hannah through the anchor link, thin across the dimensional boundary, but present. Hold. He held. Chapter 129. At hour 46, the final anchor point locked. Bao Jing said, "Seal." The formation masters in the inner ring completed the connection channel simultaneously. The prearranged moment when the 74 practitioners in the ring brought their specific formation sections to completion at the same instant, the formation sealing as a unified structure rather than a piecemeal construction. The frequency of the outer ring and the inner ring aligned. The channel between the two realms opened fully, not the narrow corridor the existing access point had been, but the wide passage the complete architecture enabled. Wei Liang felt it through his resonance extension, the far side formation anchoring itself. The structure Tao Wei had been holding for 800 years, holding in her cultivation the way a person holds a door against wind, became load-bearing independently. The weight transferred from her to the formation. He felt the moment she released it. It was a specific quality of sensation, not release as in letting go, but release as in something finally completing. 800 years of continuous output, the last reserves of a cultivation that had been patient enough and strong enough and stubborn enough to sustain a single purpose for longer than any sect in the lower realm had existed, finding the end it had been working toward. He withdrew his resonance from the access point. Hannah was beside him. Her hand was on his arm, which she had never done before in a cultivation context. Not stabilization, just presence. He looked at her. She said, "The link held." He said, "I know. I felt you." She said, "The whole time." He said, "Yes." The access point shimmered. Tao Wei stepped through. She was older in appearance than any cultivator Wei Liang had ever seen. not frail, not diminished, but marked with the particular clarity of someone who had used everything available and had run carefully on what remained. Her hair was completely white. Her eyes were the clear, deep quality of someone who had been in deep formation work for so long that the work had become the person. She stood in the Western Formation Yard and looked at it. She looked at the formation ring. She looked at the 43 practitioners, the 7 beasts, the Void Arbiter's network nodes visible in the resonance landscape to anyone who could see them. She looked at Bao Jing's team, at Rin's 12 in the eastern quadrant, at Shengu at the 7th outer ring position with his bear. She looked at Wei Liang. She said, 800 years. You were worth it. He said, you were worth it too. She was quiet for a moment. Then she smiled, which was the expression of someone who had prepared for a very long time for a conversation and found that it was different from what they had prepared for and better. The practitioners in the formation ring had been watching. Wei Liang was aware of this in the way he was aware of most things, filed for later, not acted on immediately. What he observed was not curiosity or sentimentality, but a specific quality of attention. The attention of people who understood what they had been part of and were taking a moment to understand it fully. Bao Jing said, without ceremony, formation is stable. Far side anchor released and replaced by permanent structure. Both sides holding at design capacity. Luo Fei made a notation in the documentation and said, formation construction complete, hour 46. Permanent access point achieved. Tao Wei of the pre-shattering era has crossed to the lower realm. Operation successful. He looked up from his documentation. For the record, Tao Wei looked at Luo Fei. She said, you've been writing since before I stepped through. He said, someone has to maintain the record. She said, yes. She looked at the document he was holding. May I see it? He gave it to her. She read it. All of it. The full 46-hour log he had been maintaining throughout the operation. The names of every practitioner, every formation master, every measurement. She read it with the attention of someone who had been in a place with no written records for 8 centuries and was refamiliarizing herself with what documentation looked like when it was done correctly. She returned it. She said, this is accurate. He said, I try to be. She said, I know. I can tell. She looked at Wei Liang. You have good people. He said, yes. Chapter 130. The High Realm cultivators began crossing in the hours that followed. They had been waiting on the far side since before the construction began, 43 of them, the number that remained after 8 centuries. Some had been in the High Realm for decades, others for centuries. They came through in careful groups, the way evacuations were organized when there was time to do them carefully. The oldest first, the ones who had been waiting longest, and then the others in the order they chose among themselves. Luo Fei was at the access point's threshold overseeing the process, which meant he had positioned himself at the threshold before the first cultivator crossed and had apparently already drafted arrival documentation forms at some point in the previous 36 hours. Wei Liang did not ask when he had found time to do this. He accepted it as consistent with who Luo Fei was. Each crossing was brief. The formation's permanent architecture did what it was designed to do, and the passage was smooth in a way the first-generation access point had not been. The frequency barrier that had made early crossings technically demanding was absorbed by the Void Arbiter's network routing. Cultivators came through and stood in the formation yard and looked at the lower realm with expressions that ranged from relief to disorientation to the particular focused quality of people immediately cataloging what had changed. Zhao Mian, who had been working the formation ring for 36 hours without particular complaint, stood beside Wei Liang and watched the crossing process. He said, 43. Wei Liang said, not everyone who entered survived the 8 centuries. Zhao Mian said, how many originally went through? He said, the records suggest 67. But the records from the original access point period are incomplete. Zhao Mian was quiet for a moment. Then, 24 who didn't make it. He said, yes. Zhao Mian said, 800 years is a very long time. He said, yes. They watched in silence as 3 more cultivators stepped through. An older man who stopped immediately inside the threshold and turned to look back at the high realm through the open access point, as if confirming the decision was real. A younger woman, young by high realm standards, which meant she had been there for decades at minimum, who crossed with the brisk attention of someone who had already made a list of things to do in the lower realm and was ready to begin. A practitioner of indeterminate age who stopped beside Wei Liang and said, without preamble, are you the tamer? When Wei Liang said yes, this person said, Tao Wei talks about you as if she watched you grow up. Then they walked on. Wei Liang said, to Zhao Mian, she's been watching through Echo's impressions. The Void Drake bloodline carries resonance in both directions. Zhao Mian said, she's been watching you through your dragon. he said, through the formation network's interface with the spectrum bond. Not intimately. More like a practitioner watching a distant cultivation technique from outside the chamber. Zhao Mian said. She watched a child invent a technique from scratch and waited for him to finish. He said, that appears to be accurate. Zhao Mian said nothing for a moment. Then, you're 26. He said, yes. Zhao Mian said, I will stop saying it eventually. He looked at the crossing access point. I doubt it will be soon. Wei Liang said, you don't have to stop. Zhao Mian looked at him. He said, you've been saying it since the assessment committee hearing. It's been 7 years. Every time it's accurate. I'm a different age, doing something different, and the observation is still relevant. He paused. Keep saying it. It means the work is still surprising you. Zhao Mian was quiet for a moment. Then he said, yes, that's accurate. He turned back to watch the last of the high realm practitioners step through the access point. The woman who had said she needed to prepare properly before her actual visit. Someone who had been working carefully for 20 years and had never imagined the high realm was reachable, who had been told it was reachable, and who had needed to go home and think about that before doing anything about it. Wei Liang understood this precisely. He had needed to think carefully before every significant thing he had ever done. Chapter 131. Tao Wei spent 3 days adjusting to the lower realm before she was ready to work. She was specific about what adjustment meant. Not distress. She had 8 centuries of patience, and patience was an adaptive capacity, but recalibration. The lower realm's resonance environment was denser than the high realms in some frequencies and lighter in others, and after 800 years of high realm formation, her body's cultivation had tuned itself to the high realm's characteristics. Walking in the lower realm felt different from how she remembered it feeling. She ran resonance sessions with Bridge, which surprised everyone who witnessed it. Bridge was Wei Liang's contracted beast. The resonance connection ran through the spectrum bond, and Bridge's participation in Tao Wei's sessions should have required Wei Liang's involvement. But the seventh beast had a structural quality in the bond architecture that allowed for lateral resonance work. Bridge could interface with practitioners who were working with the complete spectrum architecture, even if they weren't the bond's primary cultivator. Tao Wei explained this to Yuan, who transcribed it, which was how most of Tao Wei's technical knowledge was initially captured. Tao Wei working, Yuan watching and writing. On the 4th day, she was ready to provide the documentation. She gave it to Wei Liang directly, which he had not expected. He had expected the institutional process, the Resonance Institute documentation system, the archive process, the formal knowledge-sharing mechanism the coalition had spent weeks establishing. Instead, Tao Wei came to the Western Formation Yard in the early morning, sat down across from him before the daily session began, and said, I'm going to give you the complete technical documentation. Not because you need it. You've rebuilt most of it, but because there are gaps in what you built that can only be filled from what Tuaku and I developed together. She paused. Some of what I have will confirm what you've found. Some of it will correct things you've been doing slightly wrong without knowing it. And some of it will open directions you haven't explored yet. He said, yes. She said, I want to give it to you first, because you need to understand what you're distributing before you distribute it. Not all of this should go to every practitioner at the same time. He said, I know. She said, then let's begin. They worked for 6 hours. When it was done, Wei Liang went to Pei Lu with a document that Pei Lu described, upon reading it, as the most technically complete cultivation technique documentation I have ever seen, and I am going to need 3 weeks and 3 review passes before I can produce a version the coalition can work with. He said, take the time you need. She said, I'm telling you 3 weeks. I will probably do it in 2. He said, I know. He transmitted a note to Luo Fei the same day. The complete resonance mirror technique documentation has been obtained. Distribution process begins after Pei Lu's editorial review. Timeline 2 to 3 weeks. Luo Fei's response. I'll begin coalition preparation for the distribution session. Also well done. Wei Liang read this and filed it under. Things Luo Fei only says when he means them completely. Chapter 132. Cold Steel requested a session with Wei Liang 10 days after the crossing operation. He arrived at the institute alone, which was his standard approach for anything that mattered. He sat down in the meeting room that Pei Lu had designated for coalition consultations and said, I have been drafting a document. I want you to review it before it's finalized. He produced it. Wei Liang read it. It was a formal dissolution notice for the Beast Cap Doctrine, the foundational principle that Cold Steel's faction had been built on, that Cold Steel's ancestor had written following the Shattering War, that had governed the Hollow Throne's entire purpose for 800 years. The language was Cold Steel's. Not his legal counsel's. Wei Liang could tell the difference now. The language said, The beast cap doctrine was written to prevent a second shattering. It named a specific danger, the cascade failure that destroyed the cultivation infrastructure in the war's first phase, and responded to that danger with a restriction. The restriction was correct for the danger it addressed. The danger has been demonstrated and managed. The management approach is the resonance mirror technique and the spectrum bond architecture. The doctrine's restriction is therefore no longer necessary, and the Hollow Throne faction formally dissolves it. Wei Liang read it twice. He said, "This is good." Cold Steel said, "I rewrote it 4 times. The first 3 versions were defensive. This one isn't." He said, "I know." Cold Steel said, "The language your revisions introduced to the coalition document, about the founding being honest rather than strategic, made me think about what an honest dissolution looked like, versus a strategic one." He paused. The honest version doesn't argue about whether the doctrine was wrong. It argues about whether the doctrine is still necessary. Because it wasn't wrong. My ancestor responded to a real danger. He just didn't know the solution existed. Wei Liang said, "That's the right distinction." Cold Steel said, "The Continental Council presentation is in 2 weeks. I want to read this myself, not have a representative read it." He said, "Yes." Cold Steel looked at him. "I had the language in my faction's founding documents that could have been used to resist this dissolution for another generation. I could have argued precedent and institutional continuity and the original mandate for another decade." He paused. "I chose not to." Wei Liang said, "I know." Cold Steel said, "Do you have anything to say about that?" Wei Liang said, "It's the most politically courageous thing I've seen anyone do in 6 years of watching political decisions." He paused. "That's the accurate assessment. The rest is yours." Cold Steel was quiet for a moment. He looked at Dust, who was sitting near the room's door in its standard proximity to Wei Liang. He said, "The doctrine was written because a lizard's tamer broke the world. There is some irony in a lizard's tamer being the one who ends it." He said, "Dust was classified as trashed here. No assessor wanted to record him." Cold Steel said, "I know. I read the original assessment report." He paused. "That too is an accurate assessment of the situation." He stood. "I'll see you at the council presentation." Chapter 133. Rin found her 7th beast the month after the council presentation. She did not announce it, which meant Wei Liang heard about it from the bat. Ink's detection capability had developed to the point where significant bond formations in the Institute's vicinity registered as a specific quality of signal, and Ink had been flying slightly different patterns for 3 days before Wei Liang identified the pattern as a new contract response. He went to find Rin. She was in the northeast practice yard where she ran her own morning sessions, seated with her 6 beasts arranged around her in a formation that was similar to Wei Liang's, but not identical. Built instinctively rather than constructed deliberately, and therefore shaped by Rin's specific cultivation qualities rather than Wei Liang's. At her side was an animal he had not seen before, a small desert crane, white with gray-tipped wings, that was sitting with the composed attention of a recently contracted beast still learning its bond. He sat down across from her. She opened her eyes. She said, "I need a word for the method." He said, "Tell me what it does first." She said, "I've been doing the advancement method since I understood the cascade risk, distributing my beast's advancement through the session timing rather than simultaneously. But I've been doing it with a different anchor than yours. You use Hannah." She paused. "I use Ink. Ink has been my stabilization anchor since before I knew that was what it was doing. The bat followed me 12 days from the compound because the bond was already anchor quality, even before I had the term for it." She looked at the crane. The 7th contract confirmed it. When the final architecture seeded, the anchor point was Ink's position, not mine. He said, "The anchor is internal to your bond architecture." She said, "Yours is external. Hannah is outside the contracts, stabilizing from a human link. Mine is internal. The bat holds the anchor from within the bond system." He considered this. He said, "Anchor paste." She said, "That's the advancement method. What I'm describing is the anchor structure." He said, "Anchor paste describes the whole system. Internal anchor. Your beasts advance at the bat's pacing rather than mine." He paused. "You've built a self-sustaining version. You don't need a human anchor because you built the anchor function into the bond architecture." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "That's different from what you have." He said, "Yes, and possibly more scalable. A tamer who doesn't have a human anchor available can build an internal one if their first beast has the right quality of bond." He looked at Ink, who was perched on Rin's shoulder with the serene attention it had always had. "The bat followed you 12 days. That's the quality." She said, "Can you teach the internal anchor method?" He said, "I don't have the internal anchor method. You built it. Can you teach it?" She thought about this for a long time. She said, "I think so. I'll need to write it down first." She looked at the desert crane. This one found me at dawn last week, outside the institute gate. It was waiting there when I came out for the morning session. It had already been waiting for a while. Its feet were cold. She paused. I named it Wait. He said, that's a good name. She said, I know. Chapter 134. The Resonance Institute formally opened in the first month of the following year. The opening was not a ceremony as much as it was a fact. The institute had been operating for months, training cohorts, coalition meetings, documentation distribution, the technical sessions with Tao Wei and Yu, and that had been ongoing since the crossing operation. The formal opening was the public recognition of a structure that had already been built. Zhao Mian managed the ceremony with the professionalism of someone who had been waiting years for this specific moment and was going to make it worth the wait. The guest list included every faction from the founding coalition, the Continental Council's full complement of arbiters, representatives from the Thousand Peaks Alliance, and the 600 Purification League tamers who had been in doctrinal transition for the better part of a year, and the 43 high realm practitioners who had been integrating into the lower realm with varying speeds and varying levels of bewilderment. Tao Wei was named Senior Technical Advisor. She accepted this with the precise economy of someone who had spent 8 centuries doing the work itself and was comfortable being acknowledged for it, but was not altered by the acknowledgement. Pei Lu was the Institute's administrative director, which meant that everything that required documentation, legal standing, or formal process went through her first. She had, in the 3 weeks since the coalition document signing, produced an administrative framework that archivist Sean described as the most complete institutional documentation I have seen at an organization this age, which is to say, it exists and covers everything, which is already unusual. Chun Bao accepted what was formally titled veteran oversight, but which everyone who had been around long enough understood as the position where someone who has been doing this longer than any of you sits in the back of every class and corrects the parts that are wrong. Wei Liang did not give a speech at the opening ceremony. He did not give speeches. Zhao Mian gave the opening address, which was well organized and appropriately elevated, and Tao Wei said 3 sentences from the first row that carried 800 years of weight and required nothing more. And then the Institute's first day of formal operation began. Luo Fei, who was not officially part of the Institute structure but had been present for most of its operational development, found Wei Liang after the ceremony and said, You did it. He said, We did it. Luo Fei said, You specifically. You were 20 years old when the assessment committee voted 2-1 and you started working. The thing you were working toward is now standing behind us. He paused. I want you to understand that I understand that. He said, I understand that you understand it. Luo Fei looked at him for a moment. He said, Your answer to everything is 2-1 precision, isn't it? He said, You used exactly the right number of words. Chapter 135. The 5 years after the opening were not quiet, but they were not like the years before. The Institute grew. The first full cohort, 83 practitioners who had been training in the framework since the founding period, completed the core program. Their graduation ceremony was smaller than the opening, and more meaningful, because the graduates were practitioners who had changed how they worked rather than participants in an institutional founding. Tamers from the Purification League were, as High Arbiter Yao had predicted and partly produced, among the most committed early adopters. Yao's philosophical framework, the conviction that the bond between tamer and beast was a sacred trust with specific obligations, found in the resonance mirror method a technical implementation it had always been trying to reach without having the right tools. The most rigorous Purification League practitioners approached the spectrum bond architecture with the attention of scholars who had been told their field was unexplored and were discovering that the unexplored territory was everything. Yao visited the Institute twice in those 5 years. Both times she sat through 3 days of technical sessions without speaking until she had something specific to say, which was how Wei Liang had always worked and which he recognized as a practitioner making correct choices about when to speak. On her second visit, she said to him, My doctrine was built on fear of the bond becoming dominance. The spectrum architecture addresses that structurally. The method doesn't work without the bond going both directions. We spent 20 years enforcing a precaution that the technique had already solved. She paused. I'm not sure if that's frustrating or instructive. He said, Both. She said, Yes. She looked at the training yard where 12 practitioners were running synchronized sessions under Rin's instruction. She's better at teaching it than you are. He said, I know. She said, That doesn't bother you. He said, No. The goal was never to be the best teacher. The goal was for the technique to be learned and developed correctly. Rin is doing that better than I could. That's a success, not a problem. Yao looked at him. She said, That's the technique working the way it's supposed to. Not hierarchical. Not competitive. Bidirectional. He said, Yes. Xingu, in those 5 years, became one of the Institute's most effective instructors in tactical application. Where Wei Liang had never systematized the combat coordination his beasts could perform, had never thought to formalize what came naturally to him. Xingu built it into a full curriculum, drawing on 15 years of studying Wei Liang's methods from outside and 5 years of practicing them from inside. His students graduated knowing how to fight in ways that Wei Liang's instinctive approach had never explicitly taught anyone. Su Dang submitted an enrollment petition in the 3rd year after the opening. He had spent 5 years attempting to form genuine beast bonds through the old method and failing, and the petition said, without excessive elaboration, that he had come to understand the difference between commanding beasts and working with them, and that he wanted to learn to do the latter correctly. Wei Liang read the petition, noted that the honesty was genuine rather than strategic, and approved it. The Void Arbiter continued its network repair. 11 of the 73 degraded nodes had shown measurable recovery by the end of the 5 years. The timeline for full continental spiritual density equalization was still long. Archivist Shan's latest projection was 60 years, but the repair was real and measurable, and the Northeastern Coalition factions tracked it with the attention of communities that had been at a disadvantage for 8 centuries and were watching that disadvantage slowly close. The High Realm Access Point processed its first crossing at Soul Realm cultivation level in the 2nd year. The cultivator was a tamer from the Northeastern Coalition, a woman who had spent 20 years working carefully with 3 beasts and had never imagined the High Realm was available to her. The crossing was smooth. She walked through and stood in the High Realm's shaped landscape and turned around and came back and said, "It works." Then she went back through because she hadn't been ready for the actual visit yet and needed to prepare properly. Wei Liang watched this from the formation yard and thought, that is what the original design was for. He filed this under things that have now resolved. Chapter 136, The Daily Session. Wei Liang had run it every morning since the year he was 18. In every location he had occupied, in every circumstance the past 8 years had produced. In Iron Fang's compound yard, in Golden Summit's formation area, in the mountain above Golden Summit, with Tua Ku's broken formation dissolving around him, on the road between places, in the Continental Council's chamber building when there was nowhere else and the morning couldn't wait, in the Western Formation Yard of the Institute that had been a formation yard before it was an institute, and would remain a formation yard long after whatever came next. The session looked the same as it had always looked from the outside. A practitioner sitting in the yard's center, beasts arranged around him, 30 minutes of shared resonance, no apparent drama. From the inside it was everything he had built. Dust sat at his left, which was where Dust had always sat since the first session in the compound at Iron Fang, when the lizard had simply placed itself there, and Wei Liang had understood, without being told, that this was Dust's chosen position. The copper scales were brighter than they had been at Qi Gathering. The bone structure was older in the way that long-lived things were older, not decayed, but accumulated, the way rock accumulates the record of everything that has pressed against it. Dust's resonance in the session was the anchor frequency, still, deep, the geological patience that had been the foundation of everything since Chapter 2. Talon occupied the upper atmosphere of the session, as Talon always had, circling at an altitude that would have been inconvenient in any formation yard smaller than the Institute's. The Stormhawk was house-sized now, which created practical considerations for low-ceilinged spaces and had required the Institute's architecture to make several accommodations. In the session, Talon's resonance was the storm frequency, the competent pride that had never entirely abandoned provisional acceptance, and that Wei Liang had long understood was the highest form of respect a creature like Talon could offer. 8 years of daily sessions had produced, between them, something that was not warmth but was dependable in every condition. Current stood in the session's northern perimeter, the silver-maned horse whose quality had always been steadiness, not the kind that never moved, but the kind that moved only when movement was the right answer and held perfectly still otherwise. In 8 years of advancing cultivation, Current's steadiness had never changed. Only its scale had changed. Still, the shadow fox was present in the spaces between, which was where Still had always been, the creature whose nature was the perception space between other things. In the early sessions, Wei Liang had found this unsettling. He had learned to find it reassuring. Whatever was between the other presences in the session still was there, watching. Echo occupied the access point's edge, which was its position now in every session, not physically at the yard's edge, but resonance-oriented toward the crossing, the Void Drake's spatial memory having found its permanent orientation after the 7th contract and the permanent formation. In the session, Echo was translation, the full resonance architecture rendered legible, the language bridge that made the complete spectrum bond coherent to itself. Bridge was at the session's center, structural and deep, the completed architecture's keystone. The sky deer from the high realm carried in its bond the resonance of the two positions above realm breaker, not as ranks, which they were not, but as spatial memory of a cultivation topology that had existed before the shattering and that the complete architecture now acknowledged. And the two newest beasts, a young fire-patterned salamander and a pale mountain hound, both contracted through the Institute's formal program in the previous year, both named by the cohort rather than by Wei Liang, because the Institute's practice was that the first cohort to work with a new beast participated in its naming. The salamander was named Patience, which the cohort had given it because of the quality Wei Liang had recognized immediately. It had dust quality in miniature, the deep waiting that was not passive but purposeful. The hound was named Current, which created a minor naming collision that Pei Lu had resolved through a notation system. 7 bonds. The architecture. The complete version of what the resonance mirror technique had been designed to produce. He sat in it every morning and understood what he had built. Chapter 137. Tao Wei found him in the archive 2 weeks after the 5-year mark. She had been spending significant time in the archive. Not Pei Lu's administrative archive, but the Institute's technical library, which combined the pre-shattering documentation archivist Shan had brought, Tao Wei's own 8 centuries of theoretical work, and the ongoing contributions from the Institute's practitioners. She was working on a commentary on the complete technique that Yuan was helping her organize, and the work had produced, as scholarship tended to produce, more questions than it answered. She said, "What do you plan to do next?" He said, "The access point formation needs maintenance work we don't fully understand yet. The High Realm's resonance environment continues to affect the formation math in ways Bao Jing is still modeling. The 43 practitioners who crossed are integrating, which will take another generation before the cultural knowledge they carry is fully absorbed into the lower realm's cultivation practice. The Institute's first cohort has graduated, but the program needs refinement. Rin's internal anchor method still hasn't been fully systematized into teachable form." He paused. Luo Fei is retiring and his replacement will need 3 years to understand the full coalition framework. The northeastern node repairs are at 11 of 73 with 60-plus years remaining. Tao Wei looked at him. She said, "You've been answering the question I asked, not the question I meant." He was quiet for a moment. The archive was warm in the late morning, the smell of old documentation mixing with the newer materials Yuan had been transcribing. Through the window, he could hear the technical session Rin was running in the practice yard, her voice, and the specific quality of attention that 12 practitioners made when they were working carefully. He said, "I want to understand what's above Realm Breaker." She said, "Not to advance there." He said, "Not to advance there. The High Realm exists and has its own topology that no one has fully mapped. Above the High Realm, the spatial architecture implies continuation. The 2 positions that the complete spectrum bond acknowledges are not descriptions of ranks that can be reached, but they describe a topology that has direction." He paused. "I want to understand the direction." Tao Wei was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "Now you're answering the question I meant." She sat down across from him. She said, "I've been in the High Realm for 800 years. I've been anchoring a formation for most of that time. But in the years before the formation became the full occupation, the early centuries, when I could still maintain the anchor and also practice, I reached. Not through advancement. Through attention." She looked at the archive ceiling. "The spatial architecture does continue. I can tell you what I found." He said, "Yes." They talked for 3 hours, and what Tao Wei told him opened a folder that had not existed in his taxonomy before, which he labeled, "Things I don't understand yet, that I will reach toward carefully, that will take as long as they take." Chapter 138. Luo Fei requested a meeting in the final week before his retirement. He had designated his successor 6 months earlier, a younger arbiter named Xu Feng who had been working under Luo Fei for 15 years and had been present for the coalition document signing and the crossing operation. Luo Fei had spent the 6-month transition period with the focused completeness he brought to everything, and the handoff would be orderly. He met Wei Liang in the Continental Council's meeting room where they had first spoken, Luo Fei arriving alone at Golden Summit 15 years ago, to tell a 20-year-old tamer that the formation he had built was the same formation that had preceded the Shattering War, and could the tamer please stop at 5 beasts. Luo Fei said, "When I came to you at Golden Summit, I was right about the danger and wrong about the solution." Wei Liang said, "Yes." He said, "What I couldn't see was that the danger was the technique operating alone, without anchors, without distribution, without the cooperation that the Institute and the Coalition represent. I was looking at an isolated variable and treating it as the whole system." He said, You saw it clearly when I showed you the Formation Master's report. Luo Fei said, I tried to. That's the most anyone can do. Try to see something clearly when the evidence changes. He paused. I was wrong for several years. I course-corrected when the evidence was sufficient. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that the course correction was the significant part, not the initial error. Anyone can be initially wrong. He said, I know. I've been initially wrong about things throughout this process. The cascade threshold for the full spectrum bond. The coalition document. Mei Qing's knowledge of Tao Wei. He paused. Being initially wrong and course-correcting is standard operating procedure. Luo Fei said, Is that how you think about it? He said, Yes. Luo Fei said, That's a good way to think about it. He was quiet for a moment. He said, What you built, the institute, the coalition, the permanent access point, the documentation distribution, that is the legacy, not the power system. The power system is remarkable. The institution is what survives. Wei Liang said, The institution exists because the power system demonstrated the technique was real. You can't build an institution around an unproven method. The sequence mattered. Luo Fei said, You're going to argue the power system was necessary. He said, I'm saying the sequence was necessary. The power was the evidence. The institution is what I was working toward. Luo Fei looked at him for a long moment. He said, 15 years ago you were a 20-year-old tamer with 6 beasts and a technique no one recognized. Now you're explaining institutional design strategy to me. He paused. I find it impossible to be sorry that I came to Golden Summit. Wei Liang said, I don't find it possible to be sorry either. Luo Fei said, Good. He stood. You'll hear from Xu Feng. She already wants to understand the Void Arbiter's network integration into coalition governance. I've told her to ask you directly. He paused. Don't give her the summary. She'll ask smart questions. He said, I know. Luo Fei nodded once, which was his version of everything that would have taken other people longer to say. He left. Chapter 139. The night before the first graduation ceremony, Wei Liang ran a session. Not the morning session, not the ritual that had defined every day for 8 years. A different one, longer. In the evening after the preparation work was done and the ceremony materials were ready and the institute had gone quiet the way it went quiet when everyone was preparing for something significant. He went to the formation yard alone, which was not how he ran sessions. His beasts were always there before him, had always found him rather than waited to be summoned. Tonight they were already arranged in the formation before he arrived. The 7 positions occupied, the resonance already running at a low pre-session frequency, as if they had decided among themselves that tonight required starting early. He sat down in the center. Hannah was there too. She was sitting in the position at the formation ring's outer edge that she had occupied for sessions since the anchor method, the position that was not inside the ring but was not outside it either, the place where the anchor link connected to the bond architecture from the human side. He had not asked her to come. She was there because this was where she was when he ran sessions that mattered. He opened the anchor link fully and felt her monitoring start. Not the ambient awareness that was always present, but the active healer's attention, the full quality of presence she brought to breakthrough sessions and important work. She said nothing. She was doing her job. He ran the session. All 7 bonds simultaneously. Dust geological patience, Talon's storm-proud competence, Current's steadiness, Still's presence in the spaces between, Echo's vast translation, Bridge's structural completeness, and the 2 newest members' young curiosity, the salamander's small patience, and the hound's alert attention, still building the bond quality that would develop over years into something specific to them. Through the anchor link, Hannah's healer resonance steadied the whole structure. Not intruding. The link had never intruded. Present the way the foundation of a building was present, not noticed when working correctly, which was the intended condition. This was what the resonance mirror technique had been designed to produce. Not an army. Not a demonstration of power that moved political structures and reformed institutions and recovered 8 centuries of lost access to a higher cultivation realm. Those things were the consequences, each one real, and each one following necessarily from the technique's application. But the technique itself was this, a network of genuine bonds between a cultivator and the beasts they had learned to know truly, carried forward in daily practice for as many years as it took, held through every difficulty that arose, until the architecture was complete, and the resonance in every session was the resonance of something that had been built correctly from the beginning. He had been building it since he was 15 and didn't know what he was building. He sat in it for an hour, which was longer than any session he had run since the early years, and felt every connection in the architecture, and was grateful for all of it. The difficulty included, because the difficulty had produced the understanding, and the understanding was what made the architecture hold. He opened his eyes. Hannah was looking at him across the formation ring with the expression she had developed over years of watching him work. Steady attention, full presence, the quality that was neither approval nor critique, but both at once. He said, "Tomorrow." She said, "Tomorrow." He said, "Thank you. For the anchor link." She said, "For the link specifically." He said, "And the sessions before the link. And the healer's records research. And the 3 hours in the dissolution formation with Tuoku. And the anchor through 6 breakthroughs." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "You don't need to thank me for the work. The work is what I was doing." He said, "I know. I'm not thanking you for the work. I'm thanking you for being who you were while you were doing it." She looked at him. She said, "Go sleep. You have a speech tomorrow." He said, "I have notes." She said, "You don't have notes." He said, "No." They left the formation yard together. Chapter 140. The graduation ceremony was held in the Institute's main practice court, which was large enough for 112 practitioners, their beasts, every coalition representative who had come for the occasion, and the 43 high realm practitioners who had crossed over the past year and found, collectively, that graduation ceremonies were a lower realm custom they had not encountered before, and several of them found meaningful. Zhao Mian gave the welcome address, which was excellent. Tao Wei said 2 sentences from the front row, which carried more weight than most speeches. Pei Lu read the graduate roster in full, which took 20 minutes, and she read every name with the same quality of attention because she believed every name warranted it. Wei Liang stood at the speaking position. He looked at 112 practitioners who had learned the resonance mirror technique from the beginning, who had built their first bonds at Qi gathering level and carried them through every subsequent advancement, who had learned to run the daily sessions before they understood why the daily sessions mattered, who had learned the distributed advancement method and the anchor approach and the bilateral bond philosophy. He did not give a long speech. He said, "Every technique in this system was invented by someone who needed it. Tuoku needed a way to advance with his beasts without breaking what he had built with them, so he built the resonance mirror. His partner needed a way to sustain what she was holding while she waited for someone to build what Tuoku would have built, so she built the anchor method in 800 years of practice with no one to practice it on. I rebuilt both of those techniques by accident, beginning when I was 15, and a lizard no assessor wanted to record sat down next to me and stayed." He paused. "I survived the rebuilding because someone chose to be my anchor before I understood what that meant, and because I had been doing the daily sessions long enough that when the difficult parts came, the technique was already load-bearing." He looked at the 112. "You have been taught what they died for and waited for and nearly broke to give you. Use it for the bond. The advancement follows." He sat down. Hannah, beside him, said, "That was the most words I've heard you say in one sitting." He said, "I had notes." She said, "You didn't have notes." He said, "No." The ceremony continued. He watched it. In the third row, Rin was sitting with her 7 beasts arranged in the compact formation she had developed through her own practice, different from Wei Liang's formation, built on her own instincts, the internal anchor structure with ink at the center of the bond architecture. She was doing something in the resonance space during the ceremony that was almost imperceptible, and that Wei Liang noticed because he had been studying resonance signatures for 8 years. A configuration he didn't recognize. A direction the technique had not been pointed before. He could not name what it was. He could tell it was consistent and intentional and had been developing for longer than the weeks of the ceremony preparation. She had been building it since before she could name it, the way he had been building the spectrum architecture since before he understood it was an architecture. He filed this under things I don't understand yet. He did not mention it to Tao Wei afterward, because Tao Wei had been watching Rin during the ceremony too, with the expression of a practitioner recognizing something that required time rather than immediate action. And when Wei Liang caught her eye, she said, "I know." He said, "Tell me what you see." She said, "Something new." She paused. Something that wasn't possible before the complete architecture existed. The architecture opened a direction, and she's moving in it. She looked at Rin. "I don't know where it goes." He said, "Neither does she. Yet." Tao Wei said, "No, but she will." She looked at Wei Liang. "That's what the technique does. Every generation inherits what the previous generation found and moves past it. Tuoku built the foundation. I held it. You completed the architecture. She's the next foundation." He looked at Rin, who was not watching them and was not aware of this conversation and was doing something quiet and precise in the resonance space with complete absorption. He thought about a bat that had flown 12 days. He thought about every bond in his architecture, built from the beginning, carried forward, genuine and bilateral in every session since before they had words for what they were doing. He thought, yes, that's what the technique does. He sat in the completed architecture of what he had built, with Hannah's anchor link present and steady. with his 7 beasts resonance running in the background of every moment the way it had run since he was 23 and had first felt all of them simultaneously, and watched the next generation inherit what he had found. 2 threads open. The high realm above the stable access point, still unmapped above the first layer. Tao Wei had described a direction, not a destination. And Rin, in the 3rd row, building something that neither he nor Tao Wei had a name for yet, with the quiet certainty of someone who had been told she had a good model and had understood what the model was actually teaching. The first session he had run with Rin, he had shown her what it looked like when a cultivator trusted their beasts completely. She had looked at it for 20 minutes and then said, "My beasts have never looked at me like that." Now her beasts looked at her like that. The technique was working the way it was designed to work. If this story moved you, please subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell. It's the best way to make sure you never miss the next tale. Leave a comment below telling us your favorite moment, and share this story with someone who loves cultivation novels as much as you do. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you in the next chapter of this world.